Chapter 3583. After that, Meng Jueguang gave the bitter guy a meaningful look. It should be known that only masters in the foundation establishment stage could break the restriction of the cave residents. He first framed Lin Yi, and then took advantage of the situation to say that the bitter guy was an accomplice. After all, Lin Yi was only a master in the peak realm. He should have an accomplice, right? Then the bitter guy was the best candidate. Although Meng Jueguang's current predicament could not hinder him, once the welcoming pavilion was replaced by his own people, then Clear Cloud Pavilion's territory would become his, Meng Jueguang's, independent kingdom. Meng Tong and Li Zhangming answered and broke into Lin Yi's cave residence with a grim smile. Lin Yi didn't stop them and let them search. Anyway, there was nothing else in the cave residence. He wanted to see how these guys would get out of the situation later. Letting Meng Tong and Li Zhangming go in to search, Meng Jueguang himself blocked Lin Yi at the door with a sneer, in case Lin Yi would do something desperate after Meng Tong and Li Zhangming found the stolen goods later. However, Meng Jueguang waited for a long time, but he still saw these two people looking everywhere inside. They didn't find the stolen goods that they had prepared before. He thought these two people were deliberately pretending. He immediately rolled his eyes. "I've already done enough foreplay. Why are you still pretending at this time?" He couldn't wait to see the wonderful expression of Lin Yi after his tendons and veins were destroyed. He couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and come out." Meng Tong and Li Zhangming looked at each other with sweat on their foreheads. After hearing Meng Jueguang's urging, they didn't believe it and glanced around the whole cave residence again, but it was still empty. In fact, this cave residence was so big. Even if he searched 100 times, he wouldn't be able to find it. Thus, they could only turn their heads towards Meng Jueguang with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. They spread out their hands and said with a bitter smile, "Senior brother Meng." "No. No? How could he not?" Meng Jueguang stopped in a hurry. There were so many people watching outside. If he was not careful, he would have almost exposed himself. He immediately straightened his face and said, "Both of you come and watch him. I will search personally." "Yes." Meng Tong and Li Zhangming hastily stood on either side of Lin Yi, one on the left and one on the right. Meng Jueguang strode into the cave and began to search it himself. As for Lin Yi, he didn't seem to be dissatisfied with this. He just stood at the side and watched calmly. Meng Jueguang glanced around. The cave residence was empty. Everything could be seen in a panoramic view. In fact, he didn't even need to search to know. But indeed, as Meng Tong and Li Zhangming said, he couldn't find the stolen goods at all. That shouldn't be the case. It had been arranged long ago. How could it not be? The cave residence was only so big. It was difficult to even hide a piece of spiritual jade. It should be a piece of cake to search for something. Meng Jueguang was suspicious. He turned his head and saw Lin Yi's calm expression at the door. Suddenly, his heart moved. So that was it. This kid must have thought of a way to hide the spiritual jade on his body. That was why he dared to be so fearless. "Both of you search his body." Meng Jueguang grinned maliciously. He had already guessed the whole story. It must be that after Lin Yi came back and found the spiritual jade, he knew something was wrong. So he thought of a way to hide it on his body. At this time, he could still pretend to be so calm. This kid could be considered a talent. But it was a pity that old Ginger was spicier. That's right, why didn't we think of that? Meng Tong and Meng Jueguang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, they stretched out their hands to search Lin Yi. The spiritual jade was such a big thing. No matter how well he hid it, once he was searched, he would definitely not be able to hide it. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. Although this matter was not risky for him, being searched so unscrupulously was not his usual style of doing things. However, Meng Jueguang seemed to have seen through his intentions. He sneered and threatened, "If you don't want to be identified as a thief, junior brother Lin better cooperate. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Welcome Pavilion, if a suspect refuses to cooperate, we, the steward senior brothers, can make an exception and attack you. It doesn't matter if you are dead or alive. Think about it carefully." "Okay. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble the two of you to search more carefully. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will say that you didn't search carefully and continue to put the suspicion on me." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. He came to Heaven Stage Island with a purpose. If he broke some rules and was chased away, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Meng Jueguang's strength was stronger than senior brother Ku Bai's. He should be an expert at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Yi himself was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Although he might be able to fight, if it was not necessary, Lin Yi did not want to expose his strength in public. Moreover, if he made a move at this time, it would be easy for him to become a laughingstock. Then it would be really hard to explain. However, since they were willing to search, then let them search. In any case, if they could not find the spiritual jade, then it would not be Lin Yi's face that would be lost, but their own. Thus, he smiled very indifferently and said, "It just so happens that it can help me clear the suspicion. I have always remembered senior brother Meng's teachings, to be a righteous person." "Humph, that goes without saying. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you hid it on your body. You country bumpkin, just wait to cry." Meng Tong and Li Zhangming searched Lin Yi's body from head to toe. Suddenly, Meng Tong fished out a spiritual jade from Lin Yi's pocket. He laughed proudly and said, "I found it. Let's see what you can say now." The onlookers suddenly became alert. However, after seeing the size of the spiritual jade in his hand, their eyes all became strange. Then they heard Lin Yi say jokingly, "Look carefully, this is my spiritual jade. When did Brother Meng's spiritual jade become so small and exquisite?" "Fuck." Amidst the laughter, Meng Tong then realized that the spiritual jade was only the size of a chicken's egg. It did not belong to him or Li Zhangming at all. Meng Jueguang's face turned green with anger. Could this idiot still do something reliable? Taking such a guy as a younger brother, he was losing all his face. Meng Tong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face turned red, but no matter how hard he and Li Zhangming searched, they couldn't find anything else on Lin Yi's body other than this piece of spirit jade. "Idiot! I'll do it myself." Meng Jueguang impatiently pulled Meng Tong to the side. It should be easy for him to do it himself. Why was it so unreliable when it came to this guy? However, Meng Jueguang searched himself and still could not find it. He did not believe it and searched again, but still could not find it. Lin Yi raised his arms and looked at him. He asked weakly, "Senior brother Meng, this should be enough to prove my innocence, right? I am indeed the most upright person, right?" Meng Jueguang had already forgotten to answer. His face was full of disbelief. How could it not be found? This was impossible. Since the two pieces of spiritual jades were not hidden in the immortal's cave, then they must be hidden on his body. No matter how brilliant his concealment technique was, it was impossible for him to not be able to find the two pieces of spiritual jades. Chapter 3584. Apart from that, Meng Jueguang felt that it was impossible to hide something as big as the spiritual jade on one's body without anyone noticing. Moreover, no one could find it no matter how hard they searched, unless they ate it. But if one ate the spiritual jade directly, even a cultivator would die if they swallowed something indigestible. Meng Jueguang would never have thought that Lin Yi had a jade space that could store things. And at this moment, the two pieces of spiritual jade were lying quietly in his jade space. "Senior Meng, do you still want to search?" "I don't care. You can search as much as you want, as long as you can prove my innocence in the end." Lin Yi looked at the ashen-faced Meng Jueguang and continued to say innocently. Could it be that this kid had never seen the two pieces of spiritual jade at all, so he was so fearless? Meng Jueguang looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Suddenly, he thought of another more likely possibility. Such a big piece of spiritual jade would definitely not disappear into thin air. Since it could not be found on Lin Yi, it must have been taken away by someone else. "No need. Junior Lin, you are innocent. You are an upright person. Don't be angry. I am just doing my job. Let's go to other caves and search again." Looking at Lin Yi's indifferent expression at the moment, Meng Jueguang felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Moreover, it was the kind of big fly that was stuck on cow dung all day long. "Ah! Go to other caves and search?" Meng Tong and Li Zhangming looked at each other. It turned out that there was no such step in the plan. But looking at Meng Jueguang's extremely ugly expression at the moment, the two of them did not dare to say anything more. They hurriedly responded and went out. Searching all the caves one by one, Meng Jueguang had no other choice. After all, the previous words had been released. He had to first check his own people. now that there was nothing fishy on Lin Yi's body. In order to be fair, even if it was just a formality, they had to search the others as well. What's more, after thinking about the idea that had just popped up, Meng Jueguang was indeed suspicious of the other newcomers present. Previously, when Meng Tong had placed the spiritual jades into Lin Yi's cave abode, he had been discovered by someone and had secretly taken away the 2 pieces of spiritual jades. This was not impossible. However, after carefully searching all the other rookies in their cave abodes, he paid special attention to the 2 accomplices of Lin Yi, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. The 2 pieces of spirit jade were still nowhere to be seen. Not even the slightest trace could be found. This time, Meng Jueguang was really in a difficult position. He tried so hard to trick Lin Yi, but he failed. Instead, he lost Meng Tong and Li Zhengming's spiritual jades. This was simply going for wool and coming home shorn. However, even though he was in a bad mood, he still had to say some polite words. Meng Jueguang could only bite the bullet and say, "Very good. Since there are no problems after checking our own people, as the eldest senior brother in charge, I am very pleased. I will report the matter of the theft of the spiritual jades to the pavilion master to continue investigating. All of you are dismissed. Do what you need to do." When everyone heard that, they could only disperse. They did not see the good show that they had imagined. At this moment, all of them still looked like they had not had enough. Junior apprentice brother Bitter Guy, you should fix up the forbidden spells of the 3 of them. Meng Jueguang casually instructed. Following that, he pulled Meng Tong and Li Zhengming to the side with a gloomy expression. From his point of view, today's matter had most likely landed on his own people. Meng Tong and Li Zhengming followed Meng Jueguang to an empty corner and said with a bitter expression, "Ninth cousin, what should we do now?" "What are we going to do now? We didn't get Lin Yi, but we lost our spirit jades. How are we going to train from now on?" When Meng Jueguang heard that, he stared coldly at Meng Tong and said with a fierce expression, "Meng Tong, I will give you a chance. Tell me honestly, did you stuff your own pockets with the 2 spiritual jades? You didn't put the spiritual jades in Lin Yi's cave abode, did you?" Meng Tong was depressed at this time. When he heard Meng Jueguang's words, he was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Ninth cousin, how can you say that? Do I look like that kind of person to you?" "You don't look like it. But now the 2 spiritual jades have disappeared for no reason. Lin Yi didn't have it, nor did anyone else. Then I can only think of the last possibility. That is, you did something to stuff your own pockets," Meng Jueguang said sharply. Although Li Zhengming was also a participant in the plan to kill Lin Yi, he only provided a piece of spiritual jades from the beginning to the end. Meng Jueguang took advantage of the opportunity when Lin Yi left to secretly destroy the forbidden spell of Lin Yi's cave abode. In the end, the person who was really responsible for putting the spiritual jades was Meng Tong. If there was really a traitor, Meng Tong was the most likely. Meng Tong was so scared that he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Ninth cousin, you can't wrong me like this. I really didn't steal the hidden spiritual jades. If you don't believe me, you can search me." Meng Jueguang glanced at Li Zhengming. Li Zhengming immediately understood and searched Meng Tong's body. After searching him up and down, he didn't find any spiritual jades. Seeing this, Meng Jueguang's eyes couldn't help but soften a little. Meng Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he heard Li Zhengming still have some doubts. Could it be hidden somewhere else outside? "Li Zhengming, what do you mean? Even you dare to doubt me?" Meng Tong was suddenly angry. He grabbed Li Zhengming's collar and growled, "You want to provoke me and ninth cousin, and then benefit from it, right?" No, Tong, listen to me. I'm just a little unwilling to lose the spiritual jades. I really didn't mean to doubt you," Li Zhengming hurriedly explained, but as for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew except him. Sure enough, after listening to Li Zhengming's words, Meng Jueguang looked at Meng Tong with a sharp gaze again. Meng Tong saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly threw away Li Zhengming and explained, "Ninth cousin, one of the 2 pieces of spiritual jades is my own. Do you think I will betray you for greed of Li Zhengming's half-used spiritual jades? Even if I am stupid, I will never do such a stupid thing." "That's true." Meng Jueguang nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't believe in Meng Tong's character, it was not worthwhile to betray him just for greed for half a piece of spiritual jades. After all, with the relationship between Meng Tong and himself, It would be easy to get more spiritual jades in the future. There was no need to take such a risk. So, I think it is very likely that an outsider sneaked in during the time we went to the market. After all, this cave house's forbidden curse is gone. It would be easy to steal the 2 pieces of spiritual jades. Meng Tong quickly struck while the iron was hot, for fear that Meng Jueguang would continue to doubt him. Chapter 3585. Senior Brother Meng, what should we do now? Without spiritual jades, what will we use to cultivate next? Li Zhengming said with a bitter face. Although Meng Tong hated Li Zhengming for daring to search him just now, he felt the same way when he heard this. He said with a depressed expression, "Yes, 9th cousin, I still have to fight with Lin Yi next month. What should I do?" Meng Jueguang looked at the two of them dejectedly and sighed helplessly. Speaking of this matter, it was my fault for not being considerate enough. That's why outsiders took advantage of this loophole. How about this? The two of you will follow me back to my cave and take a piece of spirit jade each as compensation. In the future, as long as you follow me well, I will not let you suffer any losses. Senior Brother Meng is wise. In the future, we will definitely obey your orders. The two were overjoyed and hurriedly showed their loyalty. They massaged his shoulders and back and flattered him. Meng Jueguang appeared to be generous and open-minded on the surface, but in his heart, he was secretly distressed. For a senior brother who held great power, although spiritual jades were not as difficult to obtain as the newcomers, taking out 2 spiritual jades at once was enough to make him feel distressed. This time, he tried his best but failed to cheat Lin Yi. Instead, he lost 2 spiritual jades. Just thinking about it made him feel unlucky. Fortunately, looking at the grateful appearance of Meng Tong and Li Zhengming, these 2 spiritual jades were not given in vain. At least they could buy people's hearts. Meng Jueguang secretly gritted his teeth. That damn Lin Yi. I must find another opportunity to kill him in the future. Repairing the cave house's forbidden spell was definitely an extremely bitter job, but since Meng Jueguang had ordered it, senior brother Meng Jueguang had to do it. With his strength in the early stage of foundation establishment, it took him a full hour to repair the forbidden spell of Lin Yi's cave house. After that, there were still Meng Tong and Li Zhengming's cave houses waiting for him. You've worked hard, senior brother. Lin Yi opened his mouth to thank him, only to see his bitter senior brother waving his hand. Without even taking a sip of water, he directly ran to Meng Tong's cave dwelling number 15 at the foot of the mountain and began to busy himself. He was afraid that when Meng Jueguang came back later, he would say that he was not diligent and deliberately slacking off. To be able to do this much as a senior brother in charge, there was no other senior brother in charge who could do this. Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly and turned to enter his cave residence. After deactivating the forbidden spell, he got down to business. His main task now was not to enter the space of the jade pendant to cultivate, but to experiment with the spirit jades. In order to verify whether the space in the jade pendant could charge the spirit jade, the first thing to do was to consume most of the spirit chi in the spirit jade. Only then could the most obvious effect be seen. According to Lin Yi's original plan, he was prepared to spend more time exhausting his spirit jade, but now he didn't need to do so. There were 2 ready-made pieces that were delivered to his doorstep. Looking back, he thought about Meng Jueguang's group of people. It was simply doing a good deed without leaving his name. If there were to be a few more times in the future, he didn't even need to think about doing hard labor in the mines. As long as he stayed in the cave residence to pick up the spirit jades and throw them into the space of the jade pendant, everything would be fine. Lin Yi carefully felt the existing spirit chi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades. At least more than half of it had been used. It was just right to use them for experiments. The next thing to do was very simple. As long as he continued to keep the 2 pieces of spirit jades in the space of the jade pendant, he would check the results tomorrow morning. As for Lin Yi himself, he only needed to focus on his own cultivation. Although the next step was to refine the heavenly law golden pill. Then he could quickly break through to the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm, but cultivation had always been sailing against the current. No matter how good the medicinal pills were, he still had to cultivate non-stop. Although Wang Xinyan played a big part in Lin Yi's achievements today, it was even more because of Lin Yi's years of diligent cultivation. As he entered the space of the jade pendant to cultivate, he waited for the results of the spirit jades to come out. What surprised and delighted Lin Yi was that after only 2 hours, the results were out. The spirit chi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades had become very full. The density of the spirit chi was the same as the density of the initial spirit jade Lin Yi had. In other words, the idea of using the space of the jade pendant to recharge the spirit jades was completely feasible. Before the experiment, the spirit chi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades had clearly been used up by more than half. But now, after only 2 hours, the spirit chi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades was already full. From the looks of it, even if the spirit chi in the jade was almost completely used up, when placed in the space of the jade pendant, it would at most be able to become a brand new piece of good jade in 4 hours. This effect felt even more obvious than when he recharged the energy stones in the mortal world. According to Lin Yi's speculation, this was probably because the spirit jades themselves were more suitable as carriers of the spirit chi of heaven and earth than the energy stones. Although the spirit jades could contain far more spirit chi than the energy stones, the speed at which they absorb spirit chi was also much faster than the energy stones, so the effect of recharging them was actually faster than the energy stones. The space of the jade pendant was really an invincible artifact. In this way, for Lin Yi to solve the problem of not having enough spirit jades, it would be as easy as turning his hand over. In the future, he could use his own spirit jades that were full of spirit chi to exchange for other people's nearly used-up waste jades. For example, he could use 1 good jade to exchange for 3 other people's waste jades. This kind of obviously taking advantage of others was definitely not something that people would do. After all, for the vast majority of people, no matter how many waste jades they held in their hands, they were just waste jades. They would never think that with Lin Yi, waste jades could become good jades. In this way, 1 for 3, 3 for 9, 9 for 27. With this kind of artifact, the space of the jade pendant, Lin Yi was equivalent to sitting on a treasure bowl. As long as he was careful and didn't get targeted, it would be easy for him to earn more spirit jades in the future. However, with Lin Yi's current identity and environment, if he did this kind of thing too often, it would still be a little risky. Firstly, the people he knew were all newcomers, and they didn't have much spirit jades in their hands. Not only did they not have good spirit jades that were full of spirit chi, they also had very few waste jades. After all, spirit jades were essentially the same as the energy stones in the mortal world. If they were completely exhausted without leaving a trace of spirit chi, the spirit jades would directly shatter, and from then on, they would no longer be able to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. In this case, even if Lin Yi exchanged them back, it would be useless. Chapter 3586. What's more, there was no lack of people around Lin Yi. There was Meng Jueguang, Meng Tong, and Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming. They couldn't wait for Lin Yi to make a mistake. However, although there was a risk, this kind of thing could still be done on a small scale. With people like Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongkai, and even senior brother Ku Kue, Lin Yi didn't need to worry so much. If it was really a last resort, he could wear the 1,000 silk mask and go to the market to trade with people outside. In this way, even if there was a risk, others wouldn't suspect Lin Yi. In addition to exchanging his own good jade for other people's waste jade, there was a more convenient and safe way in front of Lin Yi now, the spirit jade mine. Using the concealment of the space of the jade pendant, during the mining process, Lin Yi could hide a few pieces of spirit jade. Even if the spirit jade mine was strictly guarded, they would mainly look at the spirit jade that was full of aura. This kind of waste jade with only a little aura, presumably no one would be willing to pay too much attention to it. After careful consideration, the feasibility of doing this was higher than exchanging with others for spirit jade. After thinking about it in his mind, Lin Yi finally made up his mind to explore the spirit jade mine first. As long as he figured out the process of the mine, it wouldn't be difficult to seize the opportunity to pick up a loophole. What's more, in the short term, Lin Yi's demand for spirit jade was not too high. He already had 3 pieces of spirit jade in his hand. If he wanted to get 5 pieces of spirit jade, it would be enough to buy the 5 kinds of medicinal materials to refine the Tiandao golden pill. The night was silent until the next morning. Lin Yi and other newcomers who signed up for mining received the forbidden spell of the cave house and went out to gather. Looking at the group of excited newcomers in front of him, Meng Jueguang, the eldest senior brother in charge, had a long and dark face. Especially when he saw Lin Yi, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was in a terrible mood. Yesterday, he went for wool and came home shorn. He still felt the pain of losing 2 pieces of spiritual jades. You will cry when you enter the mines. Meng Jueguang glared fiercely at Lin Yi, who acted as if nothing had happened. He was not in the mood to talk nonsense with this group of newcomers. He called the names one by one according to the registration list from yesterday. He immediately brought his men down to the mine. Although the spirit jade mine was located at the bottom of the mountain range, And strictly speaking, it was right below everyone's cave abode. The entrance to the spirit jade mine was not here. Not only was it not close to everyone's cave abode, but it was also quite far away. With everyone's strength being at least at the late stage of heaven rank, it took them almost half an hour to reach their destination. And it was very different from the clay mine that they had imagined. The entrance to the spirit jade mine was actually a magnificent pavilion. Its degree of magnificence was not below that of the welcome pavilion. The plaque in the middle was engraved with 3 dark golden words, Spirit Jade Hall. There were not many people coming in and out, but the security was tight. Although it was not as exaggerated as having a sentry every few steps. But cold-looking guards could be seen everywhere. What made Lin Yi secretly shocked was that the strength of any one of the guards here was at least at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment. In other words, the weakest guard here was an expert at the same level as Meng Jueguang. It was the first time for the group of newcomers to come here. They could not help but look around curiously, but no matter where they were, even if they just took a few glances, they would immediately attract the stern eyes of the guards on the side, as if they would pounce on them in the next moment. They were so scared that they were silent and no longer dared to look around. They could only obediently follow Meng Jueguang and walk forward. Meng Jueguang took a panoramic view of everyone's behavior. Seeing that everyone had suffered a setback and become well-behaved, Meng Jueguang put on the dignified manner of a steward and explained, like our Yingxin Pavilion, Spirit Jade Hall is one of the few departments on the North Island that are independent of the 3 pavilions. It is in charge of the mining of spirit jade mines and the distribution of spirit jade. It can be said that every piece of spirit jade on the North Island is taken from Spirit Jade Hall. Independent department? Lin Yi's heart moved slightly. It turned out that in addition to the 3 pavilions, there were other independent departments in the North Island of Heaven Stage Island. Welcome Pavilion was the concentration camp for newcomers, and Spirit Jade Hall was responsible for the spirit jade mines. Then, presumably, the other independent departments also had their own unique functions. At this time, a newcomer asked, Senior Brother Meng, you said before that there are spirit jade mines under these mountains. If that's the case, then anyone can find a hidden place to dig up spirit jade. Even if this spirit jade hall wants to interfere, it can't do anything, right? The newcomers nodded thoughtfully when they heard this. Although this spirit jade hall seemed to have a lot of manpower, and all of them were experts, the mine stretched across several mountains. Even if all the experts of Spirit Jade Hall were mobilized without rest, they might not be able to patrol all the mountains. Don't overestimate the moral integrity of a cultivator, and similarly, don't underestimate the courage of a cultivator. Spirit Jade could move people's hearts. No matter how strong Spirit Jade Hall was, it could not stop the cultivator's pursuit of Spirit Jade. Find a hidden place to secretly dig up Spirit Jade. Not to mention others, even the weakest Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers present could not help but have this kind of idea. Find a hidden place to secretly dig up Spirit Jade? Heh, dream on. Meng Jueguang sneered and looked at all the newcomers as if he was looking at idiots. After finding a sense of superiority, he explained, Don't think that the mines are spread all over the mountain range, as if you can find spirit jade by digging a few hundred feet. In fact, wherever there are spirit jade mines, the top experts of the 3 pavilions have already set up arrays. Places that are covered by the arrays, don't talk about digging up spirit jade, you can't even dig up a piece of mud. Instead, you will suffer the backlash of the arrays. If it's light, you will be seriously injured, and if it's heavy, you will lose your life. You can dig up spirit jade, but you cannot shake the foundation of the mountain range. Otherwise, if the foundation is destroyed, no one can cultivate in peace in the cave abode. Hiss. All the newcomers immediately drew in a cold breath. Needless to say, some of them really did have this idea. It was just that they had not familiarized themselves with the environment for the past 2 days, so they did not have the time to do it. Now that they heard Meng Jueguang's words, they immediately felt a lingering fear. If anyone had the guts to do it 2 days ago, they would probably be lying in the wilderness now. Chapter 3587. After all, he was the eldest senior apprentice brother in charge of this group of Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples. If something went wrong with them and was found out, then as the eldest senior apprentice brother, he would also be held responsible. Worse, he might even be accused of incompetence in teaching the new disciples and be directly replaced. Senior Meng, rest assured. We will definitely not dare to spoil the reputation of Blue Cloud Pavilion. The rookies shivered and hurriedly swore in unison. Meng Jueguang nodded and glanced maliciously at Lin Yi, who was following behind the crowd. If it was anyone else who had a problem, he would be afraid of being implicated, but if it was Lin Yi, he would be more than happy. Compared to this bit of risk, being able to get rid of Lin Yi was something to be happy about. However, this was something he could only think about in his head. After what happened yesterday, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Lin Yi for the time being. However, it wasn't a bad idea to find an opportunity to mess with this guy. Meng Jueguang led the crowd through a long corridor. According to the constantly descending terrain, they should already be underground. However, on the two sides of the walls, there were naturally glowing fluorites embedded in them every 20 feet. Although the surroundings were claustrophobic, it was as bright as the outside. Moments later, Meng Jueguang stopped in his tracks. Looking at the door that was more than 30 feet tall, the rookies could not help but swallow their saliva. From the looks of it, behind this door was the legendary Spirit Jade Mine. After passing through this door, you will enter the Spirit Jade Mine's mining area. However, before entering, you have to follow me over there to sign a contract. Meng Jueguang pointed to the side of the door, where there was a table and a few cabinets. The cabinets were filled with countless white paper contracts, and behind the table sat a white-bearded old man who was drowsily dozing off. Meng Jueguang led the crowd over. After patting the elder's shoulder, the white-bearded elder opened his eyes and looked at Meng Jueguang with a smile. "Junior Meng, it's you. Why, these are the rookies of our Blue Cloud Pavilion this year?" "Not bad." Meng Jueguang nodded, and then introduced Dai Wuchang to everyone. "This is Senior Brother Dai Wuchang from our Blue Cloud Pavilion, and is now in charge of contracts in Jade Spirit Hall. Why don't you quickly greet Senior Brother Dai?" "Greetings, Senior Brother Dai." The newcomers hurriedly greeted. Although this old man who was acting as Senior Brother Wuchang looked quite old, but because his strength was only at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment, according to the rules of the cultivation world, this person's seniority was similar to that of Meng Jueguang. Everyone only had to call him Senior Brother. However, the current Hellguard was an old man. Since it wasn't absorbed by the Profound Pavilion, it must be a very weak existence. The Profound Pavilion didn't care for it, which was why it came to the Blue Cloud Pavilion, a waste collection point. Dai Wuchang nodded, turned to look at Meng Jueguang, and said, "Junior Brother Meng, how many contracts do you want this time, and what mines do you want?" Meng Jueguang calculated and said, "I'll have to trouble Senior Brother Dai to give me 2 for the 7th mine, and 10 for the 8th mine. 1 for the 10th mine. All right, I'll give it to you. Wait, the 10th mine? You also want the 10th mine?" Dai Wuchang suddenly froze. He looked at Meng Jueguang in surprise and said, "Junior Brother Meng, you're wrong, you want to say the 9th mine, right?" Meng Jueguang shook his head and looked at Lin Yi with a sneer and said, "Senior Brother Dai, you didn't hear wrong. I want the 10th mine, that's a public mine, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" Following Meng Jueguang's gaze, he looked at Lin Yi. Only then did Dai Wuchang understand that this guy was going to make a fool of him. He laughed and shook his head and said indifferently, "Of course there's no problem, the 10th mine is publicly recognized as a dead mine, and I'm worried that no one will mine it. I'll prepare it for you." "Public mine? Dead mine? Senior Brother Ku, what's going on?" Lin Yi felt that there must be something fishy in this, and turned to ask Senior Brother Ku next to him. Although Senior Brother Ku didn't have the right to speak in this kind of matter, in case Lin Yi was cheated and didn't know it, he deliberately followed today. Even if he couldn't help Lin Yi, at least he could help him understand the situation, so as to avoid blindly suffering losses. Senior Brother Ku shook his head helplessly, sighed, and then explained to Lin Yi, according to the amount and density of the spiritual jades, Spirit Jade Hall divided the entire vein into 10 mining areas, from good to bad, they are number 1 to 10. The smaller the number, the higher the quality of the mining area. According to the established rules, the 1st to 3rd mining areas are in the center of the mountain range, and belong to the disciples of Soaring Sky Pavilion. The 4th to 6th mining areas are outside the center of the mountain range, and belong to the disciples of Mysterious Pavilion. The 7th to 9th mining areas are in the periphery of the mountain range, and belong to the disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. As for the 10th mining area, it is the outer public mining area, and the disciples of the 3 pavilions can go in and mine. At the same time, although there are spiritual jades in the 10th mining area, they are extremely rare, and only a few pieces are dug out in a year. Even if they are dug out, they are waste jades with thin spiritual chi. Ordinary people are not willing to go in and waste their time, and it is very difficult to see people all year round, so it is called the dead mining area. The quality of the mining area corresponds to the spirit chi in the mountain range. This is also the reason why the Soaring Sky Pavilion's abode is the best. Below the abode is the best mining area. At this point, even the honest senior brother Kubai couldn't help but say angrily, I originally thought that no matter how much senior brother Meng targeted you, he would at most assign you to the 9th mining area. That way, no matter how low the jade yield is, there would still be some harvest. I didn't expect him to assign you to the 10th mining area. This is too much. Junior brother Lin, let's go. There's really no need to waste time in this kind of place. Heh, I didn't expect that senior brother Bitter Bully, who has always meekly accepted all kinds of adversity, would actually have an angry side. It's really rare. Amidst the laughter, Lin Yi was also a little touched in his heart. He patted his senior's shoulder and comforted him. It's all right. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Even if it's a dead mining area, it's not impossible to mine spiritual jades. Moreover, if we flee at the last minute and become a coward, wouldn't we be making a fool out of ourselves? No matter what, I have to see what this spirit jade mine looks like. Chapter 3588. I have to work for at least 3 months? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Not only him, but the rookies beside him who had heard the conversation between the two also had a change in expression. Following that, they began to whisper worriedly. 3 months was neither long nor short. For cultivators with long lifespans, even if 3 months passed in vain without any harvest, it was not a big deal. But for the rookies present, the meaning of these 3 months was completely different. Don't forget, if they want to enter the Blue Cloud Pavilion, they must succeed in building their foundation within a year. And 3 months is already a quarter of a year. Once they signed the contract, it meant that in the next 3 months, compared to newcomers like Xiao Ran who had never come to mine, their cultivation progress would inevitably be slower. After all, even if the spiritual energy in the spirit jade mine was naturally rich, they would not be able to focus on cultivation, and the effect would inevitably be greatly reduced. But then again, if they could earn enough spiritual jades in these 3 months, they wouldn't suffer a loss. Because this would lay a solid foundation for their cultivation in the next 9 months. At that time, their cultivation would be much better than that of Xiao Ran and the others. It was entirely possible for them to catch up. As long as they succeeded in building their foundation, they would be the victors. In the end, signing this mining contract was a gamble. If he could gather enough spiritual jades in the next 3 months, he would win. If the number of spirit jades collected was too little, or even if there was no harvest at all, then it would be a loss and a huge loss at that. However, if the other rookies could be said to have some wins and losses in this gamble, then for Lin Yi, who was about to be assigned to mine number 10, it was a different story. He would lose without a doubt. In these 3 months, as long as the others were a little more diligent, they would be able to make it. If he was lucky, he might be able to earn 7 or 8 pieces of spiritual jades. Even if he was unlucky, he could earn at least 4 or 5 pieces. However, in mining area number 10, a notoriously dead mining area, after 3 months, Lin Yi might not even be able to earn a single piece of spiritual jade. In fact, according to past experiences, not to mention good jades full of spiritual chi, even waste jades with thin spiritual chi were scarce in the number 10 dead mining area. If one wanted to collect 100 pieces of good jades in this kind of place to exchange for rewards, it would be extremely difficult. This was simply a fool's dream. If it was anyone else who heard of this situation, they would definitely wisely choose to retreat at this moment. It was better to be a coward that ran away at the last moment than to waste 3 months of precious cultivation time for nothing. If they still braced themselves and continued to fight at this moment, then there was simply something wrong with their brains. However, Lin Yi had no intention of backing down. He didn't come here for the reward of mining. Since there were very few spirit jades in the 10th dead mine, it was likely that the supervision there would not be as strict as the other mines. Instead, it would be easier for him to tamper with it. In other words, what Lin Yi wanted now was waste jade. If he really traded it for a good mining area with a high yield of spirit jade, he would be closely monitored. That would be troublesome. However, it was obviously impossible for senior brother Bitter Guy to know Lin Yi's plan. Seeing that Lin Yi had a relaxed expression from beginning to end, he couldn't help but anxiously stomp his feet again and again. For Lin Yi, who was one of the few junior brothers who respected him from the bottom of his heart, senior brother Bitter Guy really didn't want him to suffer losses from the bottom of his heart. especially when it was such an obvious loss. He tried to persuade Lin Yi a few more times, but he couldn't persuade him no matter what. In the end, senior brother Bitter Guy gritted his teeth and braced himself to walk towards Meng Jueguang and Dai Wuchang. Seeing senior brother Bitter Guy squeezing his way over, Meng Jueguang looked at him in surprise. In the past few years, he was used to seeing senior brother Bitter Guy's submissive appearance, but he had never seen such a firm expression on senior brother Bitter Guy's face. He even felt a little imposing aura. This meek trash actually has an imposing aura? Meng Jueguang couldn't help but be amused by this strange thought that emerged from the bottom of his heart. He curled his lips and said, "Junior brother Bitter Guy, what are you trying to do?" Unexpectedly, senior brother Bitter didn't reply as respectfully as usual. He didn't even look at him. Instead, he directly said to Dai Wuchang, "Senior brother Dai, please give me a copy of the contract of the 7th mining area." Could it be that junior brother Bitter Guy also wants to mine jade? Could it be that the rules of the Welcome Pavilion have changed, and you, as stewards, can actually accept private work? Dai Wuchang looked at senior brother Bitter Guy strangely. In order to prevent these stewards from neglecting their duties and neglecting their duty of teaching the newcomers, the Welcome Pavilion clearly stipulated that they were not allowed to accept any private work. After all, they already had a high monthly salary, which was enough for their daily cultivation expenses. If it was said that they were only going to the mine to supervise and maintain the order of the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, then that was fine. But if they wanted to mine the jade themselves, then that was not allowed. "No, I am asking for this contract for junior brother Lin. According to the rules, any steward has the authority to arrange contracts for the newcomers. There shouldn't be any problem with me doing this, right?" Under the intense gaze of Meng Jueguang, senior brother Bitter Guy finally braced himself and said this. This was the first time in several years that he publicly disobeyed Meng Jueguang's intentions. "That's true, but..." Dai Wuchang was stunned, then turned to look at the gloomy expression of Meng Jueguang. Although in theory senior brother Bitter Guy did have this authority, it had always been Meng Jueguang who had the final say all these years. How could senior brother Bitter Guy have the right to speak? As for Lin Yi's arrangement, I have already decided just now. The contract for the 10th mine is prepared for him. Junior brother Bitter Guy, you don't have to do anything unnecessary. Meng Jueguang looked coldly at senior brother Bitter Guy and said. Although he was extremely annoyed, no matter what, the other party was still a steward at the same level as him. He could not directly flip out like he did with the newcomers. The 10th mine is publicly recognized as a dead mine. As the steward of the Welcome Pavilion, I have to be responsible for the cultivation of the newcomers. I think this is not good for junior brother Lin's future cultivation. Senior brother Bitter Guy stuttered. In the face of Meng Jueguang's years of accumulated power, senior brother Bitter Guy still felt a little weak in his heart, and even his words were not fluent. Meng Jueguang bitterly gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to beat this 10,000-year-old coward up, with so many people watching, he could only suppress his anger in the bottom of his heart. After all, senior brother Bitter Guy's words were not without reason. At this time, let alone making a move, even if he said half a word wrong, it would be spread out that he was deliberately suppressing the newcomers. This was a very fatal stain for the steward. Chapter 3589. Senior marshal brother couldn't help but choke. He didn't expect that Meng Jueguang didn't refute, but Dai Wuchang took the initiative to attack first. Little did he know that this Dai Wuchang and Meng Jueguang were basically in the same boat. Seeing that senior marshal brother was at a loss, Dai Wuchang continued to say with a cold face, "Just because you have a good relationship with a newcomer, you want to arrange a good mining area for him. Does this spirit jade hall belong to your family?" This senior marshal brother Ku Bai was speechless. However, Dai Wuchang continued to say, "Junior marshal brother, don't think that just because I came from Blue Cloud Pavilion, I can be unscrupulously partial to our own people from Blue Cloud Pavilion. On the contrary, in order to not let the people from the other two pavilions fall behind, I have to be stricter to my own people. This matter concerns the reputation and image of the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion. Don't blame me for not giving you face." These words were spoken righteously, and even dragged out the reputation and image of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Senior marshal brother was suddenly speechless. He was not a person who was good at talking. This time, he had already mustered up the courage to oppose. After being suddenly reprimanded by Dai Wuchang, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Meng Jueguang looked at this scene with a face of contempt and complacency. A coward was a coward. Since he was a salted fish, he would never be able to make a comeback. Since Senior Marshal Brother Dai has said this, then as one of us, we can't make things difficult for him for our own selfish interests, right? Meng Jueguang pretended to be open-minded as he turned to Lin Yi with a cold smile. Lin Yi, I'll say it up front. The 10th Mines contract is yours, and if you're thinking of backing out like a coward, you'll have to face the consequences. If you want to retreat like a tortoise, then I won't blame you. After all, take a step back and you can see the world. This is Junior Marshal Brother Dai's mantra. You have followed him for a few days. I think you can learn a little lessons. Ha ha ha. Everyone chimed in and roared with laughter. In any case, it was Lin Yi who was thrown into the number 10 dead mine. Since it had nothing to do with him, of course they were happy to see such a lively scene. In fact, the rookies were quite dissatisfied with being assigned to the 8th mine and not the better 7th mine. However, they did not dare to challenge Meng Jueguang. Therefore, he could only seek psychological comfort from Lin Yi, who was even more miserable. Being ridiculed in public like this, the bitter senior apprentice's face suddenly turned red, but the words he said just now had already exhausted all his courage. At this time, he simply did not dare to speak again. He could only look at Lin Yi, hoping that Lin Yi would be a wise man and not fight when the odds were against him, and quickly leave with him. However, Lin Yi just smiled. He looked calmly at the proud and arrogant Meng Jueguang and said lightly, "At least I can learn something by following Senior Apprentice Brother Dai, but if I follow Senior Apprentice Brother Meng, not only will I not learn anything, I might even go for wool and come home shorn. It seems that it is better to follow Senior Apprentice Brother Dai. Go for wool and come home shorn." Meng Jueguang's face suddenly changed. Lin Yi's words had poked at his sore spot. At this time, he was still feeling the pain of taking out the 2 pieces of spiritual jades yesterday. He looked at Lin Yi suspiciously, not knowing whether Lin Yi said those words unintentionally or deliberately poked at his sore spot. Of course, even if he knew that Lin Yi was deliberately poking at his sore spot, Meng Jueguang at most thought that Lin Yi had seen through the framing scheme yesterday, but he did not expect that the 2 pieces of spiritual jades were actually hidden in the space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi did not continue to pay attention to him. He turned to Senior Apprentice Brother Dai and said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Dai, you don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing." As he said that, Lin Yi strode over to take the number 10 mining area contract from Dai Wuchang and signed his name directly. Sigh. Senior Apprentice Brother Dai shook his head helplessly, but it was too late to stop it now. He could only think of a way in the future to see how to make Lin Yi suffer less in the mining area. Humph. You are indeed the strongest newcomer. You really have courage. Although Meng Jueguang praised him, his eyes were full of schadenfreude. If Lin Yi was a coward at this time, then even if he was the senior apprentice Brother Dai Wuchang, he could only take advantage of Lin Yi verbally, but he could not really make Lin Yi suffer. But now Lin Yi actually signed the contract without saying anything, then he would have to suffer in the future. Even an unlucky bastard like Lin Yi, who'd been sent to the 10th mine, dared to sign the contract. The other newbies wouldn't back down either. 3 months it was, they just have to put in a little more effort, and there'd still be some profit. After everyone signed the contract, they were each given a jade card. The material should be the worst quality of waste jade, and it was marked with a number. The others were number 7 and 8, but the one in Lin Yi's hand was number 10. The one in your hand is the pass token. The number marked on it will allow you to enter the mining area. Other mining areas are not allowed to enter. After Dai Wuchang explained to everyone, he then sat back in his seat. It was unknown what mechanism was pressed, but the huge iron door in front of everyone automatically opened. "All right, since you all have the pass token, then follow me in," Meng Jueguang said and led the way into the door. Everyone looked at each other and then followed. Behind the door was not the mining area that they had imagined, but a huge compartment. In the compartment, in addition to 4 uniformed guards, there were also 4 staff members who were responsible for searching the disciples entering and leaving. These staff members had all been specially trained. They did not let go of any possible corner from top to bottom. They were extremely professional. In front of such a strict body search, any attempt to hide the spirit jades would be courting death. There was no possibility of getting away with it. However, Lin Yi noticed that these staff members seemed to be very familiar with Meng Jueguang. When they searched the new disciples, they searched them carefully, but when it came to Meng Jueguang, they just pretended to go through the motions. In addition, Dai Wuchang was clearly helping Meng Jueguang to suppress the poor guy. It seemed that this steward's senior brother seemed to be very popular in this place. After the search, they passed through the compartment and officially entered the spiritual jade mine. It was deep and spacious. The distance between their feet and the top of the mine was about 4 or 5 feet. It was not a simple and small mine as they had imagined. It was obviously a huge mine that had been carefully reinforced and designed. Bright fluorite stones of various sizes were inlaid in every corner of the top of the mine. At first glance, it did not look like a mine, but more like a mysterious underground world, which was pleasing to the eye. Chapter 3590. Every mine entrance was guarded by an expert, marked with numbers 1 to 10. Needless to say, these 10 mines led to their respective mining areas. Only after showing the corresponding pass token could one enter. Meng Jueguang led Meng Tong and Li Zhengming into the 7th mine. The other new disciples entered the 8th mine. As for Lin Yi, he entered the 10th mine accompanied by senior brother Ku Bai. Senior brother Ku, don't you need a special pass token to come in? Lin Yi turned his head and looked at senior brother Ku Bai in surprise. When he came in just now, he clearly saw that senior brother Ku Bai only showed the god his jade token as the welcoming pavilion steward. The same was true for Meng Jueguang on the other side. Yes, the identity card of the welcoming pavilion steward is also valid here. However, because I'm from Blue Cloud Pavilion, I can only enter the 7th, 8th and 9th mine. Of course, the 10th mine is a public mine, so you can come and go as you please. Senior brother Ku Bai nodded. After a pause, he immediately complained, Junior brother Lin, you really shouldn't have signed this contract just now. I've come to the 10th mine before and couldn't dig out any good jade at all. However, there's no other way. I'll take you to the places where I've dug up some spirit jades. Although I can only dig up some useless jades, it's still better than blindly doing useless work like a headless fly. Thank you, senior brother Ku. Lin Yi responded with a smile. Although he was now in the early stage of foundation establishment and did not have as much time pressure as other new disciples, 3 months was not a short time. If he really could not dig out anything at all, it would be a pure waste of time. However, it was enough to dig out useless jade. The mine was winding and long. According to senior brother Ku Bai, the 10th mine was already a very remote location. The two of them walked for more than an hour before reaching their destination. Along the way, although they occasionally saw a few people, they could be counted on one hand. Even when they arrived at the real mining site, there were only 2 or 3 people in such a large mining area, 2 of whom were guards in uniform. The name of the 10th dead mining area was indeed well deserved. Seeing Lin Yi and the other man, the 2 bored guards looked at each other and jokingly said, Heh, another 2 unlucky bastards. Even the trash from Blue Cloud Pavilion wouldn't be willing to come to a dead mine like this. They must be the unlucky ones who had offended the higher-ups. As the guards here, they were already used to this kind of thing. Ku Bai's face immediately darkened. He was actually treated as an unlucky ghost by the guards. Just look at how Meng Jueguang was enjoying himself. Wherever he went, there would be acquaintances. On the other hand, Meng Jueguang was suffering. That was really a real hardship. I'm senior brother Ku Zhongla, the manager of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's welcoming pavilion. I'm here to escort the disciples into the mining area. Senior brother Ku Bai said. Happiness from hardship? The 2 guards were obviously stunned. I've never heard of it. Are you the steward's senior brother? Wasn't senior steward Meng Jueguang embittered? How could there be bitterness and happiness? I'm Ku Bai. Ku Bai is my nickname, and Ku Zhonglu is my original name. Ku Bai explained with a wry smile. Dizzy. If I had told you earlier, you would have been fine. The guard nodded and waved his hand. He gestured for the bitter guy to enter. After greeting the 2 guards with a nod, he took Lin Yi to the mining site that he was familiar with. But before he could take 2 steps, he heard the 2 guards talking behind him. So he is a bitter bastard. Now that I've seen him today, he is indeed a bitter bastard. Yeah, but I feel that the one beside him is the one who is suffering. He followed the wrong person. If he followed Meng Jueguang, how could he be here? Sigh, that can't be helped. Actually, aren't we the same? If he hadn't offended Dai Wuchang, a figure with real power in Spirit Jade Hall, how could he have been sent here? Lin Yi also heard the previous conversation. It turned out that Ku Bai's name was Ku Zhonglu. But obviously, he himself had tacitly agreed to the name of Ku Bai, so that when he officially registered, no one knew him. The two walked into the mining area, put down the basket that was specially written with their names at the door, and took out the shovel inside. Ku Bai's senior brother personally demonstrated and guided Lin Yi on some of the tricks of mining. What was worth mentioning was that in order to prevent the heaven and earth spiritual chi from being damaged during mining, the shovels used for mining were made entirely of jade. However, they were similar to other shovels made of iron. Hard, sharp, and very practical. Not only could it easily break the soil, but it could even easily penetrate hard stones. Lin Yi even felt that this thing was more than enough to be used as a weapon. After mastering the tricks of Ku Bai's guidance, Lin Yi quickly got used to it. After all, this thing itself was not complicated, and it mainly depended on strength. And with Lin Yi's strength in the early stage of foundation establishment, this kind of strength work was naturally not a problem. Even if he worked non-stop for a whole day, he would not feel tired at all. Although this was the number 10 dead mining area, the jade production rate was extremely low, but Lin Yi now chose this point. After all, with the experience of Ku Bai's senior brother, and his luck was good today. Just a moment later, he dug out the first piece of spirit jade. Wiping the soil on the surface with a cloth, the white jade quickly bloomed with brilliance. The appearance looked exactly the same as the few pieces of spirit jade in his hand, but after carefully feeling the spiritual energy in it, he found that it was very thin, the concentration was less than 1%, it was a typical piece of waste jade. It's okay, if you save up a lot of this kind of waste jade, you can also exchange it for good jade. Ku Bai's senior brother comforted on the side. Lin Yi nodded, and then he saw one of the two guards in the distance come over, carrying a pair of scales with him. After taking out the waste jade that Lin Yi dug out, weighing it, and recording the number, he threw the waste jade back into the basket, turned around, and left. What is he doing? Lin Yi wondered. This is the same monitoring process in all mining areas. In order to prevent people from secretly hiding spirit jade, every time someone dug out a spirit jade, the guard will weigh it and record the number. When it is time to finish work, all the spirit jade that you have collected will be weighed again. If the number is too different from the number provided by the guard, especially if it is a lot less, you will be isolated for investigation. Ku Bai's senior brother explained. Chapter 3591. If it's a good jade full of spiritual energy, it's understandable that the inspection is so strict, but is it the same for waste jade? Lin Yi's heart was moved. The bitter senior nodded. It's the same. Whether it's a good jade or a waste jade, the process is the same. Only before it enters the warehouse, there will be specialized personnel to distinguish the quality, sort out the good jade and waste jade, and record the corresponding quantity as the basis for future payment. This is a bit tricky. According to Lin Yi's original idea, stealing a few pieces of waste jade should be a simple matter. But in this way, even if he only stole a piece of waste jade, it was very likely to be discovered. After all, once the spirit jade was dug out, the guards would come over on the spot to weigh it and record the data. At the end, when the work was handed over, it had to be weighed again. If the number of spirit jades collected every day was not much, even if he only secretly hid a piece, there would be a big discrepancy between the two numbers. Or could he hide the spirit jade in the space of the jade pendant the moment he dug it out, and then pretend that he didn't dig it out? This idea naturally came to Lin Yi, but after quietly looking back to observe the two guards, he quickly gave up the idea. There was no other reason other than the fact that there weren't many people who came here to collect jade, and the two guards were bored to death. They'd look over at Lin Yi from time to time, and there was a huge difference between when the jade was dug up and when the jade wasn't dug up, and the process wasn't long either. Lin Yi might not even have the time to dig up the jade, and the two guards would already be behind him, waiting to weigh the jade. There was no way he could escape their surveillance. But in this way, if he couldn't make a move before the spirit jade was weighed by the guards, then it would be even more impossible after that. For a time, he even felt that he'd made a mistake coming here. If he couldn't think of a surefire way to steal the hidden jade, then the next 3 months would be a complete waste of time. It would be a waste of practice time. While thinking of various possible methods, he continued to mine. However, Lin Yi's luck was really good today. In just a short time, he dug out another piece of spirit jade. It seems that this junior's luck is not bad. Although the weight felt much lighter than ordinary good jade. However, it's still a bit heavier than the first piece. It can be seen that even if it's a waste jade, it's still a good piece of waste jade. The guard who came over to weigh the jade sighed with a smile. Originally, according to the rules of Spirit Jade Hall, guards were not allowed to chat with outsiders under normal circumstances. However, the work in the 10th mining area was really boring. Even if they casually chatted to relieve boredom, their colleagues would only turn a blind eye to it. The weight of good jade will be heavier? Hearing the god's words, Yi Zichen nodded. An idea suddenly flashed in Lin Yi's mind. He turned his head and asked the bitter senior brother. That's right, junior brother Lin. Don't you know that even if they are the same size, a good jade full of spiritual qi will be much heavier than a waste jade with thin spiritual qi? The bitter senior brother nodded. I see. Lin Yi breathed out in relief. If that was the case, then... If this was the case, even in the face of the strict supervision process of Spirit Jade Hall, there might be loopholes to exploit. Bitter senior brother, I have a basic understanding of the situation here. You don't have to continue to follow me and waste time here. You'd better go and do your own things. Lin Yi turned his head and said to the bitter senior brother. This. All right. Then I'll go first. The bitter senior brother nodded. He specifically came over today because he was afraid that Lin Yi would suffer a loss, but now things had come to this. It was not a solution to continue to waste time here. It was better to go back and think of ways to see how to help Lin Yi. Watching the bitter senior brother leave, the idea in Lin Yi's mind had gradually taken shape at this moment, and the most crucial point was the weight of the spirit jade. The spirit jade full of spiritual qi was heavy, and the spirit jade with thin spiritual qi was light. This was the key point that Lin Yi was going to use to make a fuss. Although the two guards would look at this side from time to time, they did not always pay attention to the situation here. According to Lin Yi's idea, he could pick up the weighed waste jade from the basket beside him when the guards were not paying attention and put it into his jade pendant space. After charging it, he could quietly put it back. In this way, if there were a few more pieces, the extra weight after charging should be enough to equal a piece of spirit jade. At that time, even if he secretly hid a piece, there would not be much difference in the weight after handing it over to the workers. In this way he could get away with it. After thinking about it, the only loophole in this idea was that when the quality was finally divided in the reservoir area, there would be a lot of good jade among the spirit jades that Lin Yi handed over. This would not be a problem in other high-quality mining areas, but in this dead mining area number 10, it was a bit conspicuous. But then again, this was not a big problem. No matter how conspicuous it was, people would at most say that Lin Yi was lucky, and absolutely no one would think that Lin Yi had secretly charged the waste jade into good jade and put it back. After all, in the logic of normal people, handing over their own good jade as mined jade was simply crazy. If the good jade was not mined on the spot, but originally had, then what was the point of handing it over? He could just keep it for himself. Why did he have to count it as the result of mining and expect a reward of 100 yuan for one piece? His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Moreover, entering and exiting the mining area required a body search. Even if Lin Yi wanted to bring the spirit jades in, it was impossible. After the plan was decided, Lin Yi immediately put it into action. After digging continuously for 4 hours without rest, in his basket, other than those that looked like waste jade at a glance, there were already 18 pieces of the appearance of waste spirit jades, in various sizes. This might not be considered much in other high-yield mining areas, but this was the dead mining area number 10. To have such a result was quite good. Even the guards who came to weigh it were amazed. Of course, according to the usual behavior of the 10th mining area, although these 18 pieces of spirit jades looked impressive, in fact, they should be 100% waste jade, so there was no need to be envious of them. It seemed that Lin Yi had been mining, but in the process of working, he secretly used the space in the jade pendant to store the 8 pieces of waste spirit jades that looked like spirit jades in the basket. Because the spirit jades were taken out from the middle of the basket, they still looked the same, without much change, and the guards from afar could not see anything strange if they did not look carefully. Chapter 3592. According to the difference between the previous and the subsequent measurements, he found that these 8 fully filled spiritual jades weighed more than 10 pieces of waste jades. This meant that under the premise that the weight was not too different, he could secretly hide 2 pieces of spiritual jades. Although the 2 pieces of spiritual jades were useless, they were truly good jades in Lin Yi's hands. Hiding 2 pieces a day might not seem like much, but if he could continue doing it smoothly, it would definitely be a considerable amount of wealth. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't touch the jade that looked good on the outside. Instead, he only touched the jade that looked like it was useless on the outside. It was the kind that only had a trace of energy in it. If this little bit of energy was used up, the jade would immediately shatter. Perhaps the guards wouldn't deliberately count the quantity of this kind of jade, but they would definitely have an impression of those that looked like good jade. If Lin Yi really touched it, it would be very easy for problems to arise. However, whether he could move or not, he still had to test it out. If they really had a strict requirement for quantity, then Lin Yi could only return the stolen spiritual jades. As for why the weight of the jade increased, the guards probably wouldn't suspect it. After all, no one would be stupid enough to count their own jade. They would only think that they had remembered wrongly. But if it was feasible, think about it. Lin Yi would be working here for 3 months in the future. Even if the ranking competition and the rookie trial were excluded, that would be at least 70 days. If he hid 2 pieces a day, that would be 140. One had to know that the Welcome Pavilion only gave out a piece of spirit jade to the newcomers every month. What kind of concept was 140? This was simply turning the tables and becoming a local tycoon. Even for a senior like Meng Jueguang, who was a senior steward, he could not do anything about it. He definitely didn't have so many spiritual jades. For consumables like spiritual jades, which could be used for cultivation and trade, it would be considered good if Meng Jueguang could save 30 to 50 spiritual jades, let alone 140 spiritual jades. Otherwise, he would not have lost 2 spiritual jades for so long. In this way, as long as Lin Yi had enough spiritual jades on hand, not to mention buying medicinal ingredients for alchemy, even if he wanted more precious treasures, it would only take a word from him. After all, this was just like the secular world. The more spiritual jades one had, the stronger one's back would be, and the more confident one would be in doing things. However, all of this beautiful vision was built on the basis that things went smoothly. Although Lin Yi's plan to steal the spiritual jade seemed to be quite comprehensive, if the 2 guards weighing him were really very careful, they would not be able to do it. That was because he had sensed something fishy. Of course, according to Lin Yi's observation of these 2 people, the possibility of this happening was not high. Even if there was a risk of being discovered, it was very small. The 2 of them only took note of the amount of waste jade on the outside of the golden jade. They only used a counter to accumulate the total, and did not record the individual weights. After working for a full 12 hours, it should be dark outside. Suddenly, a faint bell sound came from the distance. One of the guards shouted at the top of his lungs. "All right." The bell rang and the work was over. That was all for today. Pack up and hand over the work with me. Lin Yi looked around and could not help but laugh. The guard's words were simply directed at him. In such a big mining area, there was no one else except for himself and the 2 guards. Getting up and patting off the dust on his body, Lin Yi put away the jade shovel, carried the basket, and followed the 2 guards out of the mining area. "Junior brother, you have a good harvest today. Tiska, on your first day here, you can collect more than 42 jin. Although it should be waste jade, it is still very good." One of the guards waved the account book in his hand at Lin Yi. He had been bored to death in this dead mining area for a year. Now that he finally met a new face, he was purely looking for a topic to relieve his boredom. "You have mined a lot of jade that looks good. Even if it is waste jade, this kind of jade that looks good can be exchanged for a good spiritual jade after accumulating 10,000 pieces. Speaking of which, you still have hope." 10,000 pieces. If Lin Yi did not have a golden finger, he would be exhausted to death. Lin Yi's sharp eyes took a glance at the guard's account book. At the top of the page was his name, and below it was a series of numbers that looked like good jade. At the bottom, there was a conspicuous number that was specially circled. 42 jin 3 taels. This was the number that subtracted the weight of the basket. It could be considered as the final accurate record on his side. Sure enough, as Lin Yi had guessed, there was no such thing as the total number of waste jade. There was only the total weight of the jade. For Lin Yi, there were many things that could be manipulated here. It was purely luck. "Senior brother, this is my first time here, so I do not know the rules here. Can you tell me what the rules are for handing over the work?" Lin Yi saw that the guard was quite amiable, so he tried to open his mouth and ask. To be honest, although Lin Yi did not think that he would give himself away, at this time, he was really facing the last test. His heart was still a little shaky. This was like a student cheating on an exam. Even if the invigilator did not catch them cheating on the spot, after handing in the exam paper, they would still be worried that they did not leave any clues on the paper. For example, copying down the mistakes of others. The guard looked at Lin Yi and thought that it was boring anyway, so he smiled and said, "The handing over process is very simple. You hand over the basket of spirit jade that you dug, and I hand over my account book. There is nothing else for us to do. We just wait on the side and watch. There will be people in the warehouse who will weigh your spirit jade again. As long as the number is not too different from my mark of 42 gene 3 tails, there will be no problem." "Will there be a difference in this?" Lin Yi asked with narrowed eyes. "Of course there will be a difference. The same basket of jade will have a difference if different people weigh it, not to mention that the scale in my hand is so simple. It is completely incomparable to the accuracy of the big scale in their warehouse. However, as long as the difference is within 5 taels, it is considered normal," the god replied. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Normally, a piece of spirit jade of average size would weigh at least more than 1 gene. If the difference was within 5 taels, it meant that it must be caused by the weighing error, which was enough to rule out the possibility of stealing the spirit jade. Chapter 3593. If the margin of error was 5 taels, then it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. As a foundation establishment early-stage expert, his sensitivity to weight was far above ordinary people. According to his estimation, the difference in weight between the 8 pieces of spirit jades filled with spiritual energy and the 10 pieces of waste jades with thin spiritual energy was at most 2 to 3 taels. Then what if the difference is more than 5 taels? What will happen? Lin Yi thought for a while and asked again. "Then you will be isolated for inspection, and you will have to strip naked and search your body." The guard chuckled, then looked at Lin Yi mischievously and said, "Brother, you are inquiring about this. Could it be that you secretly hid the spirit jades?" "Senior brother, you must be joking. The body search is so strict, even if I want to hide it, I can't hide it. If you don't hide it on your body, but in this mine, what's the difference from not hiding it? Anyway, you can't bring it out." Lin Yi smiled. "And the 2 guard senior brothers are here so conscientiously. I also don't have a chance." "That's right. Hee brother, what you said is right. The rules of our spirit jade hall are so strict, ordinary people have no chance to steal the spirit jades and bring them out. Especially a newcomer without any foundation like you, don't even think about it. Only those who have a deep network of connections have a glimmer of chance. Teske, this world." The guard sighed with envy and dissatisfaction. Hearing his words, Lin Yi unconsciously thought of a person, Meng Jueguang. Judging from his previous performance, this guy seemed to be very popular in the Spirit Jade Hall. He should be considered as the guy with a deep network of connections that the guard mentioned. With Meng Jueguang's temperament as a steward senior brother, he might take the risk out of desperation. Lin Yi's heart moved, but this thought was just a flash. The urgent matter was to inquire about the various rules of this Spirit Jade Hall first. He'd managed to get quite a bit of information out of this talkative guards. It might not be all that useful, but he'd at least have an idea of what they'd be facing next. After half an hour, Lin Yi followed the 2 guards out of the 10th mine. To his surprise, Meng Jueguang and his party were standing at the delivery place at the entrance of the warehouse. Mine 10 was the furthest away, and mine 7 and 8 were a lot nearer. It wasn't strange that they'd come back earlier than Lin Yi, but it didn't make sense that they were still here, waiting for Lin Yi, even though it seemed like they'd already finished their work and waited. But after seeing the gloating expression on everyone's faces, Lin Yi quickly understood the intentions of these guys. "Lin Yi, they were waiting here of their own." "Yo, our strongest newcomer finally came out. I thought I couldn't dig up the spirit jades, so I wanted to die of shame and anger. In a rage, I wanted to kill myself in the dead mining area." As soon as he saw Lin Yi appear, Meng Tong immediately jumped out and mocked. "Meng Tong, how can you say that?" Meng Jueguang pretended to be serious and reprimanded, and then said, "Our strongest newcomer was deeply taught by junior brother Bitter. Even if he really wanted to die of shame and anger, he would at most hide inside like a turtle. How could he possibly kill himself? Really don't know how to talk. Can't you see that junior brother Bitter is still alive and well? What did their faction like to be? That little picture book that someone brought from the secular world. That's right. It's called Ninja Turtle." "Oh, right, Ninja Turtle. It's still 9th cousin who has a good eye for people. But this pretentious newcomer is quite thick-skinned. Maybe when he weighs it, He will know what it means to want to die of shame and anger. Meng Tong echoed with a strange smile. The people on the side could not help but laugh. After a tiring day, they could not wait to find a sense of superiority from Lin Yi, who had always been in the limelight. It seems that you don't have an easy time, brother. The guard looked at the scene and shook his head with a smile. He led Lin Yi to the place where the work was handed over. While handing over the account book in his hand to the staff in charge of weighing, he gestured to Lin Yi to pour the spirit jades in the basket onto the platform of a giant scale. Hee. Guess how many kilograms of spirit jades our pretentious newcomer has collected today? I'll say 5 kilograms. Meng Tong led the crowd to jeer. The others were immediately amused. They had already weighed it before. Even the smallest among them was at least 20 kilograms. And people like Meng Tong and Li Zhongming, who were assigned to mine number 7, were both above 15 kilograms. This number was considered acceptable for a newcomer who was mining for the first day. Brother Tong, that's not right. No matter what, we are fellow disciples. I feel that there should be at least 2 kilograms. Li Zhongming echoed from the side. I bet 5 kilograms. I bet 4.5 kilograms. While the crowd was jeering, Lin Yi was too lazy to pay attention to them. When he took the basket from his back and poured 30 to 40 pieces of spirit jades on the platform, the group of people instantly fell silent. 42 kilograms and 5 taels. The staff noted down the number. After comparing it with the number on the account book, there was only a difference of 2 taels. He nodded and gestured to Lin Yi to put the spirit jades back into the basket and let him go. No problem. Lin Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, his heart was hanging in suspense. He did not expect to pass so easily. This made him feel relieved but also a little surprised. But thinking about it carefully, the mining area was so big, and there were so many people mining. Using this kind of weight to verify was already rare and harsh. If they had to check in more detail, then the workload would absolutely make everyone in Spirit Jade Hall collapse. What's more, there was a strict body search when entering and exiting the mine. To a large extent, it had put an end to people's attempts to steal the spirit jades. This was just an auxiliary monitoring process. Lin Yi was relieved, but the others present, especially Meng Tong's group, were embarrassed. Looking at the bright red number on the giant scale, they were speechless for a long time. 42 kilograms and 5 taels. What kind of concept was this? This was simply killing all of them. Even Meng Tong, who had received guidance from Meng Jueguang, was only 35 kilograms in the end. This must be cheating. How can a dead mine dig out so many spirit jades? Meng Tong could not help but cry out. Cheating? How could this thing cheat? Could it be that they had racked their brains to secretly bring in their own spirit jades, and then sneak in and pretend to dig them out themselves to hand over? There must be something wrong with their brains. Chapter 3594. It seems that Ku Bai is really attentive to this rare little brother of yours. Did he help you dig a lot of these spiritual jades? Although Meng Jueguang's face was also a little ugly, he was not as hysterical as Meng Tong. He raised his eyebrows and deduced self-righteously. The others suddenly realized that according to Ku Bai's honest character, it was very possible that he helped Lin Yi dig the spiritual jades in order to make up for it. Since there was a veteran like Ku Bai to help, Lin Yi's 42 caddies and 5 taels was not so exaggerated. The originally disappointed and embarrassed people suddenly felt balanced in their hearts. There were 2 people and they were 1 person. Wasn't it normal for them to have more spiritual jades than them? Lin Yi smiled non-committally. Although his results were indeed due to Ku Bai's credit, after all, it was Ku Bai who helped him find the mining site and taught him many practical tricks. It was undeniable that these 42 caddies and 5 taels were also the result of Lin Yi's own labor. This was beyond doubt. It didn't matter if it was his senior brother's teaching, or if it was his luck today, the spirit jades were all dug out by himself. There wasn't any cheating involved. If it was really cheating, his results were more than this. After all, he still secretly hid 2 pieces. However, although this was the case, since everyone insisted on thinking so, then Lin Yi was too lazy to talk to them. They could think whatever they wanted about this kind of insignificant things. Since these people wanted to find a psychological balance for themselves, Lin Yi could not stop them, so he simply ignored them. Looking at Lin Yi's calm appearance, everyone suddenly felt unhappy in their hearts. They obviously formed a group to wait here to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself. The result was good. Instead, They seemed to have become clowns, and Lin Yi saw them as a joke. In fact, the weight is not the key. If you dig out 20 caddies of spiritual jades in a good mining area, there may be 10 good jades full of spiritual qi. Perhaps there are 10 pieces of good jade full of spiritual energy inside, but in some well-known dead mining area, not to mention 40 caddies, even if you dig out 400 caddies of spiritual jade, there may not be a single piece of good jade. Meng Jueguang looked at Lin Yi, a cold smile on his face. At the end of the day, you'll only get paid if you dig up good jades. If they're all trash jades with only a little bit of qi in them, what's the point even if you empty the entire mine? Hee. Right. Senior apprentice brother Meng is right. When we dig for jade here, we should take a good look before we start. We should try our best to dig out those jade that seem to be of good quality. If we just use brute force to dig and don't pursue quality, then let alone 42 gene, with our current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for us to dig 400 gene in a day. Meng Tong immediately chimed in. 400 gene was an exaggeration. However, if one didn't focus on quality and blindly dug, it was still possible to dig up 100 gene. It was just that in those better mining areas. The ones that fell were obviously useless jades. They didn't even put them in the baskets. They just put them in the trash baskets and only put the jade that looked good in their baskets. On the other hand, on Lin Yi's side, he was the only one, so he put all the good and bad jades together. After listening to Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong's words, everyone immediately regained their confidence. For a moment, they looked at Lin Yi with disdain and sarcasm. That's right. They came here to mine for the reward of spiritual jades. Even if Lin Yi dug out a few hundred caddies of jade and beat everyone here, so what? He was assigned to the 10th mining area. It was destined that he wouldn't be able to pick good jade that was full of spiritual qi. And without good jade, there would be no reward. This was common sense. Although according to the rules of Spirit Jade Hall, even if there was a lot of useless jade, it could be exchanged for good jade to receive the reward. However, this ratio was enough to make everyone give up hope. Even if it was a good quality useless jade, it would need at least 100 pieces to be equal to the spiritual qi of a good jade. As for the worse ones, that was the kind that only covered half of the outer layer of the spiritual jade and inside was the useless jade core. The ratio was 1000 to 1. To put it simply, if they wanted to rely on this to earn spiritual jades, they might as well prepare to retire here early. At least in a short period of time, there was absolutely no hope. Therefore, if one wanted to exchange this kind of worthless jade with a price of 1000 to 1, it would cost 100,000 yuan to exchange for a piece of spiritual jade. Therefore, these people simply gave up. According to the old rules, it would be thrown into the public waste basket. However, there was also a process of accumulation. These useless jades could be exchanged for rewards after a long time. However, it was filled by some people. These two people were Dai Wuchang and Meng Jueguang. However, this kind of thing also happened in the mining area of the other two pavilions. It was a tradition to show filial respect to the supervisor here and the supervisor of the welcoming pavilion. It was not a robbery, so others wouldn't say anything if they knew. Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly as he looked at their expressions. Just how low did these people's self-esteem go? Why did they have to use him as a source of comfort? The Blue Cloud Pavilion was so weak, and it was passed down from generation to generation. It was not without reason. At this time, Lin Yi wanted to see what kind of expression this group of people would have when the quality inspection results came out. It must be very interesting. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi put the spiritual jades on the weighing platform back into his basket and sent them to the quality inspection office next to him. There were 5 specially trained quality inspection personnel responsible for distinguishing the quality of the spiritual jades, recording everyone's results for the day, and categorizing the spiritual jades and sending them to the warehouse. Compared to weighing, the work of quality inspection was obviously heavier. Even if there were 5 people working at the same time, there was still a row of baskets in front of Lin Yi. Looking at the names on the baskets, it happened to be Meng Tong and the other newcomers of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. At this time, one of the quality inspection personnel reported, Li Zhengming, 6 pieces of good jade, 22 pieces of useless jade. For a moment, all the newcomers looked at Li Zhengming with envy. For newcomers who were unfamiliar with the tricks of mining on their first day, it was quite good to be able to find more than 5 pieces of good jade in a day. Previously, several other newcomers had already finished quality inspection, and the best one only had 4 pieces of good jade. Of course, these people were assigned to Mining Area 8, which was a grade lower than Li Zhengming's Mining Area 7, so their results were not as good as Li Zhengming's. This was very normal. And then, another quality inspection personnel reported, Meng Tong, 7 pieces of good jade, 23 pieces of useless jade. Chapter 3595. Hee, don't be envious of the two of them. Look at the result of our pretentious newcomer later. You will definitely feel better. Meng Jueguang sneered as he guided them. In fact, from his point of view, there was no need to even think about it. The 10th mining area was known to be a dead mining area with no good jade. Lin Yi's final result would definitely be a pile of useless jade. There would not be a single piece of good jade. And this was the effect that Meng Jueguang wanted. Newcomers like Meng Tong and Li Zhengming who listened to him could stay in a good mining area and collect at least 6 or 7 pieces of good jade a day. On the other hand, a disobedient troublemaker like Lin Yi would be assigned to the 10th dead mining area. He would be busy all day but could not even find a piece of good jade. Comparing the two, the newcomers present naturally knew what they should do. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. This was the minimum requirement that Meng Jueguang had for himself. If he could not even achieve this among the useless newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, then he would be letting down his authority as the big senior brother. In fact, if it was not for the troublemaker Lin Yi who had repeatedly ruined his plans, he would have achieved this step long ago based on previous years' experience. But now, not only had he not achieved this step, he even had a very bad premonition. The source of this premonition was this morning's scene. For the sake of Lin Yi, Meng Jueguang had endured many years of suffering. Now, Meng Jueguang actually dared to contradict him in public. For Meng Jueguang, who was used to having his own words, this was not a good sign. The reason why Meng Jueguang could enjoy his position as the big senior brother was because of his wide network. Although his background might not be very strong, he could rely on his scheming and meticulous research to make contact with people from all walks of life. It could be said that he had built a good network of relationships. But in addition to this, another more important reason was because of bitter joy. According to the rules of the welcoming pavilion, the newcomers of the 3 pavilions were managed by their respective senior brothers. In other words, under normal circumstances, the authority was divided equally between the 2 senior brothers. However, at the Blue Cloud Pavilion, due to the existence of senior brother Bitter, who could be said to be a weirdo, the Blue Cloud Pavilion's disciples were all shocked. That was why Meng Jueguang was able to monopolize the power without any suspense. In fact, if it were someone else who was slightly more motivated, it would not be easy for him to achieve this. After all, even if he was more experienced, their statuses were equal. Once they started competing, it would be very troublesome. Initially, Meng Jueguang was very satisfied with the current situation. However, today, they actually dared to defy his will in public and even tried to rearrange the mining area for Lin Yi. This was simply challenging his authority. Although the confrontation had ended in a bitter defeat, it was not a good sign. Especially with Lin Yi, this restless fellow, egging him on from behind, he might cause even more trouble in the future. Although in Meng Jueguang's eyes, the bitter fellow was not considered a worthy opponent, it was still a troublesome matter. It was better to nip it in the bud as soon as possible. And to achieve this, the most realistic thing was to take advantage of the bitter fellow to make trouble again and subdue all the other newcomers as soon as possible. When that time came, he would only have a few useless soldiers like Lin Yi. No matter how much the bitter fellow planned, he would not be able to shake Meng Jueguang's position as the senior brother. Meng Jueguang led the group of newcomers. He looked at Lin Yi with a sneer. When he dug painstakingly for a whole day, but in the end, there was not a single piece of good jade, how would he feel? He would definitely be depressed to the point of wanting to kill himself. Looking at his basket being dragged in by the quality inspection personnel, Lin Yi's expression was normal. He even had a faint smile on his face. But in the eyes of the crowd, this fellow was obviously trying to maintain his dignity. The pretentious newcomer really knows how to act. At this time, he can actually maintain his dignity without batting an eyelid. It really makes people sigh in admiration. Meng Tong curled his lips and sneered. What he disliked the most was Lin Yi's calm and collected manner. He was a living pretentious criminal. Of course, if it was him who had the chance to be in the limelight, he would definitely be willing to learn. Presumably, he would be very willing to learn. After all, he looked unfathomable and awesome. Who wouldn't like to act cool? He dares to offend senior brother Meng. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's see how he cries later. Under Meng Jueguang's deliberate guidance, some of the newcomers had already thought it through and began to draw closer to Meng Jueguang. If it was before, these ordinary newcomers without any backing would definitely not offend Lin Yi in public even if they disliked him. After all, from the performance on the first day when he defeated Meng Tong in one move, it could be seen that Lin Yi was definitely a tough guy. The consequences of offending him were obviously not good. But now on one side was Meng Tong and Li Zhengming's 6 or 7 pieces of spiritual jades. On the other side was Lin Yi's destined 0. With such a clear distinction in front of them, if they still did not know how to choose, they would really be stupid. At this time, stepping on Lin Yi in front of Meng Jueguang was a proof of allegiance. If they did not step on him, it would be a waste. If they did not step on him now, it would be too late. Since everyone was a heaven stage expert, naturally, they were not stupid. After someone was the first to understand, the others quickly reacted. They were afraid that they would be labeled as abnormal by Meng Jueguang. They could not wait to start making sarcastic remarks about Lin Yi. The words that came out of their mouths were more and more unpleasant to hear. Although this group of newcomers did not have any talent, they were not too stupid. Meng Jueguang immediately laughed proudly. This was the effect that he wanted. Bitter. Bitter. You, this kind of trash that only appears once in 10,000 years wants to fight with me. You should first take a piss and look at your unlucky face. However, before he finished laughing, the next sentence that came from the Quality Inspection Department made everyone suddenly stunned. Each of them were like ducks that had their necks pinched. Their faces turned red, but they could not say a word. Lin Yi, 8 good jades, 7 useless jades, 20 useless jades. The so-called useless jades were the kind of jades that looked like useless jades. Other newcomers would not want this kind of jades. Of course, it was considered as filial piety to their senior. 100,000 to exchange for the reward. How long would that take? Instead of being useless in their own hands, it was better to give it to Meng Jueguang. However, even if they did not mention the useless jades, although Lin Yi's useless jades were far less than Meng Tong and Li Zhengming, the problem was that he actually had 8 good jades. How could he have 8? Wasn't he a dead mining area where not even 1 good jade could be found? If any newcomer could get 8 good jades on the first day, how could it be called a dead mining area? The quality could be ranked above the 7th mining area. It was almost the same as the 5th and 6th mining areas. Chapter 3596. After being stunned for a moment, Meng Jueguang's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't help but raise his head and ask the person in charge of the Quality Inspection Office, "Senior Tong, did you just report the wrong name? This Lin Yi is from the 10th dead mine. How could he possibly have 8 good jades?" This Senior Tong was an old man and a disciple of the mysterious pavilion. As the person in charge of the Quality Inspection Office, although he usually didn't think much of the people from the Blue Cloud Pavilion, he had a good impression of Meng Jueguang after interacting with him a few times. From the 10th dead mine? Senior Tong couldn't help but frown in astonishment. How could there be 8 good jades in the 10th dead mine? Could it be that he had reported the wrong name? However, when he turned around and carefully checked, he discovered that Lin Yi's name was indeed written on the basket, and the 8 good jades were indeed taken out from the basket. He immediately shook his head in disbelief and said, "These 8 good jades are indeed Lin Yi's. There's no mistake." Senior Tong, are you sure those 8 are good jades? Could it be that you've made a mistake? Meng Jueguang didn't give up and continued to ask. Meng Tong and the others beside him also had a determined expression of disbelief. Previously, when they were defeated by Lin Yi in one move, it could be said that it was a moment of carelessness. But now, they couldn't even beat him in mining. Moreover, he was the unlucky bastard who was assigned to the 10th dead mine. If this were to spread out, it would be too shameful. Made a mistake? Could it be that Junior Meng's ability to identify spiritual jades is even more accurate than this old man's? Why don't you come in and try? Senior Tong's face immediately darkened. The good impression that Meng Jueguang had deliberately created previously was instantly destroyed because of this one sentence. I don't dare. I'm not good with words. Senior Tong, please don't take it to heart." Meng Jueguang hurriedly apologized. He wanted to give himself a slap. Telling Senior Brother Tong, the person in charge of the Quality Inspection Department, that he had made a mistake, and in front of so many people, This was no different from digging up someone's ancestral grave. His brain must have gone haywire. Even if it's the 10th dead mining area, as long as you're lucky enough, you can still dig up good jade. Senior brother Tong coldly glanced at him and finally concluded, Lin Yi, 8 pieces of good jade. There is no doubt about it. Fuck me. What kind of world was this? An unlucky bastard from the 10th dead mining area was actually able to dig up 8 pieces of good jade. How was he going to let them live? The group of rookies wanted to cry as they looked at the calm Lin Yi. They then turned to look at the managing senior brother, Meng Jueguang. Although they did not dare to show it on their faces, they were already cursing in their hearts. This was completely different from the script they had agreed on. Originally, they thought that relying on Meng Jueguang, the managing senior brother, was an extremely wise choice. But now, Meng Tong and Li Zhangming, who had received special care from Meng Jueguang, only managed to dig up 6 or 7 pieces of good jade. As for Lin Yi, the unlucky bastard who had clearly been pranked, he was able to dig up 8 pieces of good jade. Although they did not believe that the 10th dead mining area would have such an exaggerated jade production rate, they could at least infer one thing. For Lin Yi to be able to dig up so much good jade, senior brother Ku Bai definitely played a huge role. It was very likely that senior brother Ku Bai had helped him choose the mining spot, which was why he had such a high jade production rate. In that case, the choice to side with senior brother Ku Bai was not a wise choice. Ignoring everything else, at least in terms of jade mining, following senior brother Ku Bai was more reliable than Meng Jueguang. After all, there was Lin Yi as an example in front of him, and senior brother Ku Bai did not have many subordinates. If he were to side with him, he would definitely receive the same special care as Lin Yi. Even if he could not dig up 8 pieces a day, he could at least hope for 6 or 7 pieces. On the other hand, on the side of Meng Jueguang, who had always been strong, the people who sided with him were definitely the majority. It did not matter if there was one more or one less. Even if they sided with him, they might not receive much special care. In the end, they would definitely be much worse than Meng Tong and Li Zhangming. Perhaps they would only be able to dig up 4 or 5 pieces a day, which was no different from their current situation. For a moment, the newcomers, who had clearly sided with Meng Jueguang, started to waver in front of Lin Yi, who was a living example. At least, they did not speak ill of Lin Yi as unscrupulously as before. This bunch of useless fence-sitters. Meng Jueguang quickly noticed this point, and could not help but turn livid with anger. He could not wait to hang up this bunch of bastards and beat them up. Compared to Lin Yi, who was a clear-cut enemy, it was this bunch of fence-sitters who were more hateful. But because there was a potential opponent like Ku Bai, Meng Jueguang could only endure it no matter how angry he was. Otherwise, if he really blew up and pushed this bunch of fence-sitters to Ku Bai, then his good days as the senior brother would come to an end. Unable to open his mouth to scold this bunch of fence-sitters, Meng Jueguang could only make fun of Lin Yi in the end. He snorted coldly and said, It's just a moment of dog shit luck, what's there to be proud of? I dare to bet that our pretentious newcomer can dig up at most 2 pieces of good jade tomorrow. Dog shit luck won't always be there. If he could dig up 7 or 8 pieces of good jade every day, why would it be called the 10th dead mining area? Spirit Jade Hall would have redistributed it long ago. 9th cousin brother is right. What's the saying again? Oh right, a villain intoxicated by success. I want to see how long this pretentious newcomer can be successful. I already can't wait to see this guy's crying face tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Meng Tong chimed in by the side. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with complicated expressions, Lin Yi, who was originally too lazy to speak, suddenly smiled. Oh, if you say dog shit luck, then dog shit luck. You're really right. I'm a rogue cultivator. If I don't have dog shit luck, how did I get to Heaven Stage Island? Maybe I'll continue to be dog shit luck tomorrow. Dog shit luck every day. Haha. Pretend. Continue to pretend. Let's see if you can still pretend at this time tomorrow. Let's all wait and see if he's dog shit luck every day. Meng Jueguang, Meng Tong and the rest sneered as they rolled their eyes. Obviously, they did not take Lin Yi's words seriously. They had already determined in their hearts that Lin Yi being able to dig up 8 pieces of good jade today was absolutely a once-in-a-thousand-years wait. After all, there wasn't anyone mining in the dead mining area all year round. It wasn't impossible for a few pieces of good jade to occasionally pop out. But it could only happen once and not again. How could there be such a thing as dog shit luck all the time? This country bumpkin who came up from the secular world wasn't a child of destiny. Once tomorrow came, he would inevitably reveal his true colors. Chapter 3597. Since this mining area was unanimously evaluated as the worst mining area by the big figures of the three pavilions, how could it be possible to continuously produce good jades? Wasn't everyone making a mistake? It was completely impossible. After watching the excitement, everyone dispersed with their own thoughts, and Lin Yi simply returned to his cave residence. Although he was tricked by Meng Jueguang in the morning during the division of the mining area, but overall, the day's events were relatively smooth. In any case, he got 2 pieces of spiritual jades, which was still very much in line with his expectations, and it turned out that the method of stealing spiritual jades that he found out was very reliable, and he could do it for a long time in the future. Now that he had 5 pieces of spiritual jades on hand, according to the situation, he could go to the marketplace to buy the 5 medicinal materials in 2 days, and then wait for the trial to try to get the heart-devouring exquisite grass, and then he could prepare to refine the heavenly law gold pill, and there was hope for the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Lin Yi set off for Jade Spirit Hall again, and the other newcomers did the same. They had to work for at least 12 hours a day. This was the rule of Jade Spirit Hall. Perhaps it was too harsh for ordinary people with limited physical strength, but for these experts who were at least in the late stage of Heaven Realm, even if they did this all year round, there was no pressure at all. However, what Lin Yi didn't know was that although he felt that everything was going well and he was quite satisfied with the situation, there was someone outside who was running around for him, trying to help him get justice. Needless to say, this person was naturally Senior Brother Bitter. As for Lin Yi's disciple, Bitter Senior couldn't help him out most of the time. It was rare for him to be very attentive. This confirmed Lin Yi's impression of him from the very beginning. Although Ku Bai didn't have much power, he was still a man of his caliber. Although Senior Brother Bitter didn't have much ability, his character was also a mess, but his character was good, and compared to many others, he was much more reliable. However, even if he ran around for Lin Yi, his senior apprentice brother's qualifications were not as deep as Meng Jueguang's. Secondly, he did not have such a huge network like Meng Jueguang. There were not many people in Spirit Jade Hall who knew him, not to mention being able to talk to him. On the other hand, the other stewards of the welcoming pavilion were only responsible for the affairs of the other 2 pavilions. As for the trivial matters of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, they simply wouldn't care, and couldn't be bothered to care. As for the few people with higher statuses, the great pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng, had always been biased towards Meng Jueguang due to Meng Jueguang's deliberate flattery. Although the vice pavilion master, Feng Song, competed with Hu Yunfeng in the open and in the dark, his backer was the mysterious pavilion, so he simply didn't care about a nobody like Ku Bai. Not to mention speaking for him. After thinking it over, Senior Brother Bitter could only set his target on the last person, the vice pavilion master of the same rank as Feng Song in name, but in fact, it was the 3rd pavilion master, Lu Bianren, who was ignored by everyone. Speaking of this 3rd pavilion master, Lu Bianren, whether it was the way he handled things or the current awkward situation, was a bit similar to Senior Brother Bitter himself. Although in name, he was the high and mighty vice pavilion master. In theory, he should be one of the 3 giants of the welcoming pavilion, but in fact, due to the joint suppression of Hu Yunfeng and Feng Song, plus his Blue Cloud Pavilion's weak backer, Lu Bianren, the 3rd pavilion master, to a large extent, was not even as powerful as the stewards of the 3 pavilions. As for prestige, there was no need to say anything. He didn't even have a chance to show his face at the welcoming ceremony, and many new disciples didn't even know what his name was. At most, they only knew that there was such an invisible 3rd pavilion master, so it was obvious how weak his influence was. Of course, no matter how weak Lu Bianren, the 3rd pavilion master, was, after all, a vice pavilion master. His status was still higher than the stewards, and the key was that he came from the Blue Cloud Pavilion. If he was allowed to speak, no matter how arrogant and despotic Meng Jueguang was, he had to give him some face. Otherwise, if Lu Bianren became angry and removed him from his position, there was nothing he could do about it. Although he could still find a backer to help him get a position when he returned to the Blue Cloud Pavilion, he would lose all his face. Because of their similar temperaments, among all the high-level figures in the welcoming pavilion, Lu Bianren was the only one who treated Senior Brother Bitter differently, and the only one who could get Senior Brother Bitter to talk to. Although the bitter senior brother knew that with the 3rd pavilion lord's current awkward situation, it was impossible for him to make any big moves. However, if it was just a few words on behalf of the new disciple in the Clear Cloud Pavilion, it shouldn't be a problem. Lu Bianren was not in his number 3 abode. Senior brother Bitter went to several places before he finally found out where he was. As the dignified third pavilion master of the welcoming pavilion, he was usually not in the welcoming pavilion. Instead, he was sent to the back cliff, which was 30 miles away from the welcoming pavilion master's building. The so-called back cliff was also known as the reflection cliff in the welcoming pavilion. Generally speaking, only the disciples of the welcoming pavilion who had made mistakes would be sent here to reflect on their mistakes. Due to its remote location, the spiritual energy was thin, and the lack of cultivation resources, even the newcomers would not be willing to come here. Of course, Lu Bianren was not sent here because he had made a mistake. In fact, if he, the third pavilion master, had really made a mistake, even the great pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng, had no right to punish him. He had to be handed over to the people of the law enforcement hall. The reason why he was here now was that the great pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng, and the deputy pavilion master, Feng Song, had jointly proposed to let him take charge of the reflection cliff to show that the welcoming pavilion attached great importance to the new disciples' discipline. Although it was said that no one would come to the repent cliff all year round, the two of them had made it perfectly justifiable. With Lu Bianren's weak position as the third pavilion master, there was no way he could resist. In the end, he could only agree. Now, he was stationed here permanently. Nominally, he was in charge of the repent cliff, but in fact, he had been banished by Hu Yunfeng and Feng Song. Originally, as the third pavilion master, no matter how weak his voice was in the welcome pavilion, he still had some power. But now, let alone power, it was difficult for him to even know what was happening in the welcome pavilion. He was completely a figurehead. If it were anyone else in Lu Bianren's position, they would probably fly into a rage. But Lu Bianren did not show any sign of dissatisfaction. Instead, he brought over all the ancient cultivation books and scriptures that he had collected in the past. From morning to night, he read the ancient books and meditated on the way of heaven. He was very happy to live in poverty and adapt to the circumstances. Chapter 3598. Pavilion Master Lu, you really made it hard for me to find you, Kubai said as he panted. It wasn't because of the 30 miles of running, but because he was so dizzy looking for Lu Bianren. Even an early-phase foundation establishment practitioner like him was a little confused. Normal disciples wouldn't even know where Lu Bianren was, and the two pavilion masters who did know wouldn't be willing to see a manager of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Kubai earned a lot of money, and in the end, he had no choice but to try and find the other two pavilion masters, and only then did he find out where Lu Bianren was. What's wrong? Did you need something from me, Kubai? Didn't I tell you to just call me Lu Xixiang? Pavilion master? That's not up to me anymore. Come, have a glass of water, sit down and talk. Although Lu Bianren was a little surprised, he still calmly poured a glass of water for Ku Qian and specially brought out a chair. After drinking the water, Kubai said impatiently, Lu Xixiang, do you know if there are new people coming from the mortal world this year? I know. It's a pity that I moved here before the day of the welcoming ceremony. Without Pavilion Master Hu's permission, I can't leave easily. Otherwise, I would really like to meet these new people and find out what the secular world has become. Lu Bianren sighed regretfully. He was born on Sky Class Island, but ever since Zhang Liju, the legend of the mortal world, appeared on the North Island, he'd always been interested in the mortal world. It was a pity that there hadn't been any new people coming in for a long time, and there was no news about them. They were slowly becoming a legend. However, Zhang Liju's time in the North Island was too short. At that time, Qingyun Pavilion became a legend because of this outsider Zhang Liju. But now, a few hundred years had passed, and Blue Cloud Pavilion had long fallen. Don't worry, Lu Xixiang, you'll get a chance to meet them soon. Seeing that Lu Bianren was interested in the newcomers from the secular world, the bitter senior brother immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In this case, he probably wouldn't refuse Lu Bianren's help in the future. Thus, he said, our Blue Cloud Pavilion has also been assigned 2 newcomers from the secular world. Moreover, their strength and character are quite good. They would definitely get along well with you, senior brother Lu. It's just that because they came from the secular world, they were jointly suppressed by senior brother Meng and the other local newcomers. They're having a hard time now. You're being ganged up on? Was it because they were newcomers from the secular world? This is preposterous. Lu Bianren's expression immediately changed. Although he was happy to live in poverty and his personality was quite similar to that of his bitter senior brother,
He had his own principles on certain matters.
Our Blue Cloud Pavilion has been weak for a long time. We can't compete with the other two pavilions in terms of newcomers, and what we need the most right now is fresh blood from the secular world. If we could get a legendary person like Zhang Liju, then we might be able to make a comeback. Meng Jueguang is the head disciple in charge, yet he's still trying to suppress the newcomers from the secular world. How stupid and short-sighted. The bitter senior brother had known this third pavilion master for so long. Even in the worst of situations, he was always calm and collected. He had never seen him this angry before. He said carefully, "Don't be too worried, senior brother Lu. Although they're being suppressed, the two newcomers from the secular world aren't easy to deal with either. Especially one of the juniors called Lin Yi, because of the distribution of the cave dwelling. He defeated senior brother Meng's cousin with one move on the first day, and even senior brother Meng lost to him." "There's such a thing? Come, tell me in detail." Lu Bianren's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. The bitter senior brother wanted him to stand up for Lin Yi, but he wasn't in a rush right now. He sat down and told Lu Bianren everything that had happened these past few days, including how Lin Yi was sent to the 10th dead mine. He also told him the purpose of this trip. So this junior brother Lin is quite an interesting person, but he's a newcomer after all, and being bullied by Meng Jueguang like this is going to be disadvantageous for him. If he really wasted 3 months in the 10th dead mine, then it's the same as increasing the difficulty of him reaching the level of foundation within a year. Lu Bianren analyzed with interest. After the bitter senior brother's explanation, he was getting more and more interested in this tough newcomer Lin Yi. Junior brother Lin doesn't know how dangerous it is, and being stubborn is exactly what senior brother Meng wants. So after thinking about it, I can only ask senior brother Lu for help. The bitter senior brother didn't know that Lin Yi had picked 8 pieces of good jade yesterday. In his opinion, every day that Lin Yi stayed in the 10th mine was a waste of time. It was better to ask the third pavilion master to save him as soon as possible. Well, I'm in charge of the Repent Cliff now. Without pavilion master Hu Yunfeng's permission, I can't go out at will. Lu Bianren said in a low voice. He wasn't trying to evade, but was telling the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had no chance to show up at the welcoming ceremony that day. The bitter senior brother's heart sank when he heard this. The third pavilion master was the only help he could find. If even the third pavilion master couldn't show up, then there was really no way he could help Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, Lu Bianren's tone changed. But this matter concerns a newcomer in the secular world, and the entire plan of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. Even if I have to risk being scolded by Pavilion Master Hu, I still have to show up. That's great. I thank Senior Brother Lu on behalf of Junior Brother Lin. Then shall we go find Senior Brother Meng? The bitter Senior Brother was overjoyed. Although Lu Bianren didn't have any power or prestige, he was still the third Pavilion Master of Blue Cloud Pavilion. If he was willing to show up, Meng Jueguang wouldn't dare to disobey him. Lu Bianren shook his head and said, "No, let's go directly to the Jade Spirit Hall." He knew what the bitter senior brother was thinking. He wanted him to put pressure on Meng Jueguang from top to bottom, so that Meng Jueguang would no longer target Lin Yi. This was a way to end all troubles. But he knew Meng Jueguang. This was a very ambitious and realistic person. Putting pressure on others might be effective, but it would be useless against Meng Jueguang. Meng Jueguang might agree on the surface, but he would certainly agree on the surface but oppose it in secret. He might even target Lin Yi behind his back, and it would have the opposite effect. In contrast, going directly to the Jade Spirit Hall and using some of the resources he had accumulated in the past could save Lin Yi from the 10th mining area faster. Chapter 3599. The two immediately left the back cliff and went straight to Spirit Jade Hall. However, after arriving at Spirit Jade Hall, the two did not go to the number 10 mining area to find Lin Yi. Instead, they found the person in charge of the contract at the entrance, Dai Wuchang. "Yo, isn't this Pavilion Master Lu? Long time no see." When Dai Wuchang saw Lu Bianren, he immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. As for the bitter senior brother behind him, he was directly ignored by him. Although Lu Bianren's situation in the Welcome Pavilion was awkward, he was also a deputy Pavilion Master level figure. In Spirit Jade Hall, he was a real high-level person. It was not comparable to a small steward like Dai Wuchang. What's more, when he was in Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lu Bianren also took care of him, so the relationship between the two was not bad. Hee. Looking at junior brother Dai's expression, it can be seen that you are proud of your success. Lu Bianren responded with a smile. This Dai Wuchang was responsible for the contract. If they wanted to change the mining area for Lin Yi, finding a breakthrough from him was the best choice. After all, Spirit Jade Hall had its own rules. Under normal circumstances, once the contract was signed, it could not be easily changed. Senior brother Lu is a rare guest. Are you going to the mining area to inspect the newcomer of your welcome pavilion? Dai Wuchang asked with a smile. At Lu Bianren's level, no matter how unhappy he was, he would not go to the mines to mine. He basically came here to inspect the newcomer. To be honest, junior brother Dai, I came here this time to look for you. I have something to ask of you. Lu Bianren went straight to the point. Because of a little misunderstanding, our Blue Cloud Pavilion has a newcomer junior brother assigned to the number 10 mining area. As the old people of Blue Cloud Pavilion, we can't let him waste his good time. The newcomer senior brother Lu mentioned. Is it Lin Yi? Dai Wuchang's face suddenly changed. Yes, it's Lin Yi. I wonder if junior brother Dai can help with this? Lu Bianren nodded. Dai Wuchang couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. To him, Lin Yi was just an insignificant person. Since Lu Bianren had spoken up for Lin Yi in front of him, it was only a matter of lifting a finger to give him face. There was no need to offend him over such a small matter. However, this Lin Yi was a troublemaker that Meng Jueguang had specifically warned. On one side was Lu Bianren, and on the other side was Meng Jueguang. This put Dai Wuchang in a dilemma. It must be known that independent departments like the Spirit Jade Hall and Welcoming Newcomer Pavilion, although they were nominally independent of the three great pavilions, in reality, the positions of these independent departments from top to bottom were uniformly appointed by the three great pavilions, and the personnel were also selected from within the three great pavilions. Moreover, they retained the right to conscript them at any time. In other words, whether it was Lu Bianren, the deputy pavilion master of the Welcoming Newcomer Pavilion, or Dai Wuchang, the steward of the Spirit Jade Hall, even if they were doing well outside in the end, they were still people of Blue Cloud Pavilion. When the time limit was up, they would still be conscripted back by Blue Cloud Pavilion. And this Lu Bianren, no matter how down and out he was still the deputy pavilion master of the Welcoming Newcomer Pavilion. In the future, if he was transferred back to Blue Cloud Pavilion, he would inevitably be a person with real power. For Dai Wuchang, even if it was for his own future, it was absolutely not a bad thing to do the other party a favor at this time. But the problem was, this matter also involved Meng Jueguang. Although Meng Jueguang was now just a small steward of the Welcoming Newcomer Pavilion. In terms of status, he could not be compared with Lu Bianren. Moreover, Meng Jueguang was also Lu Bianren's subordinate in the Welcoming Newcomer Pavilion. In this way, this choice did not seem difficult to make. But the key was, Lu Bianren's side was just a distant favor for Dai Wuchang, but Meng Jueguang's side was related to his own interests. It was no exaggeration to say that the spirit jades that Dai Wuchang had accumulated in his hands now, 80% of them were obtained from Meng Jueguang's side. Of course, this was all through shady channels. With Spirit Jade Hall's stringent supervision of spirit jades, if it wasn't for Meng Jueguang, this smooth and slick fellow, Dai Wuchang wouldn't have any chance at all by himself. Even if he had the convenience of his position as the person in charge, it was absolutely impossible for him to get any bit of profit. If it was just to sell a favor to Lu Bianren, he would offend Meng Jueguang and cut off his biggest source of income. This did not look like a wise choice no matter how one looked at it. It was just that on Lu Bianren's side, it was not good to rashly offend such a small character. Why? Is there a difficulty in this matter? Seeing that Dai Wuchang did not answer for a long time, Lu Bianren could not help frowning. In his view, this should be just a trivial matter. After all, he would not have thought that Dai Wuchang and Meng Jueguang would have such a deep involvement. Dai Wuchang pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. He said with a wry smile, Pavilion Master Lu, logically speaking, since you have spoken, junior apprentice brother will definitely not have any objections. But to tell you the truth, recently our Spirit Jade Hall has been investigating this kind of matter very strictly. This matter is not easy to handle. Investigating very strictly? Lu Bianren was taken aback. If it was someone else, they might really be deceived by Dai Wuchang. But he had already heard senior apprentice brother Bitter describe the situation at that time. At this time, looking at Dai Wuchang's unnatural expression, he immediately understood in his heart. Lu Bianren thought for a while and said, "Junior apprentice brother Dai, this matter concerns the development of newcomers. This matter is not only me begging you, but also for the consideration of our entire Blue Cloud Pavilion. Please be sure to help. I will remember today's favor in my heart. In the future, when I return to Blue Cloud Pavilion, there will be a repayment." Sigh, Pavilion Master Lu, aren't you making things difficult for me, junior apprentice brother? I also want to help, but I really dare not violate the rules of Spirit Jade Hall. Dai Wuchang had already made up his mind and refused to budge no matter what. Moreover, he has already signed the contract. If it is changed, without the introduction letter of your welcoming pavilion's head pavilion master, I can't do anything about it, and I can't explain it to the higher-ups. You also know that sometimes, only the chief pavilion master has the authority to coordinate these matters. Really can't help. Lu Bianren's face turned cold. This matter was originally not a troublesome matter. Moreover, no matter what, he had taken care of this Dai Wuchang in the past. Now that it had come to this, the other party was still making excuses. Even a clay figurine still had some temper. Moreover, this guy even brought up the chief pavilion master. Did he mean that his authority as a deputy pavilion master was not enough? I really can't help. Seeing the other party's face change, Dai Wuchang simply did not pretend and straightforwardly refused. Chapter 3600. That's good. I have some friendship with your Spirit Jade Hall's Deputy Hall Master Tong Fei. I'd like to ask him when the Spirit Jade Hall has such strict rules that even people can't change mining areas. Lu Bianren looked coldly at Dai Wuchang. Although the Spirit Jade Hall did have relevant rules that people couldn't change mining areas at will, in fact, this was not an absolute hard and fast rule. In many cases, exceptions were allowed, especially when it involved the number 10 dead mining area. After all, everyone knew that there was no good jade to be dug out in the number 10 dead mining area. Generally, only the unlucky ghosts who offended the higher-ups would be sent to this dead mining area. However, from the perspective of Spirit Jade Hall itself mining spirit jade, they didn't want to waste rare labor in this place. Therefore, once the matter of changing mining areas involved the number 10 dead mining area, it was generally allowed as an exception. Pavilion Master Lu, don't be anxious. This matter is actually not impossible to discuss. Dai Wuchang suddenly became anxious. He could not put Lu Bianren in his eyes, but he could not put the Spirit Jade Hall's Deputy Hall Master Tong Fei in his eyes. That was his immediate superior, an existence that could deprive his rice bowl with one word. Oh, didn't you say that the investigation is very strict? Why is there a discussion? Lu Bianren said with a smile that was not a smile, looking at the other party with contempt. Dai Wuchang's old face suddenly turned red, embarrassed for a long time and couldn't say a word. To be honest, he was not afraid that Lu Bianren would find Tong Fei to change the mining area for Lin Yi, but he was afraid that the other party would mention the matter between him and Meng Jueguang. Tong Fei, this deputy hall master, was famous in the Spirit Jade Hall for being incorruptible and impartial. Once Lu Bianren said a few bad words in front of him, or even let Tong Fei start to investigate him, then he would really be finished. The matter between him and Meng Jueguang could not stand up to investigation at all. Once this matter was really exposed, don't talk about losing his rice bowl. According to the Spirit Jade Hall's rules, people who took bribes would be directly abolished. Those who took bribes would have their cultivation crippled. In serious cases, they would even be beheaded on the spot. Seeing Dai Wuchang's defeated look, the bitter senior brother couldn't help but snicker. Last time, this guy was still arrogant in front of him, but now he was scared by the third pavilion master and immediately became listless. Everything has its vanquisher. This time, he really found the right person to ask the third pavilion master for help. Since the other party was also a fellow disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lu Bianren didn't intend to make things difficult for him even though he was furious. He directly said, "Let's not talk about anything else. I'll have to trouble you to get Lin Yi to the 7th mine." All right. Dai Wuchang hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Putting himself in danger because of a small fry like Lin Yi, even if the possibility of Tong Fei coming down to investigate him was not high, Dai Wuchang could not afford to take the risk. Moreover, there was no need to take the risk. At most, he would explain it to Meng Jueguang later. He believed that he would understand. It was done. The bitter senior brother's heart instantly relaxed. The third pavilion master was here. Sure enough, it was a success. This time, Lin Yi could finally escape from the abyss of suffering.
However, before the bitter senior brother could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice came from afar.
Everyone's face changed immediately. I'd like to see. Who has the guts to trade Lin Yi out of the 10th mining area? This voice sounded a little familiar. The bitter senior brother was shocked. When he saw the face of the person coming from afar, his face fell immediately. Even Lu Bianren, who was beside him, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were a total of 3 people, all familiar faces that appeared in the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers' cave. Kong Ming, Zhong Pingliang, and walking in front of them was the young master of Blaster Pavilion, Su Lingchong. Young Master Su. What kind of wind blew you here? I didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive me. Dai Wuchang saw the situation and quickly went to greet them. With the backing of the third elder of Blaster Pavilion, Su Lingchong was a very popular young master no matter where he went. As for a small character like Dai Wuchang who had no background, even if he came from the Clear Cloud Pavilion, Huang Xiaolong had to think of every possible way to curry favor with him. After all, once he managed to get close to this young Master Su, as long as young Master Su put in a few good words for him, a meteoric rise in the future was just around the corner. Su Lingchong waved his hand casually, then turned his eyes to Lu Bianren and sneered. I was wondering who was so powerful to be able to shout in Jade Spirit Hall and trade mining areas. Isn't this the legendary third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion? I heard that he recently took charge of the Repent Cliff. He seems to have quite a lot of power. No wonder he's so powerful. Repent Cliff? Was there such a place in the Welcoming Pavilion? It sounded really awesome. Could it be the legendary hidden checkpoint? Could it be that this person was the legendary hidden boss? I didn't have the chance to see him at the welcome ceremony. I didn't expect to see him here. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Haha. Kong Ming followed behind and sneered. As a new disciple, the Repent Cliff was introduced to them on the first day they came. At this time, he pretended to make a fuss, naturally to disgust Lu Bianren. It was reasonable to say that the Repent Cliff was one of the tasks that the new deacon was in charge of. It was a place with no big deal. However, the new deacon was not elected, so Lu Bianren could only continue to manage it. He couldn't find a way to change the place. Otherwise, even if he had no power, he would have suggested it to Blue Cloud Pavilion. This was also related to the status of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Even if Blue Cloud Pavilion was ranked 3rd, it was impossible to give up this power. Hugging a thick thigh like Su Lingchong, even if he, Kong Ming, was a new disciple, he didn't put Lu Bianren, the 3rd pavilion master, in his eyes at all. Lu Bianren, the 3rd pavilion master, was in an awkward position. Being teased by a new disciple, Lu Bianren's face couldn't help but stiffen. However, he couldn't get angry in front of Su Lingchong, the young master of Soaring Sky Pavilion. Even if he could control Kong Ming in name, Su Lingchong could refute him casually. At that time, he would be the one suffering. Moreover, Kong Ming was an outer disciple of Soaring Sky Pavilion. His punishment must be approved by the great pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng. Otherwise, as the 3rd pavilion master, it would be equivalent to him farting, and it would be the kind that wouldn't make a sound. Seeing Lu Bianren's stiff face and not saying anything, Su Lingchong's gaze towards him became even more disdainful. Chapter 3601. This time, the reason why Su Lingchong came out of the inner sect of Soaring Sky Pavilion was that, firstly, Kong Ming had repeatedly begged him to bring him to Spirit Jade Hall so that it would be convenient for him to do things in Spirit Jade Hall in the future. Secondly, he had also received information from Kong Ming, saying that the ignorant newcomer in the secular world, Lin Yi, had suffered a big loss this time and was sent to Dead Mine number 10 by Meng Jueguang. So, on a whim, he came out to watch the show. Unexpectedly, before he could see the show, he ran into this matter. Lu Bianren, this 10,000-year-old coward, actually wanted to change the mine for Lin Yi. He was just a mere 3rd pavilion master of Welcome Pavilion. Did he really think that he was a big shot? Who was it just now that said that he wanted to change the mine for Lin Yi? Was it you, Pavilion Master Lu San? Su Lingchong curled his lips and looked at Lu Bianren, but there was undisguised disdain on his face. Yes, it was me. Lu Bianren braced himself and said. Oh, so it was really Pavilion Master Lu San who said it. Then I don't understand. Since when can a mere third Pavilion Master of Welcome Pavilion intervene in the affairs of Spirit Jade Hall? Could it be that Spirit Jade Hall has already been annexed by Welcome Pavilion? Or has Spirit Jade Hall been annexed by your Repent Cliff? Su Lingchong sneered and said aggressively. Hee, look at what young Master Su is saying. Welcome Pavilion is so poor and shabby. Even if it is annexed, it should be our Spirit Jade Hall annexing them. Dai Wuchang echoed with a smile. Although he was frightened by Lu Bianren just now that he had Su Lingchong to back him up, he naturally didn't have to worry about Lu Bianren's expression anymore. Although they were both independent departments, Welcome Pavilion and Spirit Jade Hall were nominally at the same level. But Welcome Pavilion could only manage a group of new disciples who had just entered the sect, while Spirit Jade Hall was in charge of the entire North Island's money bag. Even the three pavilions attached great importance to it. The appointment of the Pavilion Master of Spirit Jade Hall was completely not on the same level as the appointment of the Pavilion Master of Welcome Pavilion. The status of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Haha. I actually hope that young Master Su's words are true. If Pavilion Master Lu San really has the ability to annex Spirit Jade Hall, then I'll have to burn incense and worship him. When I become the new deacon next month and take over Reflection Cliff, won't I be in charge of Spirit Jade Hall then? That's just wishful thinking. Kong Xiaoming chuckled behind him. Dream on. You're practically a toad lusting after the flesh of a swan. Oh, that's not right. The toad should be a certain third pavilion master. Su Lingchong and the others immediately burst into laughter. Listening to these people's unbridled mockery, Yi Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Lu Bianren's face darkened involuntarily. Although he did not have the confidence to contend with Su Lingchong, it was related to Lin Yi's future, and even more related to his insistence all along. In the end, he still looked firm and said in a sonorous voice, Young Master Su must be joking. I'm not meddling in the affairs of Spirit Jade Hall. But Spirit Jade Hall originally has this special case. The newcomers in the 10th mining area can be changed to other mining areas at their discretion, and Lin Yi is a newcomer in my Welcome Pavilion, so I request to change the mining area for Lin Yi, not exceeding my authority. There's such a special case in Spirit Jade Hall? Dai Wuchang, you're the person in charge of the mining area contract, so you should be the clearest about this matter. Tell me about it. Su Lingchong raised his eyebrows and looked at Dai Wuchang. In reply to young Master Su, I've been working here for some years, but I've never heard of such a special case. Why don't you ask this Pavilion Master Lu San to point it out to me face to face? Which section and which article in the regulations of Spirit Jade Hall is this special case he's talking about? Dai Wuchang looked serious, looking at Lu Bianren with a sneer. Lu Bianren's face involuntarily turned green. He choked until he couldn't speak for a long time. This so-called special case in the 10th mining area was actually something that everyone had agreed upon for a long time. From top to bottom in Spirit Jade Hall, everyone knew that there was such a thing, and they all knew that it was reasonable to do so, but it had never been written into the regulations. Dai Wuchang deliberately saying so now was clearly nitpicking. Turns out that Spirit Jade Hall doesn't have such a rule at all. It's just that Pavilion Master Lu San deliberately fabricated it for convenience. Luckily Dai Wuchang is here today, or else this young master would really be deceived by you. I've always heard how useless Pavilion Master Lu San is. Now it looks like the rumors are wrong. He's actually quite sinister. Su Lingchong pretended to be angry. He naturally knew about the special case in the 10th mining area, but since the other party had already taken the initiative to deliver a handle to his door, it would be a waste not to make use of it. Don't you slander me. Lu Bianren was not a person with a sharp tongue to begin with. Now that Su Lingchong and the rest joined hands to scold him, he immediately had no way to refute. He could only look at Dai Wuchang with a cold face and said, Junior apprentice brother Dai, since you insist on seizing a chicken feather as an arrow of authority, then I can't do anything about it. Wait for me to find Deputy Hall Master Tong Fei to come forward. At that time, let's see what you have to say. As he spoke, Lu Bianren was about to turn around and leave with the bitter senior apprentice brother. Dai Wuchang's face suddenly changed. Although there were no loopholes in what he said just now, anyone with a discerning eye knew that he was deliberately helping Su Lingchong to scold Lu Bianren. The reason was actually not tenable. And the more crucial point was that Deputy Hall Master Tong Fei came from the Profound Secrets Pavilion. Towards the Soaring Sky Pavilion Su Lingchong, these arrogant and despotic young masters, he had always been unable to tolerate it. If this matter really spread to Tong Fei's ears, he, Dai Wuchang, might be implicated, and even turn to start investigating him. That would be playing big. Dai Wuchang immediately looked at Su Lingchong for help.
However, before he could speak, Su Lingchong had already taken the initiative to speak. Wait!
Lu Bianren originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but due to the other's deep background, he could only patiently stop his footsteps. He turned his head to look at Su Lingchong and said, "Is there anything else?" "There's nothing else. I just want to tell you Third Pavilion Master Lu a sentence." Su Lingchong smiled with ridicule and said, "If you go to find Tong Fei to change the mining area for Lin Yi, then I won't stop you. But after I go back, I will tell my grandfather that the people of Blue Cloud Pavilion are getting more and more outrageous. They are obviously sitting in the position of the Third Pavilion Master of the Welcoming Pavilion, but they stretch their hands into the Spirit Jade Hall. Their power is simply monstrous and they look down on everyone. Shouldn't we talk to the Elder Guild and reorganize the 3 pavilions like 3 years ago?" Hiss. Hearing this, Lu Bianren couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at the complacent Su Lingchong, his expression was uncertain. Chapter 3602.
It was no exaggeration to say that the Elders' Council was the highest power center of the entire North Island, and the elders who could be listed in the Elders' Council were the highest level of giants in the North Island. The third elder of Soaring Pavilion, who was also Su Lingchong's grandfather, was one of them. Lu Bianren couldn't help but sneer at the thought of the mighty reorganization of the 3 pavilions 3 years ago. The reorganization of the 3 pavilions was initiated by the Elders' Council and involved many aspects, including the 3 pavilions and all the major independent departments. For the weakest Blue Cloud Pavilion, it was a catastrophe. Because of its weakness, although Blue Cloud Pavilion also had people who could enter the Elders' Council, the number of people in the 3 pavilions had always been the smallest, and correspondingly, the right to speak was also the weakest. During that reorganization, the small power of Blue Cloud Pavilion was almost completely divided up by Soaring Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion. The most obvious example was independent departments like Welcoming Pavilion and Spirit Jade Hall. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single person from Blue Cloud Pavilion. Not a single one. It was one thing if others were muddle-headed, but for someone like Lu Bianren, who had been longing for the Clear Cloud Pavilion to regain its former glory, that period of reorganization was unforgettable. Even though 3 years had passed since then, the Clear Cloud Pavilion showed no signs of recovering. In fact, it was getting worse with each passing day, becoming weaker and weaker. If the 3 pavilions were to be reorganized now, it was possible that Blue Cloud Pavilion would directly fall apart. In the face of such an undisguised threat from Su Lingchong, other people without a sense of responsibility might not take it to heart, but for people like Lu Bianren, this threat was simply fatal. In fact, even if the other party directly threatened his personal safety, with Lu Bianren's character, he might not retreat. But this matter concerned the fate of the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion, so he had to be careful. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the raging waves in his heart. Lu Bianren looked at the other party and said slowly, "Young Master Su, it's just changing the mining area for a newcomer. It's just a trivial matter. There's no need to mobilize so many people to frighten people, right?" "Oh, trivial? Looks like Pavilion Master Lu San has been banished to the Repent Cliff for too long and is ignorant and ill-informed. He doesn't even know what's going on outside." Su Lingchong sneered, then said in an awe-inspiring tone, "Lin Yi, the newcomer of your Blue Cloud Pavilion, doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dares to disobey my orders, making me lose face in front of so many people. Do you think I'll let this bastard go? If you dare to change the mind for him, don't blame me for bringing disaster to the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion. Young Master Su, aren't you being a little too overbearing? What's more, a great person shouldn't hold grudges against a lowly person. Why do you, the dignified young Master Su, have to be so angry with a newcomer?" Lu Bianren still wanted to fight for Lin Yi one last time, but he understood in his heart that since Su Lingchong had spoken to this extent, it was already impossible to make Su Lingchong relent. "Domineering? I'm still that domineering. What? You want to bite me? Do you have the guts to do that? Ha ha ha." Su Lingchong laughed in an incomparably insolent manner. Just based on the fact that his grandfather was a member of the Elders' Council, no one in the Clear Cloud Pavilion dared to provoke him. As for Lu Bianren, the infamous good-for-nothing in the Welcoming Pavilion, it was even less likely that he would put him in his eyes.
Lu Bianren was so angry that his face turned ashen. But in the end, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Not to mention whether or not he could beat Su Lingchong, just based on Su Lingchong's sensitive identity. If he really made a move against him, it would give Soaring Sky Pavilion enough of an excuse to denounce him. At that time, it would be an immeasurable disaster for the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion. Letting out a long breath, Lu Bianren knew that there was no meaning in staying here any longer. He would only be inviting humiliation. He could only turn his head and say to Senior Apprentice Brother Bitter, "Things can't be done, let's go." Senior Apprentice Brother Bitter nodded silently. After helplessly sighing, he could only turn around and leave with Lu Bianren. Now that things had developed to this point, Lu Bianren could no longer be blamed for not trying his best. In fact, he had fought for Lin Yi time and time again, and was already taking a big risk. If he were to quarrel with Su Lingchong for the sake of Lin Yi, and ultimately bring disaster to the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion, then he would really become the sinner of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Heh, young Master Su is indeed mighty and domineering. In front of our young Master Su, this third pavilion master is simply like a stray dog. He doesn't even dare to let out a fart. He's really a complete good-for-nothing. Kong Mingming and the others looked at Lu Bianren and Su Lingchong's dejected backs and couldn't help but burst into laughter. They hurriedly flattered Lu Bianren. Su Lingchong smiled proudly. With his identity and position, scaring Lu Bianren away was simply a small matter that wasn't even worth mentioning. With this kind of trash, he wanted to stand up for Lin Yi. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Young Master Su, these two are? After laughing, Dai Wuchang pointed at Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang and asked. When Lu Bianren threatened to find Tong Fei just now, he was still on tenterhooks. But now that Su Lingchong had already come out and scared Lu Bianren away, he naturally had nothing to worry about. This is Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang. These two are newcomers from the secular world this year. They are now outer sect disciples of my Soaring Sky Pavilion. They are also my subordinates. Today, I brought them over for you to get to know. Su Lingchong said indifferently. So it's Junior Brother Kong and Junior Brother Zhong. Both of you are really talented. No wonder young Master Su appreciates you. Dai Wuchang hurriedly flattered. Although Dai Wuchang wholeheartedly wanted to curry favor with Su Lingchong, because he was born in Blue Cloud Pavilion, a young master like Su Lingchong wouldn't put him in his eyes at all. At most, Su Lingchong would call him when he needed him. In comparison, it was more reliable to curry favor with a newcomer like Kong Mingming. After all, this was equivalent to indirectly hugging onto Su Lingchong's thick thigh. You're too polite. Senior Brother Dai too. Please take care of me in the future. Kong Mingming smiled faintly and said politely. As a newcomer who had been taken care of by Su Lingchong recently, he had already started to learn to put on airs. Although he wanted to make friends with people like Dai Wuchang, he couldn't lower his status. He had to maintain a psychological advantage and take the initiative. Only then would he be able to use the other party. At the same time, Zhong Pingliang also took the opportunity to build a relationship with Dai Wuchang. After all, if he wanted to play the role of a spy, he couldn't fall too far behind Kong Mingming. Otherwise, even if the other party made a move, he might not be able to get the specific information. Chapter 3603. Although his main purpose for coming out this time was to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself, since he had promised to help Kong Mingming build connections, he naturally had to introduce a few high-level people to them. As for low-level managers like Dai Wuchang, if he hadn't happened to meet them just now, he wouldn't have bothered to care about them. Then take care, young Master Su and Junior Brothers. Dai Wuchang hesitated for a moment, and finally had to send them off respectfully. He originally wanted to remind Su Lingchong not to be happy so early. After all, he knew that Lin Yi dug out 8 pieces of good jade yesterday, which made Meng Jueguang and the others who were ready to see him make a fool of himself. Maybe this young Master Su would repeat the same mistake. But thinking about it, in a dead mining area like 10th, it was already a miracle that he was able to dig up 8 pieces of good jade yesterday. He couldn't possibly be that lucky today, could he? It wasn't like he was the legendary child of fortune. Therefore, in the end, Dai Wuchang held back his words, in case his reminder didn't come true, and deliberately spoiled the mood, leaving a stain in young Master Su's heart. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned dark, and the melodious bell rang throughout the major mining areas. It was time to hand over the work. In each mining tunnel, people came out one after another. They were first weighed and then inspected. After going through this never-changing handover process, most people left one after another. After all, they had been mining for a whole day. Even if they could hold on physically, they were still a little tired mentally. Even if they went back to the cave residence to meditate and practice, it would be a rare recovery. However, a group of Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers, led by Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong, stayed at the quality inspection office like yesterday, to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself. Although he was disgraced by Lin Yi's 8 pieces of good jade yesterday, Meng Jueguang absolutely didn't believe that Lin Yi could still have that kind of luck today. Otherwise it would be too strange. What he didn't expect was that before Lin Yi arrived, Su Lingchong and the others had arrived. He hurriedly went forward to curry favor with him. However, after clarifying the other party's intentions, especially when asked about yesterday's situation, Meng Jueguang's expression couldn't help but turn strange. He could only force a smile and say, "That brat was lucky yesterday and managed to get a few pieces of good jade. However, there is no such thing as being lucky every day. Today is the day he reveals his true colors. Young Master Su, just wait and enjoy his unfortunate expression." That kid actually dug up a few good jades yesterday? Su Lingchong was surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, even the dead mining area know. 10 would occasionally produce good jade, but it was absolutely impossible to produce good jade every day. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the dead mining area. The group of people raised their heads and waited for almost an hour. When the others were almost gone, they finally saw Lin Yi's figure on the empty mine number 10. The corners of their mouths immediately curled up into a mocking smile. "Brat, let's see if you can continue to be so proud today. Today's lineup is not small. Could it be that you are all looking forward to me digging up more jade today?" When Lin Yi raised his head and saw this group of people, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, especially when he saw familiar faces like Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming. After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With so many people rushing to watch him hand over his work, Lin Yi really didn't know whether he should feel honored or sad. Of course, if he wanted to be sad, he should be sad for this group of people. Meng Jueguang and the others were fine. After all, they were originally close to the mining area. However, a big shot like Su Lingchong came all the way to see him make a fool of himself. When the time came, he wouldn't be able to make a fool of himself and would instead be snubbed. Wasn't that sad? Pretentious newbie. Today, I dug up 8 pieces of good jade. Let's see if you can still be as lucky as yesterday. But out of humanitarianism, I guess you should still be able to dig up 8 pieces. It's a pity that they are all useless jade. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Yi appear, Meng Tong immediately jumped out impatiently. Today, he wanted to properly provoke Lin Yi. Meng Jueguang personally went into action and guided Meng Tong from the side to dig up jade. And Meng Tong also did his best to dig up jade. In the end, the result was even more than yesterday. It was simply the envy of others. Of course, because there were more people in the 7th mining area, Meng Tong wasn't alone. There were also some outer court disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion who didn't successfully advance to the Heavenly Law Foundation establishment early stage in the previous batch. They no longer had the treatment of cave abodes. They could only rely on the jade that they earned through hard work and slowly cultivate. When they broke through, they could then participate in the inner court disciple trial again to advance to the inner court. Therefore, even with Meng Jueguang's help, Meng Jueguang could only help Meng Tong search for jade in a place where there was no one around. The efficiency wasn't very high either. This made him a little envious of his bitter senior brother. This guy could help Lin Yi search for jade in the entire 10th mining area. Not to mention the other newcomers in the 8th mining area. Even Li Zhengming, who was assigned to the same mining area as Meng Tong, was looking at Meng Tong with envy. Meng Tong had only picked up 5 pieces of good jade today. 8 pieces? That's not bad. You're almost catching up to me. But you still have to continue to work hard. Lin Yi purposely raised his eyebrows. As he spoke, he poured the spirit jades in the basket onto the weighing platform. Fuck. You're just lucky once. You're just an unlucky bastard from the 10th mining area. What are you so proud of? Let's see how you cry during the quality inspection later. Meng Tong almost exploded with anger. He had tried his best to beat Lin Yi today. But in the end, Lin Yi didn't even put him in his eyes. Compared to being looked down upon, this kind of nonchalant disregard was even more hateful and infuriating. 45 caddies and 3 tails. No problem.
The staff member in charge of weighing reported after checking the account book handed in by the guard.
Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Just like yesterday, he had secretly hidden 2 pieces of waste jade with insufficient spiritual qi. In fact, with the amount of waste jade he had dug out today, it wasn't impossible to hide 1 more piece. But in that case, all the waste jade he had dug out today would have to be charged into good jade. All of them were good jades full of spiritual qi, but there wasn't a single piece of waste jade. This was a little unscientific. In order to avoid shooting the bird that stuck out, it was better to be more stable. After all, there was still a long way to go. Hearing this number, Su Lingchong, who was waiting to see a joke, couldn't help but slightly change his expression. Although he had never personally mined because of his deep background, he had worked as a steward in the Spirit Jade Hall for a period of time in order to gain some experience. So, he had some concept of these processes. Chapter 3604. Even the 10th mining area couldn't control him. Was this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth really so strange? Che, every time, it's like you're collecting junk, you even put in trash jades, making it look like you've picked up a lot of good jades. Really, mud can't support a wall. You're a disgrace to our clear cloud pavilion. Meng Jueguang saw through Su Lingchong's confusion and promptly explained.
So that was it.
Only then did Su Lingchong's expression soften a little. With a disdainful smile, he turned to Kong Xiaoming. I say, Kong Shitty, are all the people in the common world this poor? You won't even let go of a few worthless pieces of jade like this? Master Su, although we people in the common world haven't seen much of the world, we're not all trash pickers. But Lin Yi and I are different. Although we're from the common world, we're from the top sections. I'm from the 5 Element sect, and this brother Zhong is from the everyday and everyday sect, while that Lin Yi is a complete freelancer. We all despise people like him who relied on scavenging to get to the heavenly stage island. Kong Xiaoming laughed. His words belittled Lin Yi to the point that he was worthless. Lin Yi was despised on Sky Class Island, and he was despised even when he returned to the common world. That was simply detestable. So you're from the 5 Element sect? That's a big sect. Our pill god Zhang Liju from Sky Class North Island is a master from your common world's 5 Element sect. I've heard of the everyday and everyday sect. It used to be a sect from Middle Island. You're all descendants of famous sects. No wonder you've joined our soaring sky pavilion. It's just right. Su Lingchong understood after hearing that. He was a prideful person, obviously. He respected Zhang Liju from the 5 Element sect. But after hearing about Lin Yi, he couldn't help but laugh. That's true, if you guys were like this guy, I wouldn't have liked you guys back then. This kind of trash that only knows how to pick up trash should be left to Blue Cloud Pavilion. Su Lingchong's words were said in front of everyone. When the Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies heard this, their faces immediately changed. Didn't Su Lingchong's words mean that they were also trash? Although the Clear Cloud Pavilion was the weakest among the 3 pavilions, and it was true that it had the reputation of being a waste shelter, saying such words in front of so many Clear Cloud Pavilion new disciples was no different than pointing at a monk and scolding a bald donkey. Isn't this young Master Su going a little too far in bullying others? However, Meng Jueguang, the big senior brother who could represent the Blue Cloud Pavilion the most, turned a deaf ear to Su Lingchong's words. He still tried to curry favor with Su Lingchong with a fawning expression. Instantly, the rookies felt a chill in their hearts. It was true that they were grassroots rogue cultivators. The Blue Cloud Pavilion was in a disadvantageous position. They could accept it, but it did not mean that they were willing to suffer such unbridled insults in front of their faces. And because of yesterday's unforeseen event, although they had gathered here today to watch Lin Yi make a fool of himself, they were mostly in a wait-and-see state. They were not on the same side as Meng Jueguang and company. And now, after being provoked by Su Lingchong, especially after seeing Meng Jueguang's face, at this moment, he felt like he was on the same side as Lin Yi. The moment the rookie's mentality changed, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Originally, this circle of people gathered here to watch Lin Yi make a fool of himself. But at this moment, it felt like they were cheering for Lin Yi. Not only did they not wish for Lin Yi to make a fool of himself, they hoped that he would show a bunch of good jade like yesterday, blinding the dog eyes of Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang. Hee. Looks like this bunch of people aren't hopeless. Lin Yi smiled thoughtfully. He originally thought that this bunch of rookies had been reduced to the same lackeys as Meng Jueguang. But from the looks of it,
There was still a last bit of ambition that had not been ground down.
Not only Lin Yi, Meng Jueguang also quickly noticed the subtlety of the situation.
Seeing the rookies vaguely turning the spearhead towards him, he could not help but complain in his heart.
He was someone who wholeheartedly wanted to curry favor with someone of a higher position. To have the opportunity to interact with a young master like Su Lingchong was a blessing that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. He could not give up such a great opportunity just because of a sentence from the other party. But then again, if he wanted to improve in the future, he had to maintain his current position. And to maintain his position as the eldest senior brother, he had to subdue this bunch of rookies. Yesterday was a great opportunity, but it was destroyed by Lin Yi's miraculous dog-shit luck. And today was another opportunity, but he never expected to encounter such an awkward dilemma. If he did not refute Su Lingchong's ridicule, then he, Meng Jueguang, would definitely lose points in front of the rookies. It was a matter of dignity and integrity. This was extremely fatal. Once this image was fixed, it would be even more difficult to subdue them in the future. But if he refuted Su Lingchong, it would go along with the wishes of the rookies, but the outcome would be even worse. Young Master Su could casually greet Hu Yunfeng, and he, Meng Jueguang, would never be able to make a comeback. Either he offended the rookies, or he offended Su Lingchong. Suddenly being forced into such a dilemma, Meng Jueguang even had the thought of hacking Lin Yi to death in front of everyone. If it was not because he wanted to see this unlucky guy make a fool of himself, why would he be in such an awkward situation? Now, before he could make a fool of himself, he had become the unlucky guy who was unjustly implicated. However, at this time, Su Lingchong seemed to have noticed Meng Jueguang's awkwardness. It was true that he did not like Blue Cloud Pavilion, but he was an ambitious and intelligent person. Don't be fooled by his usual arrogance, but he was still very meticulous in his thinking. Since Meng Jueguang intended to rely on him, he would naturally accept it. It would be good if the people of Blue Cloud Pavilion became his underlings. But in order to make his underlings loyal to him, he still had to give them face. So he said faintly, "When I said Blue Cloud Pavilion was trash, I was referring to Lin Yi, Xiao Ran, and Qiao Hongkai. Because they followed people with no future, they were destined to be trash. But if they followed me and junior brother Meng Jueguang, then it's different. Even if you are trash, there will be a time for you to counterattack. Because, in the Heaven North Island, if you want to stand out, what do you rely on? You rely on your backing. You are all Heaven stage experts, your qualifications are not bad, and the starting line is the same. What you are competing for is cultivation resources. Following the right person is very important. Otherwise, you can only rely on dog-shit luck in the future." Su Lingchong's words immediately made the blood of the Blue Cloud Pavilion disciples boil. That's right, in the Heaven North Island, what was the competition? Wasn't it because of whose backing was stronger? Chapter 3605. Moreover, what was the use of being lucky? Wasn't he still being troubled by Meng Jueguang and the others all day long? If he didn't have good luck, could he be protected by the hardship? Obviously not. As for those who had disloyal thoughts previously, they had also calmed down at this moment. They all recognized the situation clearly. They didn't have Lin Yi's luck. Wouldn't following the hardship be even more miserable than being a hardship? Moreover, Su Lingchong's words were already very clear. He would be Meng Jueguang's backer. Then what was there to be afraid of? This was a top-notch backer. Meng Jueguang looked at Su Lingchong gratefully. Suddenly, he had the feeling of a soldier dying for a bosom friend. Su Lingchong said that he would protect him. Wouldn't he be more popular in the future? Just thinking about it made him incomparably happy. Following this kind of boss was really awesome. Lin Yi, on the other hand, looked at Su Lingchong thoughtfully. This young master Su wasn't an idiot. Although he looked arrogant and despotic, as if he was the world's #1, in fact, his wisdom wasn't weak at all. However, Lin Yi didn't take it to heart. Anyway, these people were his enemies. It was impossible for him to reconcile with them. Let them do whatever they wanted. Therefore, he followed the handover process unhurriedly. After passing the scale, he packed up the spiritual jades and went to the quality inspection department to queue. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Lin Yi had the patience to wait, but Su Lingchong, who was anxious to see him make a fool of himself, didn't have the patience. After greeting the people, He directly asked Kong Mingming to cut Lin Yi's basket into the quality inspection department. After all, with Su Lingchong's deep background, the others turned a blind eye to it. They dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. Very soon, the quality inspection results came out. It was still the voice of the mysterious pavilion's senior Tong from yesterday. Lin Yi, 10 good jades, 7 useless jades, 19 trash jades. 10 jades. How is this possible? Meng Tong was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue off. He had only managed to dig up 8 pieces of good jade today, and this was the 7th mining area. But look at Lin Yi from the 10th dead mining area. Not only did he dig up 8 pieces of good jade on the first day yesterday, but today he actually increased it to 10 pieces. It wasn't only Meng Tong, even Su Lingchong, Meng Jueguang, and the others had expressions as wonderful as if they'd eaten shit at this moment. All of their faces were flushed red, and they looked as if they wanted to vomit but couldn't. Not only did he eat shit, but he was also stuffed to death by shit. Yesterday, Lin Yi was lucky enough to dig up 8 pieces of good jade. But what about today's 10 pieces? Could it be that this guy was really the son of luck? How could he be so lucky for 2 days in a row? I can't help it. Who asked me to have a good character? When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly at this group of people. It was simply infuriating. Fact. Only a few pieces of good jade could be found in the 10th mining area in a year. How could this guy dig up so many good jade in 2 days in a row? I don't fucking believe this. Su Lingchong was seething with anger at Lin Yi's expression. Flustered and exasperated, he pointed at the quality inspection area and said angrily, "Old man Tong, come out. Take out this pile of useless jade and re-inspect it in front of me." In front of a small steward like Meng Jueguang from the welcoming pavilion, this senior brother Tong from the profound pavilion could still put on airs. But in front of the soaring sky pavilion's young master, Su Lingchong, it was impossible. Although the profound pavilion had never been on good terms with the soaring sky pavilion, young Master Su was not someone a small fry like him could afford to provoke. When senior brother Tong heard this, he hurriedly responded and put the spirit jades that Lin Yi had dug up back into the basket. Then, he carried them out personally and re-inspected them in front of everyone. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. When senior brother Tong finally picked out 10 pieces of good jade and placed them in front of everyone was dumbfounded once again. Su Lingchong did not believe it and picked them up one by one to feel them. His originally hazy face completely collapsed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was pure and full. The richness of the jade was even greater than the spiritual jades he usually used for cultivation. No matter how picky a person was, they would never say that these spiritual jades were worthless. On the contrary, even among the good jades, these spiritual jades were rare and of high quality. How is it, senior brother Su? I picked up these trash spirit jades from the trash. I don't think I would be able to catch the eye of a big shot like you, would I? Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled calmly at the side. Su Lingchong's complexion was ashen, but he was choked to the point that he could not speak for a long time. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he could not possibly lie. If he really braced himself and said that these spirit jades were all useless jade, then where was the spirit jade hall? Even if he, this young master, had a strong backing, in front of such an obvious matter, these people from the Spirit Jade Hall would not dare to follow him and speak nonsense. Originally, young Master Su's mood was pretty good today. Especially after he scared away Lu Bianren, who wanted to change the mining area for Lin Yi. It gave him a pleasant feeling that everything was under his control. Although he could not personally take action to teach Lin Yi a lesson for the time being, to be able to crush the other party to death in the 10th dead mining area was also a delightful matter. In the end, he did not expect that he would encounter such a thing in the blink of an eye. He had obviously been crushed to death in the 10th dead mining area. If it was someone else, they would not be able to make a fuss. But in the end, this Lin Yi had dug out so many good jades in the dead mining area. And this was not the first day. This was already the 2nd day in a row. Su Lingchong's current mood was as if he was filled with joy and mentally prepared to eat the Manchu Han Imperial feast. In the end, when the dishes were served, when the lid was lifted, it was pig swill that had gone bad for half a month, and there was even a swarm of green-headed flies buzzing around it. Not to mention this, the problem was that he actually had to pinch his nose and drink this pot of swill. Su Lingchong's face turned green. Kong Mingming's face also turned green. One must know that compared to Su Lingchong, He was the real archenemy of Lin Yi with a deep hatred. If one were to say who wanted Lin Yi to be unlucky the most, he would absolutely be ranked first.
However, the more urgent this feeling was, the more swill he drank at this time.
That kind of feeling could only be described with 4 words: wanting to cry but having no tears. And to say that among Su Lingchong's group at this time, the only one who was in a good mood was Zhong Pingliang. If it wasn't for his identity as a spy, this guy might even be unable to restrain himself from cheering loudly. Boss Lin Yi was Boss Lin Yi after all. It looked like he couldn't move at all, but he'd given everyone a huge gift without a sound. That was a slap to the face. It felt so good. Chapter 3606. As Lin Yi spoke, he turned around and left, leaving Su Lingchong and the others to look at each other in dismay.
Their faces were all uglier than the other.
He even invited people to come and watch? He didn't mind losing face? This bastard was too fucking infuriating. It was truly intolerable. Even if they could tolerate it, they couldn't tolerate it. To prevent himself from making a fool of himself, Meng Jueguang waved his hand, indicating for the other newcomers to disperse. Then, he carefully looked at Su Lingchong, who had an ugly expression on his face. Meng Jueguang, as the newcomer manager of Blue Cloud Pavilion, are you just going to watch him be so arrogant? If you don't have the ability, then don't waste your food in this position. I believe that there are people who are willing to stand up and deal with Lin Yi. Su Lingchong looked angrily at Meng Jueguang. Originally, when he heard that Meng Jueguang had kicked Lin Yi to the 10th dead mining area, he thought that he was a talent. But from the looks of it, he was clearly a useless idiot. Seeing that Su Lingchong had turned the spearhead to him in anger, Meng Jueguang instantly threw all his worries to the back of his mind. He was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He was only a low-level manager. How could he withstand young Master Su's anger? Furthermore, Meng Jueguang had just been accepted by Su Lingchong. If he didn't handle it well, then it would be strange if Su Lingchong would bother with him in the future. Luckily, Meng Jueguang still had the quick-wittedness of a small fry. He rolled his eyes and said, "Young Master Su, don't be anxious. For this Lin Yi to be able to dig out so much good jade in the dead mining area for 2 consecutive days, I think there must be something fishy about it. It's very possible that he found a high-quality ore spot." Su Lingchong nodded thoughtfully. This analysis made sense. Even if it was the dead mining area number 10, it was only a man-made area. In essence, it was still connected to other high-quality mining areas. Although the jade production rate was very low in the past, it did not mean that there was no good jade. If Lin Yi really found a high-quality mining area by luck, it would not be surprising at all if he dug out good jade in the dead mining area for a few days. Seeing Su Lingchong's approval, Meng Jueguang's spirit was lifted, and he continued to suggest, "So, I think we can transfer him to another mining area for a few days. After we figure out the details of the jade produced in the number 10 mining area, it won't be too late to deal with him. What do you think, young Master Su?"
"This is not impossible."
Su Lingchong pinched his chin and said. Although Su Lingchong wholeheartedly wanted to deal with Lin Yi, due to his identity, he could not directly make a move on Lin Yi. Moreover, with his level, even if he wanted to deal with Lin Yi, the method could not be too simple and crude. Otherwise, even if he ended up trapping Lin Yi in the end, he would become the laughingstock of the other young masters and ladies when the news spread. So, since he wanted to deal with Lin Yi, he had to make it so that no one could find fault with it. Although the suggestion of Meng Jueguang would take some time, Su Lingchong still had the patience to wait for a few days. But he, Su Lingchong, still had the patience to wait for a few days. "Fine, I'll leave this matter to you. If you do well, I'll ask Hu Yunfeng to reward you. But if you mess it up, you'll have to deal with it yourself." Su Lingchong glanced at Meng Jueguang and said. Before he could think of a better idea, letting a new manager like Meng Jueguang deal with Lin Yi wasn't a bad move. Meng Jueguang hurriedly patted his chest and guaranteed, "Young Master Su, don't worry. I promise I won't let that brat Lin Yi have it easy. Since that brat is blind enough to provoke our young Master Su, I don't dare to say anything else, but it's more than enough to take care of a lowly person from the secular world. Just wait to suffer in the future." Good. The haze on Su Lingchong's face finally dissipated. He paused for a while and said, "Oh right. Earlier today, that Lu Bianren from your welcome pavilion wanted to change the mining area for Lin Yi. I met him and taught him a lesson. Just now, I saw that those useless newcomers from Blue Cloud Pavilion were not too convinced by you. If you change the mining area for Lin Yi, you can use this matter to make a fuss." Hearing this, Meng Jueguang's eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly thanked Su Lingchong and said, "Thank you, young Master Su, for your guidance. Young Master Su is indeed as observant and wise as the rumors say. The leading figure of the new generation of the three great pavilions is indeed worthy of his reputation." "Heh, what leading figure of the new generation? You sure know how to talk." Hearing this, Su Lingchong couldn't help but be in a good mood. Although he had a strong background and was a famous young master in the three great pavilions, it was too much to say that he was a leading figure of the new generation. Although there were very few youngsters who had a stronger background and were stronger than him, there were still some. However, Meng Jueguang's flattery was not wrong. This young master Su really liked to hear this. Meng Jueguang let out a sigh of relief as he watched Su Lingchong lead Kong Xiaoming and Kong Xiaoming away. Even in his dreams, he wanted to curry favor with Master Su Lingchong, but when he was face to face with him, the pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to flatter Su Lingchong. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to fool Master Su. Ninth cousin brother, what did young Master Su mean just now? What is he trying to do? After Su Lingchong and the others walked far away, Meng Tong turned his head and asked Meng Jueguang in confusion. In front of a young master like Su Lingchong, even Meng Jueguang was scared witless. As a new disciple who was at the lower level, he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Meng Jueguang looked at him, then looked at Li Zhangming, who also had a blank expression. He couldn't help but hold his forehead speechlessly and said, "Rotten wood can't be carved. Are your brains filled with paste? You can't even understand such an obvious thing. You're really stupid." After a pause, seeing that the two still didn't understand, Meng Jueguang had to patiently explain. Young Master Su just said that Lu Bianren, the third pavilion head, wanted to change the mining area for Lin Yi, but he didn't because of young Master Su. If I change Lin Yi to the 7th mining area, what do you think the others will do? Meng Tong finally reacted and clapped his hands excitedly. What's more, even the 3rd pavilion head of the Welcome Pavilion couldn't do it, but our 9th cousin brother did it. Isn't this a big deal? Li Zhangming also rushed to say, not only that, Lin Yi provoked eldest senior brother again and again, but eldest senior brother could still let go of the past and change the mining area for him to the 7th mining area. This is simply returning good for evil. Chapter 3607. Meng Tong and Li Zhangming finally understood. It turned out that Meng Jueguang's final goal was to take the opportunity to establish his prestige in front of this group of Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers. As expected of the experienced eldest senior brother steward, this was the true far-sightedness of the people. Then, 9th cousin brother, what should we do next? Go directly to Dai Wuchang to exchange the mining area for Lin Yi? Meng Tong scratched his head and asked. No, go to Lin Yi. Meng Jueguang shook his head and said, exchanging mining areas can be a big or small matter. With young Master Su at the top, there won't be any problems with Spirit Jade Hall. But if Lin Yi himself doesn't agree and refuses to sign the contract no matter what, it will be useless. Exchanging him to the 7th mining area and he still won't agree? Lin Yi won't be so stupid, right? Meng Tong had a surprised look on his face. For any normal person, to be able to change from the 10th to the 7th dead mining area was simply a blessing that could not be cultivated for several lifetimes. How could there be any reason to refuse? As a result, Meng Jueguang looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Not so stupid? If he really agreed easily, then he would be stupid. If it was you, you can dig 8 or 10 pieces of good jade in the 10th mining area every day. If someone wants to exchange you to the 7th mining area, you can only dig 6 or 7 pieces of good jade a day. Will you do it? Ah! Meng Tong was suddenly speechless. It seemed that wanting Lin Yi to agree to exchanging mining areas was really not an easy thing, so he said weakly, if he refuses, what should we do? Of course, we will lure him. I will tell you in detail at that time. Meng Jueguang glanced at Li Zhangming and said. Although Li Zhangming was the first newcomer besides Meng Tong to approach Meng Jueguang, his degree of trust was far less than that of Meng Tong. Firstly, Li Zhangming was not like Meng Tong, who had a natural and reliable relationship with Meng Jueguang. Secondly, Li Zhangming was a bit scheming. Although Meng Tong, this brainless idiot, usually did things unreliable, from the perspective of Meng Jueguang,
He preferred this kind of simple-minded idiot because this kind of person would not have ideas that should not have.
If it was Li Zhengming, it was not certain. On the other side, after Lin Yi returned to the cave residence, he unexpectedly saw two people at the stone table in front of the newcomer's cave residence. One was senior brother Bitter.
As for the other, although he did not look middle-aged, his temperament revealed a profound understanding of the vicissitudes of the world. It could be seen that his age and experience should not be shallow, but he had never seen them in the welcome pavilion.
Sitting upright on the stone chair. That person was like an old monk in meditation, but senior brother Bitter had to stand up from time to time to look around.
Looking at this posture, it seemed that the two of them had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Yi's figure, senior brother Bitter hurriedly stood up and waved from afar. "Junior brother Lin, over here."
"Senior brother Bitter, are you looking for me?"
Lin Yi responded and walked forward with a surprised expression. At the same time, he secretly sized up the person sitting upright on the stone chair.
"That's right. Come, junior brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is our welcome pavilion's pavilion master Lu. He is also a senior brother from our Blue Cloud Pavilion." Senior brother Bitter hurriedly introduced to Lin Yi. "This is the legendary third pavilion master?" Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat.
He cupped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu."
"Don't call me Pavilion Master. Just call me Senior Brother." Lu Bianren waved his hand dismissively as he looked at Lin Yi from head to toe. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Just as Junior Brother Ku said, Junior Brother Lin is not someone to be trifled with. To be able to recruit a new disciple like Junior Brother Lin, it is our Clear Cloud Pavilion's fortune. You flatter me, Senior Brother Lu."
Lin Yi hurriedly waved his hand.
Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he still felt a little embarrassed to be praised like this. After all, no matter how powerful he was in the secular world, he was still a newcomer here.
There were many people who were stronger than him.
Hee, I'm not just saying this to get close to you. Junior Brother Lin, you should have heard of my current situation in the Welcome Pavilion. I have nothing to do all day, so I can only look through ancient scriptures to comfort myself.
However, I have learned a little about the art of observing people.
Whether it is appearance or temperament, Junior Brother Lin, you are not an ordinary person." Lu Bianren laughed. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but look up to this depressed third pavilion master. It wasn't because of the praise, but because he admired his calmness and open-mindedness in the face of this awkward situation. If it was someone else in Lu Bianren's position, they would more or less have to maintain their high and mighty pavilion master image in front of a newcomer like Lin Yi. At the very least, they would try to cover it up. However, Lu Bianren was not only able to face it calmly, but even had the ability to laugh at himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got down to business. The reason why the two of them were waiting for Lin Yi was actually Lu Bianren's idea. Firstly, he wanted to see this amazing newcomer from the mortal world that his bitter senior brother spoke of. Secondly, they felt that it was necessary to find an opportunity to appease Lin Yi because they didn't have a good start today. Otherwise, if Lin Yi really gave up on himself because he was wasted in mine number 10 for 3 months, then it would truly be a pity. After listening to Senior Brother Ku narrate the situation of the two of them encountering Su Lingchong during the day, besides being surprised, Lin Yi was also rather moved in his heart.
In order to find a way to change the mind for him, this bitter Senior Brother Ku could be said to be a sincere and honest person.
Lu Bianren, the third pavilion master, was also very kind. With his current situation, leaving the Repent Cliff to run around for him was not a small risk. If Great Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng were to find out about this, he would be charged with negligence of duty. To Lu Bianren, this was tantamount to adding snow to snow. Junior Brother Lin, although Su Lingchong's threat may not come true, for the sake of our Blue Cloud Pavilion, I can't take this risk for you alone. As a senior brother, I am very ashamed, but I still hope that you can understand. Lu Bianren explained sincerely. Senior Brother Ku also had an ashamed expression on his face, deeply hating that he was powerless. Senior Brother Lu, you're exaggerating. Going to mine number 10 is my own choice. If you bring disaster to Blue Cloud Pavilion just to change the mine for me, then I will really feel uneasy. Lin Yi hurriedly waved his hand. Chapter 3608. Thank you, Senior Brothers, for your kindness.
I can't thank you enough, but...
Lin Yi thought for a while and decided to tell them what had happened in the past few days. They would find out sooner or later anyway, so they wouldn't worry about him anymore. Senior brothers, you probably don't know this, but even though I was assigned to the number 10 dead mine, I still dug up a lot of good jade these 2 days. In the long run, it shouldn't be a problem to dig up 8 to 10 pieces a day, so it's not a waste of time. What? You dug up 8 to 10 pieces a day? Lu Bianren and senior brother Ku Bai were shocked and looked at each other in disbelief. Both of them had explored the number 10 mine before, so they knew exactly what it was like inside. Good jade was an extravagant dream, and it would be lucky if they could dig up 10 to 20 pieces of waste jade a day. Therefore, in order to avoid provoking Lin Yi, senior brother Ku Bai didn't even dare to ask him about the situation for the past 2 days. He was afraid that he wouldn't dig up a piece of good jade in 2 days, which would cause both of them to feel awkward. Hee, although I'm also very surprised. Maybe the mine that senior brother Ku Bai found for me is a rare high-quality mine that can produce a lot of good jade, so you two don't have to worry about me anymore. Lin Yi said with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't tell them his trump card. Saying that it was a high-quality mine was enough reason. Presumably, Meng Jueguang and the others also thought so. Really? Although there are a lot of waste jade in that mine that looks good, I haven't seen many pieces of good jade. Senior brother Ku Bai was confused. The mine that he found for Lin Yi was indeed a rare high-yield mine in the number 10 dead mine, but it was too exaggerated that it could produce 8 to 10 pieces of good jade a day. He had helped Lin Yi dig up a few pieces before, but he had never encountered such a good thing. Maybe senior brother Ku Bai didn't dig deep enough, and now I've gotten a bargain. Lin Yi had to lie. That's possible. Maybe this mine of yours is hidden quite deep, and it's connected to the other high-quality mines. Lu Bianren nodded and immediately let out a sigh of relief. In any case, if you can keep digging out good jade, then these 3 months won't be a waste. This is great news. The bitter senior marshal brother also said excitedly, if you can dig out 8 or 10 pieces a day, then junior marshal brother Lin, you should be able to earn 7 or 8 pieces of spiritual jades in 3 months. It will be very beneficial for your future cultivation. 7 or 8 pieces of spiritual jades. My goal is $140. Based on 2 yuan a day, it would be at least 140 yuan in 3 months. Lin Yi snickered in his heart, but he still nodded repeatedly on the surface. In fact, for a newcomer, 7 or 8 pieces of spirit jades was not a small amount. Since junior brother Lin is doing well, then we can rest assured. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to ask junior brother Ku. You can also find me at the Repent Cliff. It was getting late. We'll take our leave first. Lu Bianren said and left with the bitter senior marshal brother. After sending the 2 off, Lin Yi was about to turn around and return to his cave abode when he saw 2 people walking towards him from afar. They even waved at him. It was Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong. Lin Yi couldn't help but be amused. What day was it today? Why did everyone come to look for him? Although he didn't like the 2 of them, Meng Jueguang was still the eldest senior marshal brother in charge. Lin Yi couldn't ignore them, so he stopped and waited for the 2 of them. Senior marshal brother Meng, what instructions do you have for me? As they approached, Meng Jueguang asked Meng Tong to chase the newcomers who stuck their heads out to look back into the cave abode. He led Lin Yi to a secluded corner and said, Junior brother Lin Yi, there's a misunderstanding between us, and that's why I lost my temper earlier. That's why I assigned you to the number 10 dead mining area. I admit that I've been unkind in this matter. But now I understand that there isn't any deep hatred between us. You're a newcomer to Blue Cloud Pavilion, and I'm a senior steward of Blue Cloud Pavilion. There's no reason for us to make our relationship so tense, am I right? What kind of thinking was that? Was Meng Jueguang insane? Was this a sign of reconciliation? However, Lin Yi did not believe that he would be so kind. So when he heard this, Lin Yi nodded non-committally, but in his heart, he was thinking, what kind of play is this eldest senior marshal brother playing? With Meng Jueguang's usual tough and overbearing style of handling things, there was no reason for him to take the initiative to say these things. Lin Yi did not think that this guy would sincerely want to reconcile with him, unless the sun rose from the west. There must be something fishy about this matter. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Meng Jueguang laughed and said, I know that junior marshal brother Lin Yi doesn't believe me, but it's okay. To judge whether my words are sincere, you can just watch my next action. To express my apology and sincerity, I've decided to change you to the number 7 mine. What do you think? Change me to the number 7 mine? Lin Yi suddenly understood. It turned out that this was the main point. How was this guy here to reconcile?
It was obvious that he saw that Lin Yi had dug out 8 or 10 pieces of good jade in 2 days, so he couldn't sit still.
That's right, Junior Marshal Brother Lin Yi. You've also stayed in the number 10 mine for 2 days. You should be clear about the situation inside. Don't think that you're lucky and dug out a few pieces of good jade in the past 2 days. In the long run, you can't have such good luck every day, right? In terms of jade yield, although the number 7 mine is not a good mine, it's much better than the number 10 mine.
Meng Jueguang persuaded earnestly.
Maybe my luck is always this good?
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He smiled faintly and asked, "You've heard, right? They all said that I was lucky to rush to the heavenly island from a rogue cultivator."
Humph. A moment of luck is understandable. But have you ever seen anyone who is lucky all the time? After so many years, I guess your luck is almost used up. Meng Jueguang's face immediately turned cold. He curled his lips and said, "You know Pavilion Master Lu and Junior Marshal Brother Ku, right? In the past, both of them were extremely lucky, receiving the favor of one of our Clear Cloud Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Lords. Not only were they given a lot of good cultivation resources, they were even promoted. But now, their backer, this Deputy Pavilion Master, went to carry out a mission. His life or death is unknown. There's no news about him. So their luck has come to an end. That's why people can't believe in luck too much. By the way, speaking of these two people, I saw Pavilion Master Lu and Junior Marshal Brother Ku when I came here. You should know that these two people wanted to find Dai Wuchang to help you change the mine during the day. In the end, they didn't because of young Master Su, right?" Chapter 3609.
Meng Jueguang sneered. "Then you should understand your current situation, right? Exchanging mining areas can be a big or small matter.
It's not something that can be done by just anyone. It requires a strong network. To tell you the truth, I, Meng Jueguang, can definitely do what those two people can't do. This is the only chance. If you miss this chance, you won't get it again." Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious that this guy couldn't wait to move him out, but he still put on a posture of doing him a favor. Sure enough, a cheap person had a cheap trick. He immediately shook his head and said, "Although the 7th mining area is better, I can not only dig up good jade in the 10th mining area, but there are also fewer people there. I like this kind of secluded place, so I appreciate Big Senior Brother's kindness, but I can't do it." He had now figured out the trick of stealing spiritual jades in the 10th mining area. If it was changed to the 7th mining area, which was more closely monitored, although it was easier to dig up spiritual jades, at least he would have to explore the environment again. It was still uncertain whether he could continue to steal spiritual jades as smoothly as he did now. This kind of stupid thing like losing a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed was not something that Lin Yi would do. Moreover, there were more good jades in the 7th mining area and less useless jades, so it would be even more difficult to operate. It seems that Junior Brother Lin Yi still doesn't believe me. Meng Jueguang shook his head, pretending to be sad. In fact, he had already expected that Lin Yi would not agree. In fact, even if he was in Lin Yi's position, he would not agree so easily, unless he saw enough benefits. After saying this, Lin Yi thought that the other party would give up. Unexpectedly, not only did Meng Jueguang not leave in a huff, but he also gave Meng Tong, who was guarding at the side, a look. Meng Tong understood and came over with a black bag. From the beginning, Lin Yi had already noticed this bag, but he didn't know what it was for. He didn't expect that the things in the bag were actually prepared for him. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, but after seeing these things in the bag, I think Junior Brother Lin Yi won't doubt my sincerity anymore." Meng Jueguang laughed and took the bag from Meng Tong's hand. He deliberately opened the bag and waved it in front of Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Although the sky was already dark, he could clearly see the contents of the bag with the help of the moonlight. It was pure white and filled to the brim with spiritual jades. Roughly estimating, there were at least 15 pieces of spirit jades in the bag. "What is the meaning of this, eldest senior brother?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Meng Jueguang playfully. If it was just to get him to agree to the change of mine. But to use so many spiritual jades without hesitation, this was a little too extravagant. If Lin Yi had given Meng Jueguang a gift in order to be transferred from the 10th to the 7th mining area,
Although he wouldn't have given so many spiritual jades, it was still logical. However, the current situation was exactly the opposite. Not only did Meng Jueguang take the initiative to ask for Lin Yi to change to the 7th mining area, but he was also willing to spend so much money. Moreover, he didn't even hesitate to put out such a large sum of money. This matter just didn't make sense. There are 16 pieces of spiritual jades in this bag. As long as you agree to the change of mine, these are all yours. What do you think? Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and expectation. In fact, if it wasn't Lin Yi, but any other newcomer, they would definitely be tempted by so many spiritual jades. In the face of so many spirit jades, one would definitely be tempted. In fact, it would be normal for one to lose their composure on the spot. As the saying goes, money moves people's hearts. In the secular world, ordinary people would sell everything for money. But for cultivators like them, the temptation of spiritual jades was even greater. Moreover, in the eyes of ordinary people, changing from the 10th mining area to the 7th mining area was a good thing. Under such circumstances, if Lin Yi still didn't agree, then there must be something wrong with his brain. However, what made Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong disappointed was that Lin Yi didn't have any obvious reaction after seeing so many spiritual jades. He didn't even look at them for a second. There was no sign of reluctance. Could it be that this guy saw something fishy about the spiritual jades? Meng Jueguang's heart skipped a beat as he tried to tempt Lin Yi. Junior brother Lin, think about it. Even if you could dig 10 pieces of jade a day in the 10th mine, you'd only be able to earn 3 pieces of spirit jade a month at most. 16 pieces of spirit jade would be equivalent to half a year's worth of your mining income. For newcomers like you, the half a year saved is very precious. I don't think I need to be long-winded, right? 9th cousin brother, since he doesn't even want the spiritual jades that are delivered to him, why don't you give me all these spiritual jades? Why don't you give me all these spirit jades and transfer me to the 10th mine as well? I'll do nothing and keep an eye on him every day. I want to see how this guy excavates such good jades. Meng Tong chimed in from the side. Meng Jueguang had already taught him this set of words before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the brains to do it alone. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Putting everything else aside, Meng Tong's words had hit his Achilles heel. If this guy really did what he said and came to the 10th mine to keep an eye on him, then things would be troublesome. Meng Tong checked the spiritual jades one by one. How did Lin Yi do it? Lin Yi's heart raced, but he could only pretend to be moved. Then he said hesitantly, 16 spiritual jades is a big deal. Senior brother, you're not just doing this for me, right? I don't think there's such a good thing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Yi's reaction was the most normal reaction of a calm and rational person. If Lin Yi couldn't wait to agree, then it would be abnormal. Hee. Junior brother Lin Yi is indeed the best among the newcomers. You're really cautious. Meng Jueguang laughed and said, You're right. I'm giving you these 16 spiritual jades for another thing besides making you agree to the mining area. But don't worry, it's just a small matter. I won't make things difficult for you. What is it? Lin Yi asked. I remember that when I gave you the spiritual jades a few days ago, you got the smallest piece. It should be the size of an egg. I wonder if Junior Lin Yi has used it these days? Meng Jueguang stared at Lin Yi and said, Not yet. Why? Lin Yi couldn't help but be moved. How did this guy get his eyes on this spiritual jade? Was there something special about it? Chapter 36:10. Putting aside the matter of exchanging minds, anyone with a normal IQ would know how to choose 16 pieces of spiritual jades for one small spiritual jade. Meng Jueguang thought that he had finally achieved his goal. However, what Lin Yi said next almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Not exchanging. Fuck. Still not exchanging? Are you fucking crazy? Before Meng Jueguang could speak, Meng Tong had already jumped to his feet. 16 pieces of spiritual jades for one small spiritual jade, and he was still hesitating. This Lin Yi was simply crazy. Shut up. Meng Jueguang glared at him fiercely. Then he turned to Lin Yi and said, Why don't you want to exchange? Don't tell me that Junior Lin Yi doesn't trust me? Lin Yi looked at him playfully and said lightly, 16 pieces of spiritual jades for one small spiritual jade. Even a fool can see that there is something wrong with it. So, why should I exchange? Perhaps this small spiritual jade of mine is special and its value is far more than 16 pieces?
Hey, I took care of you and gave you benefits. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also think that you are a rare commodity? After Meng Jueguang reacted, he immediately burst into laughter and said disdainfully, "Don't indulge in fantasy, kid. Apart from the small size of your small spiritual jade, there is nothing special about it. If it wasn't for me taking care of you, your small spiritual jade would at most be worth half a piece of spiritual jade. You want it to be more than 16 pieces? What a fool's dream. Since there is nothing special about it, why do you still want to exchange so many spiritual jades with me? Could it be that your spiritual jades are worthless?" Lin Yi asked in reply.
In fact, in the few days that he had obtained the small spiritual jade, apart from its size, there was nothing different about it from other spiritual jades.
However, if someone said that there was nothing fishy about it, Lin Yi would definitely not believe it. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Meng Jueguang's complexion suddenly changed, and he said righteously, "Heaven Stage Island strictly forbids the trade of scrap jade in the market. Not to mention that junior apprentice brother Lin Yi has already mined for 2 days. So you should know the situation of Spirit Jade Hall. Waste jades have always been piled up in the mine to continue to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Not a single piece is allowed to be released. How could I possibly have so many waste jades in my hands?" Lin Yi looked at him non-committally. Although what Meng Jueguang said was not a lie, it was not entirely true. At most, it could only be used to deceive newcomers. It was true that Heaven Stage Island forbade trading with scrap jade, but it was the same as counterfeit money in the secular world. It could be banned on the surface, but it was impossible to completely stop the transactions in private. Of course, for cultivators, it was very easy to distinguish good jade and waste jade. Therefore, the success rate of using waste jade to pass off as pearls was not high. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people would consume all the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade and would not deliberately waste spiritual energy to leave behind waste jade. Therefore, for the vast majority of people, it was normal to have 1 or 2 pieces of waste jade that had not been used up, but it was very rare to have accumulated as many as 16 pieces. It was just that it was not very possible for others, but for Meng Jueguang, who deliberately wanted to cheat Lin Yi, it was not impossible. Moreover, he had a wide network in Spirit Jade Hall. It was not difficult to get a few pieces of waste jade. Afraid that Lin Yi would continue to ask questions and expose himself, Meng Jueguang quickly dispelled his doubts and said, "Forget it, lest you be suspicious. I'll tell you the truth. The reason why I spent so much money to exchange for your little spiritual jade, in addition to you agreeing to exchange the mine, is mainly because I was entrusted by someone to use your spiritual jade to make a jade carving." Jade carving? Lin Yi was stunned.
This kind of thing was very common in the secular world. However, although the spiritual jade was also of excellent quality, because it was filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, its quality was rather hard.
Using it to make a jade carving should not be easy.
Yes, you also know that spiritual jade full of spiritual energy is very hard, and it is very difficult to cut it.
However, if the spiritual energy inside is consumed, the quality of the jade will decline. Therefore, if you want to use spiritual jade to make a jade carving, you must use primitive spiritual jade of similar size. In the jade mine, these spirit jades all have their own meridians. Every time you mine a piece, its size is determined according to its original broken meridians. You can't smash it as big as you want. Therefore, small jades are more suitable for carving. Even an expert at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment would find it difficult to completely cut a large one.
Meng Jueguang glanced at Lin Yi and continued, "After a while, it will be the birthday of the only granddaughter of Soaring Sky Pavilion Master. Our Blue Cloud Pavilion Elder Zhao's grandson, Zhao Yu, wants to find someone to carve a personal jade rabbit as a birthday gift. Therefore, he has been looking for people to collect spiritual jades the size of eggs. Now he has come to me. I thought that you happened to have such a small spiritual jade, so I wanted to exchange with you. Now you know the cause and effect." Lin Yi nodded slightly. This explanation did not seem to be empty talk. After all, apart from the small size of his spiritual jade, there was nothing special about it. Apart from using it to make jade carvings, it did not have much use. However, from another point of view, Xiao Hongkai and Xiao Ran's jades were not big either. Wouldn't it be easier for him to threaten them? Why did he need to find a troublemaker like him? Therefore, Lin Yi still did not believe him. Seeing this, Meng Jueguang quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "This kind of small spiritual jade is actually useless in the hand, and although this size is rare, as long as you go out and ask around, you will be able to find it. Senior brother, I spent so much money to buy this piece of yours. This is completely taking care of you. Again, if you miss this opportunity, there will be no shop like this again. If you are not willing, I will turn around and find someone else," without a second word. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then said, "You want to exchange this spiritual jade of mine?" "Yes, I want 30 pieces." Meng Jueguang listened to the first half of the sentence with some joy, but after hearing the second half, he was immediately shocked and angry. Beside him, Meng Tong could not help but jump and said, "Fuck! You bastard! You are raising the price." Meng Jueguang hesitated for a moment, then said, 17 pieces, no more. Lin Yi, you have to think carefully. You are not the only one who has a spiritual jade, don't go too far. 28. Lin Yi said faintly. 18 pieces. If it was any other time, Meng Jueguang would not have fallen out with him, but at least he would have left in a huff. However, seeing that his plan was about to succeed, he could not bear to waste all his previous efforts, so he gritted his teeth and continued to increase the price. 26 pieces. Lin Yi continued to say with a straight face, and looking at his posture, he seemed to be very interested in continuing to waste time. Chapter 36:11. He hesitated for a moment, then threw the spiritual jades into the black bag with 16 pieces of spiritual jades, placed it on the stone table beside him, and pushed it towards Lin Yi saying, 20 pieces, not a single piece more. Either you nod your head and make a deal, or forget it. Do as you see fit. Then forget it. Lin Yi looked at the other party with a playful look, then turned his head and walked away. Anyway, even if he did not make a deal, there was no loss for him. In the future, he could continue to mine in the 10th mining area, keep the spiritual jades, and live as usual. Even if Meng Jueguang asked Meng Tong to monitor him, it would only be for a while. To monitor him for 3 months, Meng Tong would have to stop cultivating, and also forget about the spiritual jades. He was willing, but Meng Tong himself was not. Damn. This was a full 20 pieces of spiritual jades, and he just said he did not want it. This guy was really a free and easy bachelor. Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong were both stunned. When Lin Yi was about to walk back to the cave residence, Meng Jueguang suddenly reacted, and with a helpless expression he shouted, 25 pieces. Lin Yi smiled slightly, stopped and turned back. Deal. Seeing Meng Jueguang take out another 5 pieces of spiritual jades from his sleeve and put them in the bag, Lin Yi then took out his own small spiritual jade. However, when it was time to make the exchange, Meng Jueguang suddenly took back the bag of spiritual jades, and placed a piece of paper on the stone table. He pouted at Lin Yi and said, since it's a deal, then sign it first. Lin Yi glanced at it. This was the exclusive mining area contract of Spirit Jade Hall. In order to not let him go back on his word, this eldest senior brother had made full preparations. As long as he signed it, even if he went back on his word later, he would not be able to not change the mining area. Hee, isn't it just digging a hole for me to jump into? This act is quite decent. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say any nonsense and directly signed the contract. Only then did Meng Jueguang let go of the black bag and took the little spirit jade from Lin Yi. In that case, many thanks for senior brother Meng's care. Lin Yi smiled and carried a heavy bag of 25 pieces of spirit jades. He turned around and left. He watched as Lin Yi walked back into the cave. Only then did Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong looked at each other and let out a long breath. This kid is really not a fuel-efficient lamp. It's really not easy to fool him once. Fortunately, I brought so many waste jades in case of accidents. Otherwise it would really be hard to get off the tiger. This bag of spirit jades that he gave to Lin Yi were all waste jades that he brought out from Spirit Jade Hall through his connections. It was for the sake of tricking Lin Yi. Otherwise, how would he be so generous to give way to Lin Yi? Hee, that kid is still complacent and thinks that he has taken advantage of it. In fact, he is a downright idiot. When he finds out that these are all waste jades, I want to see what kind of wonderful expression he will have tomorrow. Meng Tong said with a smile at the side. These 25 pieces of waste jade seemed to be a lot, but in fact, they were all a thin layer of energy on the surface. The core in the middle was the waste jades. So even if there were a lot of them, If the energy added together was 1/10 of that egg-sized good spirit jade, one would have to burn incense to thank the gods. So at this moment, in the view of Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong, Lin Yi was absolutely cheated by the two of them this time. Not only did he foolishly agree to exchange the mining area, but he also took out a piece of small spirit jade. It was simply a double loss. To think that he still had a shrewd look when making the transaction. This kind of self-righteous idiot. It was simply the only one in the world. Returning to the cave, Lin Yi took out the 25 pieces of spirit jades and examined them one by one. He suddenly understood in his heart. It was the same as his previous guess. These 25 pieces were all waste jades with only a trace of spiritual qi. In fact, this was also a very normal thing, given his relationship with Meng Jueguang. Even if Meng Jueguang's story of searching for small spirit jades was true, such a good thing would never fall into Lin Yi's hands. 25 pieces of good spirit jade for a piece of low spirit jade. Lin Yi never believed in such a good thing. However, although Meng Jueguang used 25 pieces of waste jades to exchange for his own small spirit jade, it did seem to be a big loss. For Lin Yi, who was sitting in the space of the jade pendant, this was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, he would not have foolishly agreed after guessing the other party's intentions. Since the space of the jade pendant could quickly charge the spirit jade, any piece of waste jades in Lin Yi's hands would be thoroughly good jades. Not to mention 25 pieces of waste jades for one. Even if it was 2 pieces of waste jades for one, it would still be a profit for him. What Lin Yi needed now was this kind of superficial waste jades. Compared to working hard every day in the mining area and only being able to steal 2 pieces of spirit jade, Meng Jueguang's plot to cheat him was simply a good person who delivered goods to his doorstep. 25 pieces of waste jades were equivalent to Lin Yi's results in less than half a month. It would be better if he did it a few more times. In contrast, the matter of changing the mining area was not worth mentioning. In any case, Lin Yi's previous good jades were not really dug out by luck. With the space of the jade pendant, this cheating artifact, he could dig out good jades wherever he went. Moreover, from the results of Meng Tong and Li Zhengming's daily mining, the 7th mining area not only produced good jades, but the probability of digging out a superficial waste jades was also significantly higher. In this way, as long as Lin Yi was familiar with the environment and the distribution of guards there, it would be easier to steal spirit jade than in the 10th mining area. On the morning of the second day, Lin Yi went to Spirit Jade Hall to report as usual. He happened to meet Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong at the door, so he calmly stepped forward to greet them. "Good morning, senior brother Meng." "Good morning." Meng Jueguang carefully looked at Lin Yi's expression, but did not find any trace of unusual expression on his face. He could not help looking at Meng Tong in surprise. Could it be that this guy still did not find out the trick in those spirit jades? Because Meng Jueguang had already informed Dai Wuchang and the others, Lin Yi smoothly exchanged the pass token of the 7th mining area. Without saying a word, he entered the mine tunnel. From beginning to end, he did not say a word to these two people, and did not show any unusual behavior. Looking at this kid's reaction, it should be that he has not found out that the bag is full of waste jades. Otherwise, he absolutely would not be so calm. Meng Jueguang turned his head and muttered to Meng Tong. Previously looking at this guy's performance, I still felt that he was quite shrewd. It turns out that this is all a facade. A whole night passed and he still hasn't found that bag of waste jades. Even a pig is not so slow, simply more stupid than a pig. Meng Tong gloated and laughed. Chapter 36:12. Then he continued, "That's 25 pieces of spiritual jades. For ordinary people, it's like a windfall from the sky. It's just like what they say in the secular world, winning 5 million in the lottery. It's normal for him not to react overnight. What's more, the excuse I gave him yesterday was reasonable, and it wasn't a lie. If he doesn't believe it, then he'll be crazy." That's true. We racked our brains to set such a trap for him. If this kid reacted so quickly, then he'd be letting down Cousin Jio's efforts. Meng Tong nodded in agreement. Hey, maybe this kid will be like this for the next few days. He thought he'd become a local tycoon with 25 pieces of spiritual jades, but in the end, he found out that it's just a pile of useless jade. Ha ha ha, the higher the expectation, the more miserable the fall. His expression will be wonderful then. Meng Jueguang said with some complacency. Ever since the first day the newbies reported in, he and Lin Yi had never gained any advantage in direct or indirect confrontations. On the contrary, it was him, the steward, who had been humiliated quite a bit. Even when Lin Yi was kicked to the 10th mining area by him, he still managed to make a name for himself in the end, making him lose all face. But this time, Lin Yi had truly been tricked by him. Not only did he change the mine, but he'd also lost a good piece of jade. He'd been tricked so badly that his face was covered in blood. For the steward, Meng Jueguang, playing with Lin Yi, this troublesome newcomer, was far more satisfying than cleaning up the other fence-sitters. This was the scene he had been looking forward to for a long time. If these two people knew that not only did they not cheat Lin Yi, but they even gave Lin Yi a big gift, it was really hard to know what expression they would have. Of course, as long as Lin Yi didn't say it himself, these two people would never know the truth for the rest of their lives. It was estimated that they would continue to be complacent. Walking along mine number 7, the environment was almost the same, even though it was a winding tunnel. However, Lin Yi could clearly feel the difference between this place and mine number 10. Not only was mine tunnel number 10 more remote and secluded than mine tunnel number 7, but there weren't as many people in mine tunnel number 10. Compared to mine tunnel number 10, where there was not a single living person to be seen, mine tunnel number 7 was quite lively. From time to time, they would see other people of the same trade. As a matter of fact, mines like mine number 7, which was ranked below average, had the highest number of people among all the mines. After all, he was a miner. In addition to pure newcomers like Lin Yi, the main group was the previous newcomers who had not successfully reached the foundation establishment stage in the welcoming pavilion. According to the rules, they could not directly join the 3 great pavilions. Instead, they could only work hard in places like the Spirit Jade Mine while seeking a breakthrough. Compared to the Soaring Pavilion with a deep background and the powerful Mysterious Pavilion, the group of grassroots rogue cultivators from Blue Cloud Pavilion was more likely to fail to reach the foundation establishment stage. The number of laborers assigned to the mining areas was also higher. As for the mining areas ranked higher, although the jade production rate was higher, those areas were allocated to the Soaring Sky Pavilion and Profound Secrets Pavilion. Compared to the Clear Cloud Pavilion's mining area 7, the number of laborers assigned to them was naturally lower. After arriving at mine number 7, Lin Yi looked around and found an empty mine to start working. He didn't plan to steal the hidden spirit jades today. His main purpose was to scout and familiarize himself with the environment. After all, including the 25 pieces that Meng Jueguang had given him yesterday, Lin Yi now had a total of 31 pieces of spirit jades on hand. It was enough for him to buy several sets of alchemy ingredients. It could be said that he was not in urgent need of spirit jades in a short period of time, so he could take it slow and steady. While mining, Lin Yi kept an eye on his surroundings. Soon, he obtained several pieces of useful information. First, the strictness of the surveillance in mine number 7 far exceeded that in mine number 10. Although the 2 mining areas were about the same in terms of area, there were only 2 guards in total in mining area 10, while there were 10 guards in mining area 7. Not only were there fixed sentries, but there were also specialized patrols. It was such a dense surveillance. With such intensive surveillance, a normal heaven stage expert would not be able to do anything. To have such crooked thoughts was simply courting death. Second, there were a lot of people in mine number 7. In the huge mine number 7, there were dozens of scattered mining sites. Other than a few that no one paid attention to, there were at least 1 or 2 people mining. There were at least 1 or 2 people mining at each of the other mines. Some popular mines even had 4 or 5 people surrounding them. This was simply not digging for spirit jades, but snatching spirit jades. Third, the jade extraction rate in mine number 7 was indeed much higher than that of mine number 10. In less than an hour, Lin Yi had already dug out 6 pieces of spirit jades. 2 of them were pure useless jades. Following the method of the people beside him, they were directly thrown into the empty space behind them. There would be specialized guards who would collect them. 3 of them were useless jades with thin spiritual energy. As for the last one, it was actually a good jade full of spiritual energy. This jade extraction speed was simply incomparable to the one in mine number 10 2 days ago. Lin Yi nodded secretly. Comparing people to people, one would die. It could be seen that Spirit Jade Hall's division of mining sites was very reasonable. As he was looking around, a loud noise suddenly came from the side. Lin Yi could not help but turn his head to look, and unexpectedly found a familiar face. Because the other Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers were all assigned to mine number 8 by Meng Jueguang, and Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong did not appear,
Lin Yi did not recognize any of the dozens of people in mine number 7. There was only one exception, Li Zhengming. From the first day until now, other than hugging Meng Jueguang's thigh, Li Zhengming did not have any special performance. It felt like he was purely Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong's follower, and there was nothing outstanding about him. However, the impression this person gave Lin Yi was far from being transparent. On the contrary, this person was very scheming. If one had to say, he was much more difficult to deal with than a brainless guy like Meng Tong. However, this Li Zhengming only catered to Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong from beginning to end, and never took the initiative to make things difficult for Lin Yi. As long as the well water did not interfere with the river water, Lin Yi could not be bothered to waste energy to pay attention to him. The loud noise just now came from where Li Zhengming was. As for the surrounding people, whether they were guards or miners, they all turned a deaf ear to it, as if they were already used to it.
Chapter 1910. Vice Hall Master Li was a straightforward and righteous person. He directly increased Xiao Chen's reward by another 20%. 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. An increase of 20% meant 60,000 primeval heavenly pills. Obtaining an additional 10,000 primeval heavenly pills for no reason felt very good. After leaving the mission hall, Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude and stated the reason for his visit. Big Brother Li, this is the crystal treasure chest I obtained from annihilating the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits. It is probably the wealth that the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits have accumulated over the years. Vice Hall Master Li received the crystal treasure chest and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an exquisite little thing. This old man actually can't figure it out in such a short time. After fiddling with the box for a while, before Xiao Chen could say anything, Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "You want me to find a grandmaster to help you open this box?" "That's right. No matter what's in the box, I'm willing to give 20% of it to Brother Li." Vice Hall Master Li laughed heartily and said, "There's no point in talking about this. The demonic Cloud Mountain bandits aren't even worthy of my attention. I think highly of you because you have a high chance of becoming a heaven dragon in Ancestor Dragon City." Heaven dragon? I often hear these two words. What exactly is a heavenly dragon? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "The heaven dragon is a kind of transformation, a kind of leap. Breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, washing away all the impurities and becoming a legend. The heaven dragon is a legendary existence that surpasses the divine dragons. It is extremely terrifying. You might not understand what I'm saying. Do you see the statue of the heaven dragon standing on the peak of the mountain that looks like it's soaring through the clouds? It's right there." Vice Hall Master Li said as he pointed at a statue standing on a mountain peak in the distance. Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiao Chen saw the statue. It was a statue of a giant dragon that could be felt from far away. The entire statue was incomparably long, occupying the peak of the mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of zhang tall, and its peak was vast and surrounded by clouds and mist. The clouds moved with the wind, and the statue hidden inside seemed to be alive. The heaven dragon bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the dragon race that cannot be inherited. In the Great Desolate Era, the heaven dragon actually existed, but its bloodline could not be passed down. In theory, a divine dragon could also mutate into a heaven dragon, but it had never happened before. Without experiencing the hardships of the lowest level, it's impossible to complete this sublimation and become a heaven dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said leisurely. There was a hint of yearning in his words. The heaven dragon could only be a legend. Are there any warriors with the heaven dragon bloodline in the dragon clan now? Xiao Chen asked. Nope. The probability of a heaven dragon appearing was too low. Once it appeared, the dragon clan would definitely prosper. Actually what? I shouldn't be saying this to you, but it doesn't matter. This old man doesn't have that many scruples. 25 years ago, my heaven dragon palace gave birth to a genuine heaven dragon. However, this person only appeared for a brief moment before his Daoist rhyme disappeared. Dead? Indeed, he died. When I was very young, I found him somewhat strange. Indeed, it was not strange.
To think that the first thing he did after becoming a heaven dragon was to challenge the current dragon emperor. If that is not seeking death, what is? Vice Hall Master Li seemed to know that person. When he mentioned that person, his tone contained heavy sorrow. Even though Vice Hall Master Li purposely hid it, Xiaoqin could still sense it. Speaking of which, he was the one who created the supreme dragon fist that you chose. What? This startled Xiaoqin. His normally calm heart could not help rippling. He recalled that the martial technique pavilion disciple who led him there back then did not say this. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, he was the one who created the supreme dragon fist. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the supreme dragon fist was created by him. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the dragon race sealed up his deeds. Not everyone knows about it. Hence, sometimes, everything is preordained by the heavens. You were the one who chose that secret manual. Xiaoqin thought to himself, I am a blue dragon, a bona fide divine dragon bloodline. It is probably impossible for me to become a heaven dragon. I will have to disappoint Vice Hall Master Li. After saying goodbye to Vice Hall Master Li, Xiaoqin walked down the peak alone. Xiaoqin was still thinking about his conversation with Vice Hall Master Li. To think that the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by the Heaven Dragon who fought with the Dragon Emperor. Xiaoqin had not expected it. It was no wonder Xianxia felt that this fist art was disgraceful and unorthodox at first glance. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was honored? Luck was not on your side, and your life was as thin as paper. What was supreme? In the world, only I was honored. The incantation for the supreme dragon fist echoed in Xiaoqin's mind. His thoughts drifted somewhat. It looked like Xiaoqin had to practice this fist technique properly. The fact that it was created by the Heaven Dragon was definitely true. Vice Hall Master Li had also said that the divine dragon bloodline could give birth to a Heaven Dragon. Xiaoqin might have a chance. He wondered if there would be any difference between the transformation of the blue dragon bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline and the transformation of an ordinary bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline. Xiaoqin. Just as Xiaoqin's thoughts wandered, a startled cry startled him to his senses. When Xiaoqin raised his head to look at the newcomer, he felt slightly stunned. After a while, he showed an expression of understanding. Zhang Yunxian. Before Xiaoqin came out of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Yunxian had forced him to make a move and ended up being beaten up like a dead dog. Coincidentally, Xiaoqin had just returned, and he ran into Zhang Yunxian again. Xiaoqin, how bold of you. The law enforcement hall grounded you, and you actually sneaked out. When Zhang Yunxian saw Xiaoqin, he also felt stunned. After he saw clearly, he could not help smiling coldly in his heart. What a great Xiaoqin. Is it not enough for the law enforcement hall to teach you a lesson? You even dare to sneak out after being grounded? Quickly go and call the blood dragon guards over. I'll delay him. After violating the sect rules and being punished, he still dares to sneak out. Xiaoqin, no one can save you today. Zhang Yunxian smiled coldly as he looked at Xiaoqin. Then, he quickly left with his friends to inform the blood dragon guards. Suddenly, Xiaoqin recalled that he had indeed been placed in confinement. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that he had been imprisoned. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that Zhang Yunxian would give him a random punishment and not show himself for now. Xiaoqin had forgotten. However, does it matter? It does not. Xiaoqin raised his hand and punched at Zhang Yunxian. After the tempering of a few missions, Zhang Yunxian was no longer as weak as before. Xiaoqin's cultivation had stabilized, and his horizons had widened. He had accumulated a lot of experience. When Xiaoqin punched, the attack was sharp. The fist wind contained 30 cauldron force and a boundlessly sharp saber move. Xiaoqin raised his feet slightly, and 2 Dao discs appeared behind him. Winds blew and clouds surged. This time, Zhang Yunxian was on guard, guarding against Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen make a move, he smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to make a move." However, when the fist wind approached, a vast might pressed down. The sharp fist wind immediately stifled Zhang Yunxian. Zhang Yunxian immediately regretted his actions. He could not receive this punch at all. He had to dodge the instant he made his move. However, the fist wind had already arrived, and he could not retreat. Bang! The punch sent Zhang Yunxian flying amid a loud sound. After he landed, he moved back continuously. Bang! 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 Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen's entire body flickered with electric light. Saber winds danced, and fist lights flew endlessly. Xiao Chen threw punch after punch. With every punch, blood leaked out of Zhang Yunxuan's mouth. After 10 punches, Zhang Yunxian could no longer hold back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. Pa! Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to get up, Xiao Chen stomped heavily on him. "Senior brother Zhang, the Blood Dragon Guards are here. The Blood Dragon Guards are here." At the crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. Zhang Yunxian, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, could not help laughing loudly. "Xiao Chen, your death date is here. Let's see how you deal with the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple selection after being captured by the Blood Dragon Guards." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, his gaze fell on the 4 Blood Dragon Guards in the air, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When the 4 Blood Dragon Guards saw Xiao Chen, they all showed startled expressions. Before they came, they had not heard that the person who broke the sect rules was Xiao Chen. This was especially so when they felt Xiao Chen's gaze. They felt a chill. Whoosh! 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 The Blood Dragon Guards landed on the ground and walked over to Xiao Chen and Zhang Yunxian. "It's him, it's him. He left the confinement room and violated the rules of the sect. Today, he even injured a fellow disciple, adding to his crimes." When Zhang Yunxian saw the Blood Dragon Guards walk over, the smile on his face widened. He pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, "Senior Martial Brother, you've worked hard. Leave this person to us." "Not at all, not at all." Zhang Yunxian chuckled. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Those words were not directed at him. A core disciple, Zhang Yunxian, deliberately attacked a fellow disciple, Xiao Chen. He has a bad influence and is now being taken away according to the sect rules. Without saying a word, the 4 Blood Dragon Guards each struck out with a palm strike, knocking Zhang Yunxian unconscious. Then, they worked together to raise him. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Senior brother Xiao, goodbye." The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why did nothing happen to Xiao Chen, but senior brother Zhang was taken away? What a joke! How could the Blood Dragon Guards dare to offend Xiao Chen now? Everyone knew that he had Vice Hall Master Li backing him. They would be lucky if they didn't beat them up instead. Chapter 1911. As Xiao Chen watched coldly as the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, he remained expressionless. However, he thought to himself, serves him right. Zhang Yunxian repeatedly sought trouble for me. If this were outside, I would not let him off so easily. The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian startled to their senses after being stunned. Then, they ran over to block the Blood Dragon Guards. "Blood Dragon Guards, you are mistaken. He. Xiao Chen is the main culprit. My senior brother is just blocking him. You have to look carefully." Those disciples said in dissatisfaction as they pointed at Xiao Chen. "The Blood Dragon Guards are handling matters. It is not your place to interrupt." Scram! The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards felt impatient and directly attacked. Scarlet flames immediately burned in his eyes. When the blood dragon guard threw a palm strike, vast veritable essence energy mixed with dragon might surged out. Then, that person shouted coldly, "If you still don't scram, we will capture you all as well. How dare you obstruct the blood dragon guards? You are really bold." Seeing the blood dragon guard's ferocious appearance, the disciples immediately trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Their image of bullying the kind and fearing the evil was immediately exposed. The many disciples watching from the summit could not help laughing loudly when they saw this scene. The core disciples following Zhang Yunxian were usually arrogant and despotic. However, no one dared to do anything to him because he had Yi Qianyun as his backer. Even if they were bullied, they could only endure it. Now that the blood dragon guards captured Zhang Yunxian, they felt incredibly happy in their hearts. As for Xiao Chen, the spectators could tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. No matter what the rumors were, Xiao Chen had never used his status as a core disciple to suppress the other disciples. Xiao Chen had not taken the other disciples' cultivation resources either. He did not have any disputes with them at all. There was a balance in everyone's heart. They could distinguish between good and bad. At the very least, no one spoke up for Zhang Yunxian at this moment. No one stepped forward to accuse Xiao Chen either. Of course, Zhang Yunxuan's lackeys were an exception. Seeing that the blood dragon guards had gone far away, the lackeys did not dare to voice their anger. Instead, they vented their anger on Xiao Chen. Just you wait. Now that senior brother Yi has broken through to middle stage Holy Venerate, he will definitely seek justice for senior brother Zhang. However, when they saw Xiao Chen raise his eyebrows as if he was about to attack again, the group of people ran away quickly. He did not dare to stay for long, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to make a move. He sure runs fast. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He ignored this group of clowns and summoned out the demon blood vulture. He flew straight to his cave abode. Senior brother Yi, something big has happened. The group of people rushed to Yi Qianyun's residence in a fluster. Even before they arrived, they were already making a ruckus. Yi Qianyun, who was in closed-door cultivation, frowned slightly. When this group of people approached, he shouted, "Speak properly. Don't act like you lost your soul." "Yes, yes." Senior brother Zhang Yunxian was beaten up by Xiao Chen in the mission office. What? Yi Qianyun immediately felt enraged. This Xiao Chen is really going against the heavens. Does he not know that Zhang Yunxian is one of my people? Xiao Chen repeatedly did not give me face, humiliating Zhang Yunxian in front of everyone. How is Yi Qianyun going to establish himself among the core disciples in the future? Something's not right. Yi Qianyun stood up. Then, he thought, isn't Xiao Chen in confinement at this time? Yi Qianyun had forgotten about this person long ago. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen violated the sect rules and was placed in confinement. He would definitely miss the heaven-class core disciple selection. If Xiao Chen could not become a heaven-class core disciple, then Xiao Chen would be as good as crippled, no longer a threat. Why did Xiao Chen suddenly appear again? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Speak. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Senior brother Yi, it's like this. After hearing this group of people's narration, Yi Qianyun's expression turned grave. His thoughts were quick, and he quickly guessed what happened. The blood dragon guards completely ignored Xiao Chen. This meant that Xiao Chen's confinement was just a pretense. This was normal. A talent with potential like Xiao Chen would always attract the appreciation of major characters. Senior brother, what should we do now? Yi Qianyun said coldly, don't cause too much trouble during this period. When I become a heaven-class core disciple, Xiao Chen's good days will come to an end. Scram. Yi Qianyun felt uneasy. How could he care about Zhang Yunxuan's life or death? Now that a major character had taken a liking to him, the threat that Xiao Chen posed increased several-fold. After the group left, Yi Qianyun said sullenly, I have to show Elder Yun some respect as well. There is only one heaven-class core disciple slot. Nothing can happen to it. At the same time, Qin Yan, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and the other core disciples with extremely strong accumulations, who were disciples of heaven-class elders, also received news of Xiao Chen's strong return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Back then, as a disciple of a large clan, they had cleared the 3 stages together with Xiao Chen and become core disciples. Initially, they did not care about a mixed-blood dragon. However, now, they had no choice but to take him seriously. However, these people were also very confident in their own strength. After arriving at the Heaven Dragon Palace for about half a year, they had brought out their accumulations to the fullest. Their respective accumulations were fully brought out, and under the guidance of a master teacher, they improved rapidly. These people did not believe that they would lose to others. Like Yi Qianyun, they all had absolute confidence. They believed that they would definitely become a heaven-class core disciple. However, in the end, there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. At Xiao Jinyu's residence, clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The sword intent was like frost, dyeing the surrounding 5,000 kilometers white. The surrounding mountains were covered in pure white mist, making them look like white snow. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that it was not white fog, frost, or snow. It was the sword intent. It was the sword. This was an extremely pure sword intent. With a thought, it turned into white frost, covering the mountains and lakes. A strong wind howled. When one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of metal horses and weapons clashing. That was the sound of the sword Dao. In the courtyard of the residence, pear blossoms filled the courtyard. Xiao Jinyu circled in the air before slowly descending. His heart moved, but his sword did not move. The pear blossoms flew and piled up. When he landed, he was buried in a pear blossom grave. Clang! Xiao Jinyu tossed the sword in his hand, and it stabbed into the ground by 1 centimeter. It buzzed endlessly, and the sword intent raged like a storm. However, that pear blossom grave did not move at all, looking like a real grave. Xiao Chen. Xiao Jinyu snorted coldly, and the white-clad Xiao Chen appeared before him. During the past month, Xiao Jinyu had cultivated bitterly day and night, Elder Tianyun's words echoing in his mind. If you cannot defeat Xiao Chen and embarrass this old man, you can forget about remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace. Damn it! Damn it! The echoing words grew increasingly louder in Xiao Jinyu's ears. He could not help roaring to the sky. Dang! 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 The sword stabbed into the grave directly shattered. Then, a horrifying sword intent howled out. Rumble! The broken sword shards stabbed into the surrounding peaks, instantly chopping them in half. Xiao Jinyu said coldly, "You cannot exist in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Only I can become a heaven-class core disciple. You are not worthy." The strong hatred caused Xiao Jinyu's sword chi to surge endlessly, raging and howling as he wished. Not bad. Whoosh! Elder Tianyun suddenly appeared in the residence and praised Xiao Jinyu softly. Xiao Jinyu's expression changed slightly, and a hard-to-detect hatred flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Master. Only with emotions can one erupt. The more hatred you have, the more ruthless you are. I know that your ambition is not in this Heaven Dragon Palace but the vaster Ancestor Dragon City. However, if you cannot even take the first step and fall at Xiao Chen's feet, your life will be over." Elder Tianyun said coldly without any expression. Disciple does not dare to. No matter what accomplishments I achieve in the future, I will not dare to forget Master's kindness. Humph. What use do I have for your kindness? If you become a heaven-class core disciple and enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon will naturally reward me. Remember, just don't embarrass me. In the future, if you really reach a high position, what does that have to do with me? This old man has lived long enough. I fight for the present, not the future. Elder Tianyun said sullenly, "You have to ruthlessly defeat Xiao Chen. Otherwise, I will personally chase you out of the Heaven Dragon Palace." Xiao Jinyu's expression twisted slightly. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. It's Xiao Chen again. Why do you feel that I am definitely not as good as Xiao Chen? He is just an insignificant mixed-blood dragon. Yet, you keep using him to provoke me. How hateful. Seeing that Elder Tianyun clearly did not trust him, Xiao Jinyu's hatred for Xiao Chen and Elder Tianyun deepened. Prepare well. There is still one more month. You need to make a breakthrough in the Sword Great Tao. Elder Tianyun waved his hand and vanished. Chapter 1912. When Xiao Chen returned to Cold Moon Cave, he did not know that he had become a thorn in the side of Xiao Jinyu and the others. However, given Xiao Chen's character, it did not matter even if he knew. Those who did not incur the jealousy of others were mediocre. As long as one's heart was fearless, it did not matter. Xiao Chen was very open-minded, not thinking about these frustrating thoughts at all. There was no hatred or fear in Xiao Chen's heart, only an indomitable, proud, and unyielding heart. Xiao Chen clearly understood his heart and his goal. Then, he put in the effort and did not give up. Just that was enough. Inside his residence, Xiao Chen took out the brocade box that General Feng gave him. He could finally open it and take a look. What could it be? General Feng gave Murong Yan an abyssal flame seed. It happened to be compatible with Murong Yan's attribute, complementing his heart and body. Since it was given to Xiao Chen, it could only be good and not bad. Furthermore, it would be compatible with Murong Yan, not some useless treasure. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen opened the brocade box. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen opened it, a dazzling light immediately blinded him. It was white and gray, and he felt some pain. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Xiao Chen could not help mocking himself in his heart. Interesting. I have not even seen what it is, and I am already moved to tears. No wonder General Feng told me not to open it first. With such a piercing light, it would be hard not to envy Wei Hongfei and the others. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, the blurry, flickering scene slowly turned clear. The brocade box contained a stalk of grass and a piece of jade. The light came from the two. The main thing that came from the jade was the jade. The grass originally did not give off any light. However, after being in contact with the jade for a long time, it gave off some light. The jade was an unpolished piece of jade. Aside from the resplendent light, there was nothing strange about it. It looked very plain, white, and clear, like a drop of dew that bloomed with the morning sun. There was a burning flame hidden in the water. Something strange. The jade is like water, but there is a flame hidden in the water. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and magnified the flame in the jade by 100, no, 1,000, times. Only then did he discover, to his horror, that the flame was actually a thunder flame. It was this thunder flame that had stabbed him just now. Good heavens, just how pure and dense must it be to be able to injure me with just a little bit? How can it compare to my great Tao of thunder? With a thought from Xiao Chen, the Tao disc representing the thunder great Tao appeared behind him. The Tao ring condensed into a point. The lightning was resplendent, and Xiao Chen placed it on his palm. The lightning flame was hidden in the jade, but it gave off a bit of light. However, compared to his own condensed grand Tao, it was overshadowed. How could this be? Xiao Chen trembled slightly. He almost lost control of the great Tao of thunder, causing it to spill out and explode. Xiao Chen quickly focused his mind and slowly infused the thunder great Tao into his body to prevent an explosion from destroying his courtyard. Jade was not an ordinary object. It was like water or mist. However, this peerless unpolished jade was merely used to hide the aura of the thunder flame. What General Feng gave Xiao Chen was that thunder flame, not this unpolished jade. It was indeed a good fit. General Feng saw that Xiao Chen possessed the great Tao of thunder, so he gave him this item. This way, my thunder great Tao can be improved further. Indeed, it complements each other. It is indescribably wondrous and suits my heart. Xiao Chen looked at that stalk of grass. It was green and extremely simple, just like an ordinary grass that grew in a crack in a rock, in a corner, or on the ground. However, when placed together with that bit of thunder flame, it would definitely not be ordinary. What could it be? The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was something like the sword monarch grass, a grass watered by sword intent. The grass before Xiao Chen might be a grass watered by saber intent. However, it was of a much higher grade than the sword monarch grass. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Holy Land was filled with sword monarch grass. At that time, Xiao Chen felt that it was a great pity. How great would it be if it were saber monarch grass? If he directly absorbed it, his saber intent would reach peak small perfection and his saber great Tao would advance further. Right now, would this stalk of grass fulfill his wish? I'll know after trying. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the grass. Ka-xie. The vast saber intent shattered his spiritual sense in less than 1,000th of a second. All Xiao Chen saw was a blurry saber light in his mind. It was as vast as the sea, disappearing in a flash. Xiao Chen immediately felt a splitting headache. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to be sliced in half. He stumbled and nearly dropped the brocade box. Fortunately, the scene that appeared in his sea of consciousness disappeared in a flash. It came and went quickly. When Xiao Chen recovered, he revealed joy on his face. His eyes glowed as he laughed loudly. Good. Indeed, it suits my heart. Even a stalk of grass has its own pride. It cannot be underestimated by others or pry into it. General Feng, Xiao Chen thanks you. Of the two treasures, one targeted his Thunder Dao and the other targeted his Saber Great Dao. No wonder he could not open it in person. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yan were still fine. At most, they would feel envious and jealous. However, it was hard to say for the other two. If these treasures were leaked, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring to him? Xiao Chen, who already had the Heaven-class core disciple spot in his grasp, could not help feeling even more confident now. I'll advance to late-stage Star Venerate first and absorb all these primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen suppressed his restless heart. He knew that it was not the time to absorb these two treasures yet. It would be a waste to do so now. When he reached the peak in both aspects, he would absorb these two treasures and experience a qualitative leap. Even with important treasures in hand, he could not act rashly and summon a heart demon. Caution! Caution! This was the principle. After arriving at the cultivation room of the residence, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Then, he gently waved his right hand. 1,000 primeval heavenly pills appeared in the surroundings, floating in the secret room. Such a scene was extremely extravagant, dazzling to the eyes. These were primeval heavenly pills, something much more precious than superior-grade spirit jades. Time to break through. Xiao Chen did not feel any pity or fear of wastage. He opened his mouth like a huge whale in the deep sea, swallowing all these primeval heavenly pills like you the shrimp. Boom! 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 Intense tremors came from Xiao Chen's physical body, making him excited. Dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking heaven and earth, surging in Xiao Chen's body. Every cell in Xiao Chen's physical body thirsted for the vast spiritual energy that the primeval heavenly pills turned into, greedily absorbing it. Xiao Chen's aura soared explosively, rising continuously. When he finished absorbing all 1,000 primeval heavenly pills, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's body broke. It was like a dam instantly collapsing, surging energy crushing it. After successfully breaking through, Xiao Chen advanced to late-stage Star Venerate. The bottleneck between middle-stage Star Venerate and late-stage Star Venerate no longer existed. However, Xiao Chen wanted to temper himself in the middle stage, accumulating accumulations. Looking at it now, the effects were pretty good. After breaking through, Xiao Chen's aura increased several-fold. The veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, which was already filled to the brim, immediately became sparse. The space within the primal core was like a nation with countless more territories added. The sky above the soul pool was densely packed with stars. When Xiaochen opened his eyes, starlight burst out. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by soul energy was strangely simple, like returning to its natural state, laying the final foundation for the next realm. Without circulating any cultivation technique, Xiaochen relied only on these 1,000 primeval heavenly pills to forcefully break through. It was tyrannical and efficient. There are still several tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills left. After this, I will have to work slowly and not succeed in one go. Xiaochen did not lose himself because of the sudden breakthrough. He closed his eyes again. With a wave of his hand, he placed the many primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation below. Xiaochen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer, continuously absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. Immediately, electric light flickered in the room, and thunder roared endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of lightning appeared in this quiet room, nourishing Xiaochen, who was in the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiaochen used up 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a horrifying absorption forced Xiaochen to stop temporarily. Although Xiaochen's physical body had a horrifying requirement after cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique, he still needed more primeval heavenly pills. Even if he swallowed 50,000 primeval heavenly pills in one go, his body might not explode and die. However, Xiaochen maintained restraint and did not go that far. Xiaochen had a balance in his heart. There were some bottom lines that he could not touch. Once he did, it would be hard to turn back. The consumption of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills thoroughly stabilized his late-stage star venerate cultivation. He was now a small perfection late-stage star venerate, not far from great perfection. Senior brother Xiao, I'm here on Hall Master Li's orders. Please open the door and meet me. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside the residence's formation. Chapter 1913. He came on Vice Hall Master Li's orders. It looks like the seal on the crystal chest has been removed and can be opened. Whoosh! Xiaochen turned into a flash of lightning, passing through the many formations and appearing outside the residence. This person was an inner palace disciple in his 20s. When he saw Xiaochen appear, he was slightly startled. Then, an expression of worship appeared in his eyes. Xiaochen glanced at the inner palace disciple and found this expression strange. Senior brother, this is the crystal chest that Vice Hall Master Li asked me to bring to you. He said that you can open it now, but it has not been touched. He also asked me to remind you that there might be restrictions in there, so you need to be more cautious. The inner palace disciple said respectfully as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen received the crystal chest. Vice Hall Master Li was very thorough, fearing that Xiaochen was inexperienced. However, Vice Hall Master Li worried for nothing. Xiaochen had already experienced such matters many times and was very experienced. Oh, right. Vice Hall Master Li also asked me to tell you not to lower your guard in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. He received news that there is only one slot this time. Those who are capable of competing for the Heaven Class Core Disciple slot are all cultivating like crazy. Among them, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and the other disciples who have taken a Heaven Class Elder as their master have become even stronger. Seeing that Xiaochen was somewhat excited, this inner palace disciple's voice trembled somewhat. One slot. The Heaven Dragon Palace was different from the other palaces. It had many core disciples, more than 10,000. Getting these 10,000 people to compete for one Heaven Class Core Disciple slot was simply too cruel. No wonder Wei Hongfei said that the people who could become Heaven Class Core Disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Xiaochen nodded and said, "Help me thank Big Brother Li. I will definitely do my best in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition and not disappoint him." Ha! I also believe that Senior Brother Xiao will succeed. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace knows about this. Senior Brother Xiaochen killed demonic venerate Mu Yun in the violent flame desert. Then, he killed Rakshasa Tian's clone in the first layer of the abyssal underworld with one saber strike and saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion by himself. Word of this has spread throughout the 7 palaces. Brother Shao has brought glory to our Heaven Dragon Palace. He ruthlessly suppressed the might of those Divine Dragon Palace disciples. The inner palace disciple was excited and said a lot in one breath. He was extremely excited. The inner palace disciple said a lot in one breath, feeling excited. Furthermore, mixed blood dragons always had a low status. The 6-colored divine dragons looked down on them. Even true dragons with slightly better bloodlines looked down on them. Suddenly, Xiaoqin appeared and surpassed the disciples of the other divine dragon palaces in 2 missions. This was indeed inspiring. Xiaoqin now understood. No wonder he felt that the inner palace disciples looked at him strangely when he came out. The news spread really fast. There are also some veteran core disciples whose strength cannot be underestimated. That Yi Qianyun has already broken through to the mid-stage Holy Venerate realm. Into of Mu, masters, the Qin Shao Chen, he is, into of sect. Is of Yun Chen of master. Of Chen. Shao Chen smiled and said, many thanks. You are too polite, too polite. Upon receiving Shao Chen's thanks, the inner palace disciple rejoiced. I'll take my leave first. Honestly speaking, after opening General Feng's brocade box and receiving 2 great gifts, Xiaoqin felt very happy. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits could have any pleasant surprises in the crystal treasure chest. Xiaoqin did not have any expectations for the items in the crystal treasure chest. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain bandits could have any pleasant surprises. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin casually put away the crystal treasure chest, not opening it for now. Xiaoqin had just absorbed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, so he was not in a rush to continue cultivating. So, he called out the demon blood vulture and arrived at the lake in his residence. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. When Xiaoqin arrived, he immediately felt a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, which made his heart calm down. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well walk around. Xiaoqin stood at the shore and emptied his mind. He did not think about the fight for the heaven-class core disciple position or advancing his cultivation. Xiaoqin just walked around casually, aimlessly, moving as he pleased. Suddenly, Xiaoqin took a casual glance and was stunned. The mirror-like surface of the lake suddenly reflected a dragon image. The dragon image was clear and very realistic. Suddenly, Xiaoqin could not tell if it was real or fake. It was like a dragon really hid in the lake. Xiaoqin looked up into the distance. It turned out to be the projection of the Heaven Dragon statue on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace. The wind blew, and the Heaven Dragon statue revealed its true appearance, reflected in the lake. I did not discover such a wondrous scene in the past. It is truly mysterious. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. Soon, this wondrous scene vanished. The clouds hid the Heaven Dragon statue in the distance again. However, the reflection in the water looked like a heaven dragon swimming gently, not stirring up any ripples as it vanished silently. Heaven Dragon! Heaven Dragon! As Xiaoqin looked at the smooth and tranquil water, he felt disappointed and frustrated for some reason. It was like the Heaven Dragon had really slipped away before his eyes. The Heaven Dragon was in existence above the divine dragons. In the hearts of every mixed blood dragon, it held a lofty, godlike position. Speaking of which, only the lowliest mixed blood dragons could break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, becoming a heaven dragon. Once a mixed blood dragon comprehended the Tao and became a heaven dragon, it would immediately surpass the 6-colored divine dragons, becoming a transcendent existence. Every mixed blood dragon probably had similar fantasies in their hearts. They hoped to one day become a heaven dragon. At this moment, the heaven dragon's figure was deeply engraved in Xiaoqian's heart. If Xiaoqian became a heaven dragon, he would be even more confident of fighting for the Dragon Emperor position in the future. Let's go and take a look. With a thought, Xiaoqian turned into a flash of lightning and merged into the clouds. After a while, that extremely distant main peak appeared before Xiaoqian. The interesting thing was that when Xiaoqian got closer, he could not see the full appearance of the heaven dragon statue. The scene that Xiaoqian saw became even more blurry, unable to see clearly. Furthermore, he could sense layers of restrictions around the main peak and layers of dragon might. The restrictions blocked him outside, not allowing him to get close. I'm a core disciple. Could it be that I can't get close to the main peak? Xiaoqian knew that there was a problem with his identity. The vast heaven dragon palace was filled with restrictions. However, he had a core disciple identity token. Many places were unobstructed and unrestricted. Never mind. Now that he was in the mood, how could he return disappointed? So, Xiaoqian decided to force his way in. Boom! Xiaoqian turned into a saber with an unparalleled sharpness, allowing Xiaoqian to endure the vast dragon might and barge through 3 layers of restrictions. The immense pressure made Xiaoqian feel extremely uncomfortable. All the bones in his body creaked from the pressure. Divine Dragon War Body. With a shout, Xiaoqian materialized the Divine Dragon War Body. The dragon might merged with every cell in his body. A suit of armor made of dragon might formed on the surface of his body. Bang! 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 Just like that, Xiaoqian cleared another 3 stages and continued heading for the peak. Xiaoqian did not know that when he cleared the first stage, there were already countless hidden old men cultivating on the main peak. Those old men opened their eyes and noticed Xiaoqian. However, after seeing his identity, no one bothered with him. The many old men smiled and stroked their beards as they watched Xiaoqian barge through the stages with much difficulty. To them, this was not strange at all. Every year, there would be newly advanced core disciples who came rashly. The dragon might of the heaven dragon statue attracted them and forced their way through the stages. Here comes an unfamiliar face. I wonder how many stages he can clear. It looks like he does not know the rules. Aside from the sect elders, only heaven-class core disciples can cultivate on the main peak of the heaven dragon. Only heaven-class core disciples can cultivate in there. Old Lu, let's make a bet. Let's see how many layers he can clear. How about 100 subdivine crystals? Ha! This old man will join in as well. I bet that he will back off at the 50th layer. His physical body cultivation is pretty good. He should be able to break through the 80th layer. It is not just his physical body cultivation. His saber intent is incredible as well. I bet 90 layers. There were even some old men who started discussing in secret, betting on how many layers of restrictions Xiaoqian could clear. There was a total of 308 layers of restrictions on the main peak of the heaven dragon. Normally, the power of the restrictions was not fully activated. Only when an enemy attacked would the power of the layers of formations be activated. Otherwise, Xiaoqian would be thrown out of the first stage. After making it to the 10th layer, Xiaoqian's sharp spiritual sense suddenly discovered that although the main peak's aura was one and majestic, the dragon might seem to be sentient. However, the dragon might seem to have a mind of its own, wandering around and not merging with the main peak's aura. This strange feeling was extremely difficult to detect. However, Xiaoqian's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Furthermore, he was very meticulous, so he still discovered it. That seems to be the case. Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Since that is the case, I can dodge the dragon might as long as my movement technique is fast enough. Given this, the pressure on me will be significantly reduced. Xiaoqian immediately took action. He scattered most of the veritable essence energy he used to protect his body and executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Xiaoqian's figure immediately flickered like lightning, moving extremely fast. He skillfully passed through the many restrictions. Oh no! He is going to break through the 100th layer. Jokes aside, Once Xiaochen broke through the 100th layer, he would be able to break through the outer barrier and land on the main peak, even though he would not be able to reach the peak. In the past thousands of years, there had never been a core disciple who landed on the main peak. Chapter 1914. After passing over 100 layers of restrictions, Xiaochen suddenly felt his body become much lighter, and he could roam freely. It turned out that he had broken through all the restrictions on the outer layer. Further ahead was the restriction on the inner layer. He reckoned that there should be a core restriction on top. It seems like we can go down now. Xiaochen relied on trickery to break through to the 100th layer. He admitted that he couldn't break through the inner layer's restriction, so he simply fell down. Looking down, Xianxia saw 3 people cultivating with their eyes closed on a platform. 2 men and 1 woman, they blended in with the surrounding mountains and rivers, their auras becoming one, parts of each other. Behind the platform was a cliff that was 10,000 zhang tall. Above them was a faintly discernible dragon head hidden in the clouds and mist. Spiritual qi cascaded down from the dragon head like a waterfall. As it splashed down, it formed a dense stream of spiritual energy that meandered down the mountain. Under such a background, the platform seemed like an immortal realm, like a dreamland, ethereal, and refreshing. Xiao. The 3 people cultivating on the platform opened their eyes at the same time. Their sharp auras seemed solid as they looked at the descending Xiaochen. The magnificent momentum was vast and boundless. The 3 lines of sight were vast and mighty. Break! Xiaochen gathered his dragon might and sent out a palm strike. Dragon roars could be heard from his body. The palm wind surged out violently, breaking through the 3 auras and bringing Xiaochen down. Xiaochen pushed off the air and landed firmly on the edge of the platform, on an old tree by the cliff. As Xiaochen sized up these 2 men and 1 woman, he thought to himself, these 3 should be the current heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Exn, Li Luo, Zhu Yun. A heaven-class core disciple truly lived up to his reputation. With just 1 glance, he exuded a vast might and an unparalleled sharpness. With just 1 glance, Xiaochen looked up at the tall cliff behind the platform, where the heavenly dragon's head reared up. Looking at it from afar and up close gave people a different feeling. Compared to the divine dragon's dragon might, the heaven dragon's dragon might was ethereal and ancient. It had a righteous qi that was compatible with the heavens. Xiaochen focused his gaze and comprehended it carefully. A mysterious feeling lingered in his heart. What is heaven? The heavenly Tao is heartless, the Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is not old. The life and death of mortals, the flourishing and withering of plants, the destruction of dynasties, the birth of empires, what did it have to do with the heavens? What is a heaven dragon? Emotionless, heartless, desireless. No, that's not right. If it's heartless and heartless, it's not the heaven dragon, it's the devil dragon. Inexplicably, Xiaochen came to many realizations, but these realizations were constantly denied. Thousands of thoughts hung in his mind, tens of thousands of strands of annoyance dazzled his eyes. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed, revealing the heaven dragon's head. As if dissatisfied with someone spying on it, a vast dragon might descended. Boom! Xiaochen fell down on the spot, but Xiaochen still didn't wake up. He was still immersed in that wonderful enlightenment. He didn't know. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mixed-blood dragon, and you dare to look directly at the heaven dragon? The blue-clad heaven-class core disciple of the 3 said indifferently and then ignored him. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The other 2 recovered their calm after being stunned for a while. Heaven-class core disciples already cultivated their mental states to a sufficiently strong level. Ordinary changes would not cause too much of a reaction. Since a core disciple barged into the main peak, the sect elders would naturally deal with it. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A golden light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he fell into the deep abyss. A vast dragon roar came from Xiaochen's body, and the top half of the mountain trembled slightly. Xiaochen's body exuded a dragon might that he had never felt before, giving off an ethereal and divine feeling. What was a heaven dragon? It was not heartless or heartless. Instead, it required one to be bold and broad-minded, to be able to accept this boundless heaven. However big the heaven was, one's heart had to be as big as the heaven. One had to accept the heaven and not completely merge with it. That way, one would end up walking the path of no return, heartless and heartless. One had to merge with the heaven and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. What's going on? Suddenly, Xianxia discovered that his body was falling. With a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning and soared into the clouds. In the end, he ran into great resistance. There was a natural aura on the main peak. Dragon transformation. Xianxia shouted in his heart, and he turned into a lightning dragon. The solemn and divine dragon might scattered the resistance. After a while, he flew back up. Whoosh! The shocking roar of the heaven dragon startled the 3 heaven-class core disciples awake. The instant they stood up, they saw a lightning dragon charge over. The dragon swung its head, and before the 3 could react, it was already above their heads. A strong wind blew, and the 3's long hair fluttered. They quickly turned around and rushed over. The lightning dragon stuck close to the spiritual energy waterfall and floated up. It gave off an aura that was compatible with the might of a heaven dragon. The second layer of restrictions actually did not work on it, and it continued to soar up. When the 3 heaven-class core disciples saw this, they were greatly startled. Their mental states fluctuated greatly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xianxia's physical body floated up and landed on the gigantic head of the heaven dragon statue. This was the summit of the heaven dragon. When Xianxia looked around, he could see the entire heaven dragon mountain range, as well as the palaces and cities dotting the mountain range. The buildings, the densely packed outer palace disciples, and the spirit beasts flying in the mountains were all incredibly insignificant in his eyes. Xianxia's mind immediately broadened. He felt a sense of disdain for the world, a tyrannical air of being the only sovereign. By relying on the momentum of the heaven dragon, Xianxia's horizons reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, an unprecedented lofty feeling welled up in Xianxia's heart. He vaguely felt like his heart encompassed the entire heaven dragon palace. Xianxia did not know that many peak experts of the heaven dragon palace had appeared on the dragon behind him. Xianxia prepared to make a move and chase them away. Just at this moment, a figure silently drifted down from the sky. It was the 3rd palace master. The 3rd palace master slowly descended and gently pressed his hand down, indicating for the crowd not to act rashly and disturb Xianxia. The 3rd palace master's eyes glowed as he saw through the mysteries of heaven. He could tell that Xianxia had entered some kind of profound state. Hence, the 100-odd peak experts of the heaven dragon palace retreated quietly and scattered around the colossal heaven dragon statue, focusing only on Xianxia. Xianxia did not know this. His mind was immersed in this wonderful scene. His lofty sentiments surged, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. The sky changed color slightly. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was sovereign? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was sovereign? Luck was not on my side, and my life was as fragile as paper. Who was sovereign? In the world, only I am sovereign. For some reason, the energy for the supreme dragon fist started circulating on its own at this moment. Xianxia smiled. Then, he used the boundless lofty sentiments in his heart to practice the supreme dragon fist at the top of the heaven dragon statue. First move, leaderless dragons. Whoosh! Xianxia's veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out everywhere as he punched, and his entire body trembled. Boundless veritable essence energy merged with the dragon might, turning into strands of dragon qi that wandered in the sky and turned into thousands of divine dragons. The thousands of dragon qi turned into true dragons flying above the heaven dragon statue's main peak. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of the millions of people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Second move, summoning dragons. Xiao Qin shouted, and the berserk dragons immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might supported Xiao Qin, causing his aura to soar. Xiao Qin's body erupted with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. Third move, Heaven Dragon without regrets. The boundless aura turned into lofty sentiments, gathering in Xiao Qin's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of determination and sacrifice, shaking the entire main peak. The heaven dragon under Xiao Qin's feet seemed to sense it and came to life, roaring ferociously. Dang! 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 The ancient bells in the many palaces of the Heaven Dragon Palace rang at this moment. The bell tolled, and dragon roars reverberated endlessly. Fourth move, raging at the unfair heaven. The lofty sentiments turned into rage, shaking the sky and making the world change color. The rage in Xiao Qin's heart made the sky restless. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts descended, striking at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin attacked in anger. His fist light soared into the sky, shattering all the lightning bolts that came at him. Fifth move, Master of the World. As Xiao Qin circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a war banner burning with flames. He held the war banner in his hand and gently placed it on the ground. Boom! The dragon trembled ferociously, shaking the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. As Xiao Qin stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue, he entered a wondrous state. His mind was clear, and all sorts of questions that were hard to understand were answered. Xiao Qin executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, moving clouds and flowing water, looking very soul-stirring. Every scene shocked the peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace behind. When Xiao Qin finished executing the fist technique, he felt very satisfied. His blood surged as he roared, "What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Immediately, a huge dragon image came out of Xiao Qin's body and soared into the sky. The dragon eyes looked down on the entire Heaven Dragon City. Delightful. Xiao Qin laughed loudly and looked around. However, he discovered no one. For some reason, none of the elders on the main peak appeared. Xiao Qin had been thinking about how to explain himself, but he could not be bothered to think. He turned into a flash of lightning and fled far away. Whoosh! 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 After Xiao Qin left, more than 100 figures appeared and gathered on the dragon head, watching as Xiao Qin left. The third palace master stood at the front. After thinking for a long time, he said gravely, "As the palace master, I announce that no one is allowed to say a word about today's matter. If anyone asks, just say that I practiced the fist technique on the Heaven Dragon Peak." Yes, third palace master. Chapter 1915. Normally, few people appeared on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. Outsiders could not have known that Xiao Qin had been practicing the fist technique earlier. The third palace master gave a rare stern order. Clearly, he wanted to protect Xiao Qin. The third palace master gave a deep look in the direction that Xiao Qin had taken. Then, he left with a complicated expression. When the many peak experts guarding the main peak on the Heaven Dragon statue saw the third palace master leave, they immediately started discussing the third palace master. Incredible! That white-clad youth actually comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. He might really become a Heaven Dragon in the future. It's hard to say. It is not like one can become a Heaven Dragon just by comprehending the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. There have been failures in the past. However, he managed to comprehend a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with just one look. That is the most shocking thing. Otherwise, why would the third palace master seal off news of him? Clearly, he wants to protect him. All of you, you're all wrong. It is because of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This fist technique was created by a bona fide Heaven Dragon. Most importantly, the Heavenly Dragon eventually chose to go against the Golden Dragon Emperor. The heavenly dragon was too vicious. The third palace master is afraid that the golden dragon bloodline will find out about this fellow. That's right. Back then, the golden dragon bloodline said that they wanted to destroy all the secret manuals that he left behind. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before he managed to preserve the supreme dragon fist. The golden dragon bloodline felt that no one could practice it, so they agreed to keep it. If the golden dragon bloodline found out that someone practiced the supreme dragon fist, it would be bad. Humph. What do you mean by bad? Could it be that they want to control what cultivation techniques the people of our Heaven Dragon Palace practice? The shock that Xiaoqin caused was too great. This resulted in this group of sovereign personage experts discussing it intensely. Compared to the peak experts of the main peak, the outer palaces, inner palaces, and core disciples outside the main peak were even more shocked. Everyone in the huge Heaven Dragon Hall saw the shocking scene at the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Compared to the group of elders on the Heaven Dragon statue who had seen the whole situation, they were far away. Everything he saw was even more magnificent, shocking, and inconceivable. If one were to say that the Heaven Dragon statue had come back to life, there would probably be people who would believe it. When the phenomenon disappeared, many disciples went crazy and asked around for information. He wanted to know what was going on and what had happened. Unfortunately, the third palace master had already sealed off the news. No matter how they tried, they could not find out the details of the matter. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, a palace was hidden in the clouds. The three palace masters had gathered because of Xiaoqin. The first palace master sat on his throne in the clouds. After hearing the third palace master's explanation, his expression turned grave. In that case, he succeeded in practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist. In my opinion, although he seems a little shaky, he has indeed brought out the state of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the third palace master said honestly and objectively. The second palace master said softly, "Big brother, it looks like your decision back then was rather wise." However, the first palace master frowned heavily. He did not show any smile on his face as he said indifferently, "Back then, when this fist technique appeared, I participated in it as well. I could not bear to seal it up like this. Who would have thought that someone would really succeed in practicing it? Humph. Big brother, what are you worried about? Haven't the 6 holy palaces squeezed our Heaven Dragon Palace dry enough? If he succeeded in practicing it, he would just practice a fist technique. Could it be that he wants to kill someone? In any case, I will definitely interfere in this matter. Even if he is not my disciple, I will not let anyone use this as an excuse to seek trouble for him." The third palace master showed a sullen expression, expressing his stance. The first palace master and the second palace master exchanged looks. They knew their third brother's temper. He would not go back on his decision. Speaking of which, it was just a fist technique. There was no need to worry too much. If this happened in the other palaces, the upper echelon would definitely be incredibly excited. They might even report this to Ancestor Dragon City. However, when it came to the Heaven Dragon Palace, they had to be so cautious. This was rather laughable. After some thought, the first palace master said, "This fist technique will probably be exposed soon in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. However, there is still some time. That should be enough. I'll make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Third brother, since I was the one who left this fist technique, I naturally will not ignore it." The second palace master smiled and said, "Third brother is right. It is a good thing that such a talent appeared in my Heaven Dragon Palace. Big brother, just treat this trip as good news. Those old seniors of the mixed blood dragon bloodline will probably be happy." However, the third palace master could not bring himself to smile in his heart. How could this be good news? Big brother clearly wants to shoulder the responsibility for this trip. Big brother will definitely blame the third palace master for not supervising properly, allowing the Supreme Dragon Fist to remain and taking responsibility in advance. This will not affect Xiaoqin, ensuring that he can continue practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Who knows what kind of difficulties he will face. With this thought, the third palace master could not help feeling sour in his heart. The first palace master looked at the third palace master before shifting his gaze to the second palace master. "I'll leave the heaven class core disciple selection to you, second brother. Also, make preparations for the competition between the 7 outer palaces." "Right." When Xiaoqin returned to Cold Moon Cave and saw the startled disciples, he felt that the commotion was rather big. However, he had indeed felt something when he stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue. That kind of lofty aspiration and enthusiasm from standing on top of the Heaven Dragon statue for the first time had been fleeting. If Xiaoqin did not grasp it, it would be hard to reappear in the future. Heaven Dragon. Compared to completing the Supreme Dragon Fist in one go, Xiaoqin cared more about grasping a trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. In the past, the Heaven Dragon was just an ordinary word to Xiaoqin. He only knew the name but did not understand its meaning. Now, not only did he understand, but he even took that crucial step. If it were in the past, Xiaoqin could only dream about becoming a Heaven Dragon. Now, he truly had that trace of possibility. I can set aside the Supreme Dragon Fist for now. However, I have to properly grasp this trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. If Xiaoqin knew that the 3 palace masters gathered because of the Supreme Dragon Fist and that the first palace master even wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City to ask for forgiveness, he would probably make a different decision. Xiaoqin guessed that the first palace master would make a different decision. For 3 days, Xiaoqin comprehended that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, storing it in his heart and planting a small seed for himself. Regardless of whether Xiaoqin could become a Heaven Dragon in the future, at the very least, his current dragon might was different from the others. Compared to the ordinary incredibly tyrannical dragon might, it had an ethereal and otherworldly air, giving off an unfathomable feeling. During combat, it could achieve many unexpected effects. There are only 20 days left until the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. I have to allocate the time properly. Right now, Xiaoqin was very confident in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. 20 days was a limited time. There was no need to rush the remaining primeval heavenly pills. He could absorb them all in these short 20 days. It would be more appropriate to refine the 2 gifts that General Feng left for him. With the resources in hand, Xiaoqin could improve his cultivation at any time. After all, he had already broken through to late-stage Star Venerate. To Xiaoqin, there was not much difference between small perfection and great perfection. There was still some time before he could advance to peak consummation. He definitely could not achieve that in 20 days. Xiaoqin spread his hand, and a blade of grass and an unpolished piece of thunder flame appeared in his palm. The unpolished piece of jade still gave off a resplendent light. However, Xiaoqin was already used to it. Now that he was prepared, it would not hurt Xiaoqin's eyes again. It was just like the top of the Heaven Dragon. The second time he went there, he would not be as shocked as the first time. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Xiaoqin would have to consider which one to choose. The Thunder Dao. I have been stuck at peak small perfection for too long with the Saber Great Dao. I will definitely make a breakthrough. I have only comprehended the Thunder Dao for a short time. It is hard to say whether I can reach great perfection or not. After making up his mind, Xiaoqin decided to absorb the Thunder Flame containing the boundless Great Dao energy first. Whether the Thunder Great Dao could reach great perfection or not depended on this. Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and sat down cross-legged. With a thought, a purple Dao disc slowly spread out behind him. Then, it condensed into a spot that gave off a resplendent light. Xiaoqin pointed, and cracks appeared in the unpolished piece of jade. After a while, the unpolished piece of jade cracked, and the thunder flame could no longer be suppressed, breaking free. The entire courtyard looked extremely resplendent under the light of this thunder flame. Xiaoqin endured the pressure and let the thunder flame enter his forehead. Boom! Instantly, the spot of great Dao thunder light behind him grew resplendent, increasing at a visible pace. Chapter 1916. By the time Xiaoqin had completely absorbed the thunder flame had already been completely absorbed. The spot of light formed by the thunder great Dao behind Xiaochen suddenly soared up, reaching a height of 3 meters. Lightning Dao, greater mastery. 3 meters was 3 meters. In Cold Moon Cave, Xiaochen's great Dao might radiated out continuously. Cold Moon Cave, which was half the size of a city, was completely enveloped by Xiaochen's thunder Dao might. Thunderclouds covered the sky. Xiaochen felt that his control over the thunder Dao had become even more proficient. Xiao. With a thought, Xiaochen turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped around the Cold Moon Cave. Looking over, one could see a flash of lightning shuttling back and forth in the cave. Then, it became faster and faster, creating many afterimages. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with electricity. Combine. In an instant, the electric light quickly disappeared, and Xiaochen's figure appeared, floating in midair. Xiaochen revealed a smile. His thunder Dao had reached great perfection. All his lightning-attributed martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and magic skills had advanced to a new level. The light of freedom was just like that. Freedom was like light, following one's heart. With a single thought, he could turn into a bolt of lightning and leap out. The agility of his movement technique increased greatly, causing Xiaochen to get carried away, immersing himself in this kind of fast running. After landing firmly, Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard. Xiaochen wondered if his thunder Dao advanced further. Could the tyrant saber advance further? Xiaochen recalled that back then, he had successfully comprehended the thunder Dao and activated the tyrant saber's second form. Purple flames covered Xiaochen's entire body, giving off a dreamy purple light. Its might reached the peak of an inherited Dao tool. Xiaochen closed his eyes and grasped the saber hilt. He continuously infused the thunder Dao into it. Boom! Boom! The surging thunderclouds were like a surging river, constantly surging. Wisps of lightning streaked across the sky, causing the sky to turn extremely terrifying. Imperceptibly, wisps of aura landed on Xiaochen's body, causing Xiaochen's aura to become increasingly domineering. There seemed to be an even more terrifying existence in the terrifying thunderclouds. As Xiaochen infused the way of thunder into it, a mysterious door seemed to open in the thunderclouds. Soon. Xiaochen sensed that the tyrant saber's inherited secret technique was about to be revealed. Xiaochen roared, and the thunder Dao berserk poured into his saber. Boom! In an instant, Xiaochen's black hair danced in the wind. His delicate face looked as if it had been decorated with a paintbrush, becoming tough and masculine. A scarlet flame flared up on the purple saber. The thunderclouds in the sky scattered, and a door opened mysteriously. However, as soon as the flames appeared, they burned fiercely. Then, they were extinguished. The saber turned purple, and the mysterious gate in the sky closed. Still lacking a little. Clang! Xiaochen sheathed his saber and said with some regret. He vaguely knew what this inherited secret technique was. It was a soul. The previous masters of the tyrant saber all died a violent death. Their souls were probably infused into this saber. Why did this saber not have an item spirit? The souls of the previous masters of the tyrant saber continuously merged into it. This saber no longer needed an item spirit. Or rather, the souls formed by the previous masters were the item spirit of this saber. Although it was still lacking a little, there was hope. In the end, it was a good thing. If you find your next saber, please name it Moon Seeker. For some reason, the words that Ao Jiao asked someone to say before she left appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Actually, the one I love the most will always be the Lunar Shadow. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. Then, he took out the box that sealed the Lunar Shadow saber and slowly opened it. The Lunar Shadow, which had been folded in half, lay quietly in the box. The Lunar Shadow, which had accompanied Xiaochen for many years, looked much weaker now. It could not even be considered a Dao tool. However, the emotions that Xiaochen poured into this saber surpassed that of a soul tool. Seeing this object, one would think of the person. The lunar shadow saber represented Xiao Chen's past, his experiences in the Kunlun realm. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ruyue, Ao Jiao, or those unforgettable existences in the Kunlun realm, they were all related to this saber. Xiao Chen took out the remaining half of the saber and gently caressed it. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The expression on Xiao Chen's face changed as he let his thoughts wander. When Xiao Chen finished putting away the lunar shadow saber, he sighed and took out the grass. For the remaining time, Xiao Chen needed to focus on the saber Great Tao. At the same time, Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others all made good use of their time to cultivate. To think that there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. They found this somewhat unacceptable. In the face of such immense pressure, everyone put in 100 times the effort to cultivate. Everyone only had one thought, and that was to obtain that spot. Very good. You've finally mastered the great Tao of the sword. Elder Tian Yun said in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Jinyu, who was covered in sword wounds in front of him. Xiao Jinyu panted continuously. His entire body ached, but his heart filled with excitement. I succeeded. Xiao Chen had been working hard since he arrived at this Heaven Dragon Palace. For close to half a year, he had endured immense torture from Elder Tian Yun every day. Xiao Chen's great Tao of the sword finally made a breakthrough, successfully reaching great perfection. Elder Tian Yun said, I'll teach you a sword art. Together with your great perfection sword Great Tao, the heaven-class core disciple slot will definitely be yours. Many thanks, Master. There's no need to thank me. You relied on your own hard work to get where you are today. You relied on the hatred in your heart. This sword technique I'll teach you is called the Serene Cloud Sword Art. It will definitely bring out the hatred in your heart to its fullest, materializing all the might of the sword Great Tao. Elder Tian Yun waved his hand, and a secret manual landed in Xiao Jinyu's hands. Serene Cloud Sword Art. Xiao Jinyu flipped through it. Soon, he revealed an excited expression. This was actually a peak earth-ranked sword technique. No wonder Elder Tian Yun said that it could bring out the might of Xiao Chen's sword Great Tao to its fullest. Aside from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the grades of cultivation techniques in the world were divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and mortal. Each grade was further divided into superior, medial, and inferior grade. Heaven grade cultivation techniques could only be found and not sought, they were simply too rare. Even if Xiao Chen found one, it might not be suitable for him, so he could cultivate it directly. In the Cloud Sea realm, even a sovereign personage normally cultivated a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. Elder Tian Yun gave Xiao Chen this Serene Cloud Sword Art. Clearly, he had high expectations of him. This disciple will definitely not let you down. I will definitely obtain a heaven-class core disciple slot. As for that Xiao Chen, I will make him regret what he said at the dueling plaza back then. Xiao Jinyu shouted after closing the sword art. Elder Tian Yun felt extremely satisfied with Xiao Jinyu's state. He nodded and said, good. Right now, be it your confidence, aura, or strength, you are already close to the peak. When you finish practicing the sword art, no one among the core disciples will be a match for you. Master, this disciple has a question. Speak. Who exactly caused the mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon a few days ago? Xiao Jinyu had also felt that majestic mysterious phenomenon back then. He had been shocked on the spot and felt very suspicious. Unfortunately, this matter had already been sealed. Even Elder Tian Yun did not know the truth. He said, it was the third palace master. This matter has nothing to do with you for now. If you can become a heaven-class core disciple, you will have the opportunity to go to the main peak to cultivate and experience the might of the Heaven Dragon for yourself. The third palace master. Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. No wonder. It turns out that the third palace master caused the mysterious phenomenon. Sooner or later, I will stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. Then, I will make the entire Heaven Dragon Palace pay attention to me. While Xiao Jinyu made a breakthrough, the other core disciples from the noble clans like Qin Yan and Fang Tianyi did not stop there either. All of them had trump cards and felt very confident. These people all possessed the true dragon bloodline and did not lack resources or talent. When they came to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they were like fish in water. All of them managed to enter the tutelage of a heaven-class core disciple. Under the guidance of a great teacher, they improved rapidly. Before the heaven-class core disciple competition arrived, no one knew who was the strongest. Unlike them, Yi Qianyun knew that he could not compare to these rich clan disciples in terms of resources and connections. However, Yi Qianyun was not stupid either. He did everything he could to get his lackeys to suppress the other inner palace disciples, squeezing out their resources. Yi Qianyun did his best to raise his middle stage holy venerate cultivation to great perfection. At the same time, he paid a visit to an expert in his sect. After some promises, he obtained a cultivation technique that could maximize one's advantage in cultivation, the Lord Dragon art. With a thought, Xiaoqin could materialize his holy venerate will for a moment. With a thought, he could turn his holy venerate will into a dragon-shaped venerate, sweeping through the place. Those with weaker cultivations would not even be able to touch Yi Qianyun's face before they were suppressed. Clearly, Yi Qianyun put in a lot of effort to cultivate this Lord Dragon art to deal with Xiaoqin. You are just a late-stage star venerate. Let's see how you are going to compete with me. Yi Qianyun revealed a sinister smile. Perhaps Xiaoqian's potential would be greater than his in the future. However, he would not give Xiaoqin too much time in this heaven-class core disciple competition. Yi Qianyun only hoped to trample on Xiaoqin today and become a heaven-class core disciple. Once Yi Qianyun became a heaven-class core disciple, he could enter Ancestor Dragon City in the future. Yi Qianyun was confident that he could trample on Xiaoqin forever, widening the gap between him and Xiaoqin, not giving him a chance to turn things around. The heaven-class core disciple position was an opportunity. Be it Xiaoqin or Xiao Jinyu's group, Yi Qianyun had to trample on them all. Only Yi Qianyun was qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple. I have endured for so many years. I absolutely will not let your group of disciples, who just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace for half a year, succeed. Chapter 1917. At the Heaven Dragon Palace's dueling plaza, on this day, when the sun rose, the surroundings were already crowded with people. The number of disciples from the inner and outer halls was uncountable. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the fighting arena. Back then, Xiaoqin and a group of large clan disciples took the core disciple test together at this place. Today, the Heaven-class core disciple competition would also take place here. The Heaven-class core disciple competition was a major event for the Heaven Dragon Palace. Be it the core disciples in closed-door cultivation or wandering outside, they would not let go of this opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, the next one would be 3 years later. Even if they knew that they could not compete for a spot, if they performed well, they would still be able to obtain extraordinary rewards. More importantly, they would be able to account for themselves with a clear conscience. If they did not even have the courage to participate and were afraid of getting injured, they could forget about being a core disciple. Aside from watching the excitement, the outer and inner palace disciples wanted to see what they could learn from the core disciples. Normally, there were only about 1,000 core disciples in the entire sect. However, today, all the core disciples, whether in closed-door cultivation or traveling outside on missions, would be present. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the Heaven-class core disciple competition as 1 in 10,000. The intensity of the competition would definitely require everyone to bring out their full potential. They would definitely be able to observe many consummate techniques that were rarely seen. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, many strong auras came. Many core disciples escorted Yi Qianyun up from the foot of the mountain. There were hundreds of people following behind him, like stars surrounding the moon. After several years of hard work, Yi Qianyun had managed to form a small faction among the core disciples, with him as the leader. Normally, these followers used Yi Qianyun's name to suppress the other disciples. Yi Qianyun reaped the benefits and was happy to see them succeed. By relying on the chain of benefits, he firmly tied this group of people together, with Yi Qianyun at the center. As long as Yi Qianyun's strength continued to increase, they would be able to gain even more benefits by following him. They would rise or fall together. There were many similar factions among the core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace elders did not object to this. As long as they did not go overboard, they would even encourage the core disciples to do so. This resulted in the competition among the core disciples becoming increasingly intense. He wanted to let those disciples who didn't have a chance to learn about the cruelty of the world in advance, and from there, they would have to compete even more fiercely. Yi Qianyun was a famous person. He had become famous many years ago. Before he advanced to Holy Venerate, he could already fight across realms. Now that Xiao Chen was a great perfection middle stage Holy Venerate, he was a popular candidate for the Heaven Class Core Disciple position. Yi Qianyun is here. This lineup is as big as ever. As expected of a veteran core disciple, he has so many supporters. Strange, why don't I see Zhang Yunxian beside him? Ha ha ha. Are you talking about that Zhang Yunxian? I heard that he ran into trouble and got locked up in the Blood Dragon Guard's dungeon. Yi Qianyun tried to fish them out several times but failed. Hee, this idea is really unlucky. Although the many inner palace disciples and outer palace disciples who knew of Yi Qianyun acknowledged his strength, they did not like him. If this person really obtained a spot in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection, many people would be upset. Right at this time, another two groups of people came. The leaders were respectively Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These two were disciples of large clans, possessing true dragon bloodlines and outstanding talent. They had taken Heaven Class elders as their masters. In less than half a year, these two each gained their own territory. The number of people around them was no less than Yi Qianyun's. It looked like these two also knew about the core disciple competition. It was not just a competition between individuals. It also depended on how many supporters one had. Otherwise, when one went out and got into a conflict, it would be hard to avoid being outnumbered. When Yi Qianyun saw the two appear, he frowned slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In less than half a year, these two's improvements already made him feel threatened. Senior Brother Yi, this is a Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, not a group fight. What is the meaning of bringing such a large group of people over? Could it be that you think that you can become a Heaven Class Core Disciple with more people? Fang Tianyi looked at the large group of people behind Yi Qianyun and mocked with a smile. Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, perhaps Senior Brother Yi thinks differently from us. After all, you are already a veteran core disciple. If you do not advance to Heaven Class Core Disciple soon, you will not have any more chances. It is hard to avoid doing something out of line. Ha ha ha. I understand. I understand. Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan echoed each other, angering the group of people behind Yi Qianyun. On the other hand, Yi Qianyun's expression did not change. He said indifferently, they are just proud of themselves for a moment. They are just good at talking. There is no need to bother with them. As time passed, more and more core disciples appeared in the dueling plaza. However, this dueling plaza was extremely vast, large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Hence, it did not seem crowded. Furthermore, this was without activating the spatial formation. If the spatial formation was activated, it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Whoosh! At this moment, a black-clothed, cold-looking young man with a long sword in his hand gradually appeared. This youth looked thin and skinny. He was not old, but he had a weather-beaten face. A strange aura surrounded this youth, prompting others to retreat automatically, not wanting to stand with him. It's Zhang Yi. Senior Brother Zhang. Someone among the inner palace disciples exclaimed in shock when he recognized this person. It really is Senior Brother Zhang. Didn't they say that something unexpected happened to him when he went to the snow domain to carry out a mission? I heard that he already qualified to become a Heaven Class Core Disciple the previous time. However, something unexpected happened. Many people thought that he died. Senior brother Zhang is actually still alive? When the black-clad man who suddenly appeared was recognized, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The newly promoted disciples felt confused. The expressions of the many older generation core disciples changed slightly. This was especially so for Yi Qianyun, who felt incredibly shocked. To think that he is still alive. Back then, Yi Qianyun had risen up among the core disciples precisely because of Zhang Ye's accident, gaining his current position. Yi Qianyun simply did not expect this person to appear again. Yi Qianyun had many doubts. However, since Yi Qianyun appeared here, that meant that he had already obtained the sect's approval and was qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position. Junior brother Yi, you have improved in the 3 years since we last met. Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head back and looked at Yi Qianyun. Then, he smiled coldly. Yi Qianyun's heart trembled as a chill assaulted him. He took a long time to dispel the fear in his heart. Then, he said calmly, Senior brother Zhang, it has been a long time. So what if you are back? I am no longer who I was 3 years ago. Even if you are back, the heaven-class core disciple position is still mine. Senior brother Zhang. Whoosh! Just at this moment, several strong auras appeared in the dueling plaza. No one expected so many experts to be hidden among the core disciples. If not for Zhang Ye's appearance, these people would not have exposed themselves. These people were rather old and had only one chance. If they failed this time, they would not be qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position in this life. Hence, these people usually kept a low profile, unlike Yi Qianyun. Immediately, the newly promoted core disciples, like Qin Yan and Fang Tianyi, could not help raising their opinion of this Zhang Yi. Zhang Ye's sudden appearance not only incited discussion among the many core disciples but also drew out a group of strong, low-profile, veteran core disciples. This made the situation even more confusing. Whoosh! 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 A wisp of sword intent and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky at almost the exact same time as each other. Clang! Xiao Jinyu landed on the plaza and looked around coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the figure materialized of lightning across from him. This figure wore white robes, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His delicate face showed no expression. This was the white-robed Xiao Chen, the famous white-robed Xiao Chen of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces. Although the two appeared at the same time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Xiao Chen, just like Xiao Jinyu's. Whoosh! 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 Countless people stared at Xiao Chen, wanting to see the legendary white-clad bladesman who destroyed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike and saved the Flame Dragon Legion by himself. At this gathering of dragons, be it Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Zhang Yi, or the other low-profile core disciples, they all had the same image in their eyes. At this moment, all of them had the same image in their eyes. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiao Chen received such treatment. Chapter 1918. This kind of treatment was clearly not what Xiao Chen wanted. The more attention he received, the more he would be targeted. Even if he wasn't afraid of being targeted, it would be better if he didn't expose some of his trump cards. Whoosh! When Elder Tian Yun and the other heaven-class elders appeared in the dueling plaza, the place immediately fell silent. Elder Tian Yun swept his gaze across the entire place. Everyone immediately felt a huge pressure, including Xiao Chen. Even after cultivating for 5 months and improving rapidly, Xiao Chen still felt that he was far from Elder Tian Yun. He could not match Elder Tian Yun. The rules for the Heaven-class core disciple competition are different every year. I believe you all want to know what the rules are this year. Seeing that everyone was silent and focused on him, he slowly opened his mouth and said. Clearly, the rules could not be revealed in advance. Even these heaven-class elders would not know. Otherwise, if he knew the rules and had targeted training, it would obviously be extremely beneficial to him. The rules for this year's competition are very simple. The last person standing in the dueling plaza will be this year's heaven-class core disciple. As for the others, even if they didn't qualify. For every person you knock into the air, you will obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill personally refined by the 3rd Palace Master. Hua! After Elder Tianyun read out the rules, an uproar broke out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their minds somewhat blank. Actually, it was not just them. These heaven-class elders were also confused. However, the rules were set by the 3 hall masters long ago. They could not object to it. Rumble. While Xiaochen was shocked, the heaven-class elders worked together and moved the entire dueling plaza into the air. At the same time, the formation was activated, and in an instant, a giant arena was formed in the sky. Snowflakes flew into the air on the dueling plaza. The temperature plummeted, and the environment changed drastically. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me, the heavens are helping me. Yi Qianyun was the first to react. He reared his head back and laughed maniacally, unable to suppress his excitement. The rules were simply too advantageous to Yi Qianyun's group. Although there were many peaks of various sizes in the dueling plaza, they clearly could not compare to Yi Qianyun's group. Protect senior brother Yi. The core disciples in front and behind him immediately surrounded him, protecting him in the center. After the expressions of Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others changed slightly, they hurriedly gathered the disciples of their factions together. It's not that simple. The heaven-class elders smiled faintly and attacked at the same time. Space and time in the dueling plaza became chaotic. After a moment of dizziness, everyone's position changed. Everyone's position was disrupted. Before Yi Qianyun and the others could gather their strength, the chaotic battle began. Boom boom boom. If one killed one person, one could obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill. This was actually quite tempting. The white snow drifted on the ground, and there was an icy smell of blood. The situation was chaotic, and there was no way to stop it. In every corner, there were figures fighting. It was a complete mess. Sometimes, when the 2 of them were fighting, someone would suddenly rush out and launch a sneak attack from the side, and the unlucky one would be killed. However, a special formation had been activated in the dueling plaza, and it was said to be killed. In reality, he had been forcefully teleported out right before he was killed. Every time you kill someone, no matter what method you use, it will be recorded by the formation, and there will be no mistakes. In this icy and snowy weather, ice-attributed martial artists undoubtedly had a huge advantage. Amid the chaos, Xiaochen did not panic at all. If he could avoid fighting, he would avoid it. If he could not avoid it, he would kill in one strike, ending the battle quickly. Xiaochen knew very well that while these rules looked absurd and chaotic, in reality, only the strong would remain. The more chaotic it was, the more it would show off the strength of the strong. The weak would not get lucky. Right now, this was just the beginning. Preserving strength was the most important thing. If he could make everyone ignore his existence, that would be for the best. Suddenly, a cold intent assaulted Xiaochen. He turned around and retreated. An ice-attributed swordsman sneak attacked him. Xiaochen's face turned cold, and he instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Then, he gently caught the other party's sword with 2 fingers. How can this be? The newcomer was shocked to discover that Xiaochen easily caught the sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Scram! Xiaochen flicked his finger, and that person vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Boom! Right after Xiaochen dealt with this person, a shock wave surged over from the side. Someone's killing move had reached him. Those who could become core disciples were at least holy venerates. A killing move executed at full power would definitely be extremely horrifying. The shock waves could not be underestimated either. Xiaochen turned into a flash of lightning and quickly dodged. When he appeared again, he happened to appear beside 2 core disciples fighting. When those 2 saw Xiaochen suddenly appear, they were stunned at first. Then, they decisively stopped and charged at Xiaochen at the same time, showing great teamwork. Whoosh! Standing on a lightning dragon, Xiaochen easily dodged the two's attacks and punched with both fists. Boom! The surging vital qi knocked the two back at the same time. Xiaochen! Xiaochen had just stopped when a cold shout rang out. He turned around and saw a gray-robed youth. Snowflakes danced around him like butterflies. An expert. This was an expert who comprehended the Snow Great Tao. Excitement appeared in the gray-robed youth's eyes. He said seriously, "Let me try and see how capable the legendary person who chopped Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike is." Xiaochen said calmly, "You will regret this." "Ha! This heavy snow is my greatest help. Come, let me see how you will make me regret this." The gray-robed youth stepped forward and laughed loudly. Then, he executed the Snow Great Tao, and his body immediately merged with the flying snow. His physical body turned corporeal, and his hair turned white. Even his spiritual sense could not detect the other party's existence. What an exquisite movement technique! With this heavy snow, it was simply a divine technique. No wonder the other party dared to look for Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen was still a little short. However, he could not fool Xiaochen. In the next moment, Xiaochen turned into a sharp saber, using his body as a saber. Combined with thunder dragon steps, Xiaochen burst forward, so fast that no one could detect him. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The inner and outer palace disciples watching from the periphery of the dueling plaza felt their hearts tremble. The gray-robed youth showed a pained expression. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as Xiaochen knocked him into the air. He was directly eliminated. How strong! The many spectating disciples could not help sighing to themselves. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained two great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained two kinds of great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. In a situation where others could not make out Xiaochen's strength, he easily knocked a veteran core disciple into the air. After this successful strike, no one dared to approach Xiaochen, creating a large empty space. However, after the chaos, the place slowly regained its order. Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others put in a lot of effort and finally gathered the disciples of their factions. Even Jianghu managed to form a team with a group of veteran core disciples that was not too many but extremely horrifying. After a while, Xiaochen was horrified to discover that the empty space around him was growing larger and larger. Then, Xiaochen looked back and discovered that a group of people had surrounded him at some point in time. Heavy snow drifted down, and a chill assaulted him. However, what was even colder than the snow was the way Yi Qianyun and the others looked at him. "You truly live up to your reputation," Yi Qianyun said with a smile. "Xiaochen, no matter how strong you are today, heavens will destine you to be eliminated. No one has any objections, right? Let's attack together and eliminate him first." No objections. There was a kind of tacit understanding. There was no need for words or discussion, it formed naturally. Such a large encirclement was formed by everyone unintentionally. It was still the same saying, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiaochen received such treatment. Chapter 1919. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw more than 10 groups of various sizes surrounding him. Among them, there were two strongest. One was Yi Qianyun. His group had the most core disciples, close to 100 people. The second was Jianghu. His group did not have many people, but they were all strong veteran core disciples. There were also people like Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and Fang Tianyi, who had advanced to core disciple status at the same time as Xiaochen. They had developed very quickly in the past half a year. If they had enough time, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed Yi Qianyun. Aside from these people, many core disciples startled awake from the chaos saw this scene and were startled. This startled them. In a fluster, they found their own factions to enter, increasing the number of people surrounding Xiaochen. A rough count gave at least 1,000 people. Most of the core disciples had been eliminated in the first wave of chaos. For some reason, Elder Tianyun waved his hand, not getting the other heaven-class elders to continue disrupting Xiao Chen's group. Elder Tianyun, after the other elders asked for instructions, Elder Tianyun said indifferently, just wait and see. If the palace master does not send any instructions, we do not need to act on our own. Yes. The second palace master and third palace master had indeed instructed them to disrupt Xiao Chen's group only once. However, that was because they had not expected such a situation. The two palace masters stood side by side on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. When they saw the scene in the distance, they felt slightly stunned. The second palace master wanted to say something to get the heaven-class elders to disrupt the factions gathered in the dueling plaza again. Just as the second palace master was about to speak, the third palace master thought of something and stopped him. There's no need. After thinking about it, it might not be a good thing for him to become a heaven-class core disciple so quickly. We might as well suppress him for 3 years. The second palace master thought for a while and felt that this made sense. Given Xiao Chen's potential, he could afford to wait 3 years. 3 years later, his potential would completely erupt. At that time, when he entered Ancestor Dragon City, his accomplishments would be even greater. The most important thing was that he could use these 3 years to slow down on the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This would ensure Xiao Chen's safety. The various factions in the dueling plaza carefully watched Xiao Chen. At the same time, they worried that their formation would be disrupted again. Who knew, even after waiting for a long time, the elders had no intention of disrupting the formation. A smile slowly appeared on Yi Qianyun's face. He said seriously, Xiao Chen, it looks like the elders do not wish for a mixed-blood dragon to become a heaven-class core disciple. Jump down yourself, lest we make a move and embarrass you. The leaders of the other factions showed playful expressions. Whether Yi Qianyun's words were true or false, they did not care. At the very least, the heaven-class elders had not broken their formation yet. It was worth pondering over the hidden meaning behind it. You don't want me to become a heaven-class core disciple? Xiao Chen did not know if it was true or not. Although his expression did not change, he felt slightly angry in his heart. He looked at Yi Qianyun coldly and said, I will stand here. Let's see how you will make me jump. Xiao Chen. Chen's S, Xiao Yi Yun said. Chen's 2, Palace Chen's, Xiao Chen's, Yi, felt. Everyone knew how powerful Xiao Chen was. They spread out their holy venerate wills and merged them into one, looking like a vast mountain range that instantly encased Xiao Chen. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would have feared this holy venerate will. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended a trace of the heaven dragon's mysteries, his dragon might gained an ethereal air. Xiao Chen merged his dragon might with his star venerate will and floated in the air. The early stage holy venerate wills of the 10 did not affect him much. What's wrong? It's not very effective. The 10 holy venerates charging over at the same time were somewhat stupefied when they discovered Xiao Chen suppressed by the holy venerate will. They felt like Xiao Chen was like the wind. He clearly did not move, but he drifted around, not affected much. Die. Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and the scabbard with his left. Then, he pulled hard with his left hand. The scabbard turned into a beam of dim light and shot out. Before the leader could see clearly, a horrifying saber intent pierced through his chest. Then, the leader turned into a beam of light and was forcibly sent out by the formation. The other 9 turned their heads to look. They only saw the disappearing tail light of their leader, which shocked them. When the 9 turned their heads back, they only saw a flash of saber light. Blood spurted out of their necks as they were forcefully sent out. Clang! Xiao Chen turned around gently, and the tyrant's saber happened to be stabbed into the scabbard, which remained in the air, giving off a melodious saber hum. Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water. Those who were slightly weaker could not even see how Xiao Chen drew his saber. He was dressed in white and had a saber in his hand. It seemed like the saber in his hand had never been unsheathed. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qianyun and smiled faintly. Yi Qianyun, your follower is too weak. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen was clearly just smiling faintly. However, this smile startled the people beside Yi Qianyun into taking several steps back. Yi Qianyun was somewhat embarrassed to discover that the people behind him were 100 meters away from him. What fast speed! His Thunder Dao has reached great perfection. The eyes of several people lit up. When they saw the power of Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike, they felt startled in their hearts. It was indeed a great perfection Thunder Dao. Otherwise, those 10 core disciples would not have been unable to block even one move. Xiao Chen was too fast. Damn it! Xiao Jinyu cursed in his heart. To think that this fellow actually cultivated the Thunder Great Dao to great perfection. Fortunately, it was just the Thunder Great Dao. Compared to Xiao Jinyu's Sword Great Dao, it was still somewhat noticeable. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. We need to eliminate him first. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance. This saber strike exposed Xiao Chen's strength, strengthening these people's resolve to work together to eliminate Xiao Chen. Xiao Jinyu shouted. Then, he led the disciples behind him and charged at Xiao Chen in unison. Attack, then. Even Zhang Ye's cold expression changed. This veteran core disciple demonic genius also felt threatened by Xiao Chen. Dong! 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 Everyone moved. In that instant, the remaining 1,000-odd elite core disciples charged at Xiao Chen. You really do not want me to become a heaven-class core disciple. You all are too much. Under such circumstances, those elders actually did not disrupt the formation. Xiao Chen's heart had already died. Xiao Chen raged in his heart. If you don't let me succeed, I will succeed for you all to see. I have to obtain the heaven-class core disciple slot. Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. Fortunately, these 1,000-odd people were not united, giving Xiao Chen some opportunity. The Supreme Dragon Fist was most suitable for fighting one against many. When Xiao Chen executed Leaderless Dragons, dragon roars immediately rang out from his body. In that instant, more than 1,000 dragon-shaped strands of energy shot out. Bang! 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 Zhang Yi, Xiao Jinyu, and the other outstanding talents immediately shattered some of the dragon-shaped energy. However, most of them flew about chaotically, catching the many core disciples off guard. The 1,000-odd core disciples had an unparalleled aura. The overwhelming first wave of attacks actually ended up blocked by Xiao Chen. When the many spectating cultivators saw this scene, they could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. However, how would they break the second wave? Still, the 100-odd core disciples and outstanding talents did not get flustered. They shattered the dragon-shaped energy and continued charging at Xiao Chen. Dance of Remnant Snow. Zhang Yi drew the sword in his hand. His sword was actually a broken sword. After Xiao Chen executed his killing move, the snow filling the air turned into a sword dance that seemed incomplete but actually contained hidden mysteries. Then, it swept towards Xiao Chen with a horrifying aura. Serene Cloud Sword Art. Xiao Jinyu turned into a beam of dim light as his sword swept through the air, materializing jade-green sword images filling the air. They merged completely with his sword Great Dao, leaving no openings. Yi Qianyun snorted coldly and said, Venerate Dragon Art. Yi Qianyun's horrifying Holy Venerate will turn solid and materialized an ancient heaven dragon traveler holding a heaven dragon dagger axe. Then, with a horrifying aura, he thrust it at Xiao Chen. Rock Dragon Burst. Layers of heavenly shadows. The 100-odd core disciples that shattered the dragon-shaped energy did not hesitate to launch their killing moves. The overwhelming attacks immediately densely packed together, covering the sky and land. When Xiao Chen looked around, he had no way to escape. All sorts of terrifying and peerless mysterious phenomena and towering auras were released. All of these attacks came crashing down. Xiaochen estimated that he would die on the spot. Even the formation would not be able to save him in time before he was blasted into bits. Damn it! I cannot die. Summoning the dragons. Xiaochen punched again. The berserk dragons in the sky immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might infused into Xiaochen's body, causing his aura to soar. Xiaochen burst out with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. That is not enough. Another punch. Xiaochen paled slightly. He gritted his teeth and circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, he followed the lofty aspirations and tyrannical air in his heart and punched again. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiaochen punched, a blazing war banner materialized. This war banner was incredibly heavy. Heavy might and pressure crossed the obstruction of time and space and landed on the war banner, making the flames burn even fiercer. No one dared to catch it. Together with the aura of summoning the dragons, Xiaochen stretched out his hand to catch the war banner. Then, he paused. Xiaochen placed the war banner under his feet with some difficulty. Boom! The ground trembled, and the vast dueling plaza shook. Before the berserk aura, Jianghu and the other 100-odd core disciples' attacks and killing moves were stunned. Heaven Dragon's Rage. Xiaochen shouted and punched. His heart filled with rage as he sent the blazing war banner flying. The war banner instantly shattered all sorts of mysterious phenomena and sword moves. Jianghu and the other 100-odd core disciples vomited a mouthful of blood as the war banner knocked them into the air. Such a scene shocked everyone, rendering them speechless. How can an evil dragon rule the Tao? However, it was not over yet. Xiaochen's rage had yet to subside, and the flame of battle in his heart had yet to extinguish. He held on to his last breath and punched again. Boom! 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 This punch detonated the thousands of strands of dragon chi in the air. The core disciples fighting with the dragon chi were all knocked back. Everyone looked around. Aside from Xiaochen, there was no one left standing in the dueling plaza. How can one be honored? I am honored. Chapter 1920. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Jianghu held his chest as blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He ignored it completely, only staring at Xiaochen. Without a doubt, Jianghu was certain that Xiaochen had executed the Supreme Dragon Fist earlier. Why was Jianghu so sure of the Supreme Dragon Fist, which was known as the Heaven Dragon Palace's forbidden technique? It was because he had practiced it before. However, after cultivating it for 2 years, he could not make any progress and could only give up. Jianghu, who had studied this fist technique for 2 years, was very clear on how horrifying the might of this fist technique, which the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon had ordered to be destroyed. Once Xiaochen succeeded in practicing it, he could only use one word to describe it: unparalleled. This was an unparalleled fist technique. It would be dazzling, lasting for eternity. No matter how much time passed, the fist technique would give off a piercing light again. It's him. The one who practiced at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day was him. It's him. He was the one who was practicing at the top of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner hall disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after they recovered from their shock. The mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day reappeared at the dueling plaza. The unparalleled lofty sentiments and tyrannical air of supremacy were nearly identical. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Everyone would not forget what happened 20 days ago so quickly. Not to mention, he would never forget the phenomenon from that day. That blurry yet clear, seemingly contradictory existence at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had long since been imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, the white-clad youth stubbornly standing in the dueling plaza was completely different from the figure in their memories. They were a perfect match. White-robed Xiaochen. White-robed Xiao Chen. White-robed Xiao Chen. After a while, an orderly cheer came from the dueling plaza. All the inner palace and outer palace disciples shouted Xiao Chen's name like crazy. Thunderous voices echoed in all directions. A rare scene appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. On top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain, the third Hall Master and the second Hall Master were stunned. Actually, they had seen a similar scene many years ago. What happened in the past was just like what was happening in front of him. History was always shockingly similar. Forget it. The third Palace Master closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He already knew Xiao Chen's choice. At the same time, the snowy environment in the dueling plaza suddenly changed into a downpour of rain, lightning, and thunder. Yi Qianyun wiped the rain off his face and stood up as he cursed, "Damn it." The people who could still fight stood up one after another. In the heavy rain, they looked at Xiao Chen with somewhat grave expressions, their expressions complicated. They had obviously seen the scene 20 days ago, but they had never imagined that it would be Xiao Chen. The figure on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain had left a deep impression on them. Should he give up? Everyone was asking themselves in their hearts as they allowed the heavy rain to pour down on them, completely ignoring it. Should he give up? The dragon race had always admired the strong. Even the mixed-blood dragons had their pride deep in their hearts. No matter how one denied it, no matter how much mockery one received, one would always have one's own bottom line in the depths of one's heart. I give up. Suddenly, a core disciple behind Yi Qianyun gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and spread out his arms. Then, he moved further away in the heavy rain, slowly leaving the dueling plaza. Unfair. Xiao Chen's strength had already convinced them. Furthermore, after learning that Xiao Chen was the person who stood on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain that day, the one who made his mind waver, the core disciple found it simply unfair. This core disciple could not accept it in his heart if he continued to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Since ancient times, from top to bottom, the dragon race worshipped the strong. The strong were fearless and fearless. I give up. I give up. I give up. Immediately, the various core disciples pushed off with their feet and became like phantoms, disappearing into the heavy rain. Heavy rain poured down, washing away the dust in the dueling plaza and washing away the hearts of everyone present. Immediately, most of the 1,000-odd people in the dueling plaza left in the blink of an eye. There were still less than 100 people left. Such a scene had never appeared before. Even those heaven-class elders were stunned when they saw this. White-robed Xiao Chen. White-robed Xiao Chen. However, in the eyes of the spectators, the inner and outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace felt inspired. Their exclamations became even louder. I withdraw. I withdraw as well. Slowly, the 100 people standing in the dueling plaza, the veteran core disciples with outstanding strength, all thought for a while. Indeed, they were not as strong as Xiao Chen. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then, they left with a trace of loneliness and carefreeness. Soon, aside from Xiao Chen, only the previous top core disciple, Jianghu, the current top core disciple, Yi Qianyun, and the 3 new core disciples, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and Qin Yan, remained in the dueling plaza. There was only a total of 6 people. The 6 all had their own obsessions and desires. For this day, they had put in a lot of effort. Even if they knew that they would lose, they would not give up. Receive 3 moves from me before we talk. Fang Tianyi snorted coldly and threw a palm strike at the ground. Boom! The rainwater on the ground turned into thousands of waves that shot out. In the next moment, Fang Tianyi appeared in the air. Then, he said, first move, Traceless Heaven. When Fang Tianyi's palm strike landed, he sent out a flawless palm wind, as vast as the sky. It was like this palm strike created a real sky. It contained heaven's might, boundlessly vast. Bang! A fist light shot out, and Xiao Chen clashed head-on with this palm strike. He took 3 steps back, moving 1 kilometer with each step. Heartless heaven. Feng Tianyi roared ferociously and sent out an even mightier, more radical, and more horrifying palm strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind tore through the heavy rain and struck Xiao Chen's face. In the next breath, Feng Tianyi charged over to Xiao Chen. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen made his move, using the scabbard to block the other party's palm wind. Bang! The heavy rain trembled and turned into powder. A temporary gap appeared around the two. Just as the torrential rain was about to fill this vacuum, the two of them each made a move at lightning speed. The instant the heavy rain filled the gap, blood spurted out and merged with the heavy rain, quickly vanishing. The rain was still falling, and the saber was still there. However, only Xiao Chen remained. Feng Tianyi touched his neck in horror. The formation had sent him out, he had been eliminated. Clang! Clang! The sound of two weapons being drawn rang out. Qin Yan and Zhang Yi could not help attacking at the same time, charging at Xiao Chen. The tyrant's saber was drawn, and a saber light appeared. Xiao Chen fought an intense battle with the two in the rain. 2 swords, 1 saber, 3 people fighting in the rain, seeking a result. At some point in time, the surroundings turned silent. Everyone was immersed in this exciting battle. It had to be said that both Zhang Yi and Qin Yan were experts at using the sword. When the two worked together, their might increased. However, when facing Xiao Chen, they could not suppress him. For some reason, they could not suppress him. Be it sword techniques, movement techniques, or states, they could not do anything. 1 man and 1 saber in the heavy rain would definitely have a way to deal with it. Instead, the two entered the beautiful dream that Xiao Chen fabricated. Why was it like this? Zhang Yi and Qin Yan used the swords in their hands to materialize states and create sword moves to suppress Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's cultivation improved further. He used the saber in his hand to detonate the flaws in his opponent's mind. Then, he looked for an opportunity to kill in one move. With dreams as a saber. When the opportunity arrived, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to detonate it. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and an illusory purple saber qi burst out of the two's chests. Pu ci. The two vomited a mouthful of blood as the formation forcefully sent them out. The rain continued to fall. However, the blood flowing out of Xiao Chen's wounds did not stop. The rain could not wash it off completely. Still not retreating. Xiao Chen looked around and smiled faintly when he discovered that Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun were still there. He did not hold back at all, spreading out the 2 Dao discs behind him one after another. The 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then, they suddenly soared to 3 meters tall. How can it be like this? Xiao Jinyu, who was hugging his sword, was stunned. He thought that he had a trump card of the sword Great Dao and firmly grasped victory. Who knew? Xiao Chen immediately displayed 2 great perfection Dao might. Xiao Jinyu's expression turned sluggish, and his mind went blank. He no longer had the strength to hold on to his sword. It fell heavily to the ground with a clang. Pu ci. The instant the sword landed, the 2 great perfection Dao might layered over each other, knocking Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun back at the same time. Chapter 1921. Yi Qianyun and Xiao Jinyu immediately got knocked into the air by Xiao Chen. They did not even get a chance to bring out the trump cards that they had prepared. This blow was simply too great. Be it Yi Qianyun or Xiao Jinyu, they both held huge trump cards in their hands. Yi Qianyun had a holy venerate will. After it fully materialized, its might doubled. Xiao Jinyu had an even sharper great perfection sword Dao Dao might. Unfortunately, they ran into Xiao Chen. Even though Xiao Chen was already fatigued, the moment he revealed 2 kinds of Dao might, the two immediately gave up, losing all courage to resist. The two looked around. Aside from Xiao Chen, there was no one else in the vast dueling plaza. Only the heavy rain and Xiao Chen remained. Cheers rang out in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, all of them chanting white-robed Xiao Chen's name. Times create heroes. The Heaven Dragon Palace had not produced an expert for a very long time already. The Heaven Dragon Palace needed such a demonic genius, outstanding talent to stand out and redeem the name of the Heaven Dragon Palace. To redeem the name of all the mixed blood dragon bloodlines, the people who lived at the bottom of the empire. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw the Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples shouting his name excitedly with excited expressions. A trace of warmth appeared in Xiaochen's heart. For the first time, he had a strong favorable impression of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the dragon race disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. After Xiaochen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist and blocked all the attacks, he suffered significant injuries. His soul energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy were nearly drained. However, these people did not take the opportunity to launch a second wave of counterattacks. Unless Xiaochen activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, he would die for sure. However, these people did not do so. As they looked at Xiaochen, they silently chose to give up. All for the sake of achieving the qualifications to obtain a Heaven-class core disciple spot. During the entire battle, no matter how intense it was, no one activated their dragon race bloodlines. If one could activate one's bloodline, others could as well. As long as it was not a life and death battle, there was simply no need. No matter what, one had to admit that even the lowest level mixed blood dragon bloodlines had their pride. The pride of a dragon was forever hidden in everyone's hearts. Boom! The Heaven-class elders attacked at the same time, and the dueling plaza returned to normal. Elder Tianyun looked at the only person left, Xiaochen. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. 5 months ago, he had the opportunity to take Xiaochen as a disciple. However, because of the other party's bloodline, Xiaochen chose Xiao Jinyu, who had a true dragon bloodline. At that time, Xiaochen, who was unconvinced, did not endure it. He laughed mockingly and said that he had misjudged Xiaochen. 5 months later, Xiaochen used the Supreme Dragon Fist to personally verify his words before Xiaochen. It wasn't fake. He, Elder Tianyun, had misjudged. Although Elder Tianyun felt somewhat embarrassed, he still carried out his responsibility. He said seriously, "The results for the Heaven-class core disciple slot are out. Congratulations, Xiaochen. You are the new Heaven-class core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace." After saying that, he took out a war flag with a heaven dragon on it from a brocade box held by a servant behind him and handed it to Xiaochen. "Drip your blood on this Heaven Dragon war flag." Xiaochen did as he was told. He took the war flag and dripped his blood on it. Boom! The might of the Heaven Dragon surged out of the war flag. A dragon image containing Xiaochen's essence blood rushed to the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace and entered the Heaven Dragon statue. After entering the Heavenly Dragon statue, from now on, he could enter the Heavenly Dragon main peak at will. Whoosh! At this moment, the war flag also transformed, becoming 2 meters long. With a gentle wave, the Heaven Dragon war flag fluttered in the wind. The Heaven Dragon embroidered on the war flag seemed to come to life, looking very realistic. Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, and Fang Tianyi, congratulations to the 5 of you for obtaining the reserve qualifications for Heaven-class core disciples. You can enter the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace to cultivate together. After further tests, you will have the opportunity to obtain the status of a Heaven-class core disciple. Elder Tianyun passed on the second palace master's instructions as he looked at the other 5. Such a pleasant surprise elicited joy on the faces of the other 5. Although it was only reserve qualifications, it was far inferior to Xiaochen's official quota. Xiaochen did not even have the Heaven Dragon war flag. However, at the very least, there was still a chance. Come with me. Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiaochen and the others. Then, he led the 6 to the back. The other Heaven-class elders stepped forward and dismissed the spectating Heaven Dragon Palace disciples. The Heaven-class core disciple selection came to an end here. At the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, the second palace master and the third palace master showed somewhat complicated expressions. Supreme Dragon Fist. It truly lives up to being a forbidden art. Even this cannot trap him, the second palace master said softly with a sigh. The third palace master said softly, that is because the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are willing to give him this opportunity. Compared to Xiao Chen, who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I am even more delighted. The pride of our Heaven Dragon Palace disciples still exists. Even though the Empire suppressed them, their spines did not bend. That mixed-blood dragon bloodline will definitely have a future. I will personally refine the primeval heavenly pills of all the disciples who gave up. The second palace master was startled. Third brother, can you handle that? Do you really have to waste all your time on this? The third palace master said coldly, I'm happy. I'll leave the newcomers to you. I'll go back first. As the second palace master watched the third palace master leave, he smiled bitterly. Third brother is still as willful as before, his temper never changing. He's coming. The second palace master looked around and saw Elder Tianyun leading Xiao Chen's group of 6 to the main peak. I should get busy as well. On a tall platform densely covered with palaces on the Heaven Dragon's main peak, the second palace master appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. Greetings, second palace master. When Elder Tianyun saw the second palace master, he respectfully greeted the second palace master. Jianghu and the others immediately felt startled. This black-clad old man who suddenly appeared before them was actually one of the 3 most mysterious palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Jianghu and the others quickly bowed together with Elder Tianyun. The second palace master smiled faintly and said, there's no need to stand on ceremony. This old man's name is Zhu Yang. Others address me as old eccentric Zhu Yang. Those who can become heaven-class core disciples and are qualified to be substitutes are the pillars of my Heaven Dragon Palace. There is no need to stand on ceremony with me. Yes, second palace master. According to the rules, only newly advanced heaven-class core disciples can make a request of me. Substitutes are not qualified. However, I'll make an exception today. All of you can make a request that is not overboard. Palace Master Zhu Yang did not waste any words, directly giving everyone a pleasant surprise. Being able to make a request to this person who might already be a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor was simply too tempting. The group entered deep thought. Clearly, they were thinking about what kind of request they should make. Fearing that someone else would beat them to it, Xianxia stepped forward and said, Second Palace Master, this junior would like to obtain a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can bring out the potential of my bloodline. That works too. No matter what, a great desolate Ian bloodline was a boundless treasure to any cultivator. Compared to ordinary people, a great desolate Ian bloodline held a huge advantage. The more potential one could bring out, the better. If one could transform 10% of one's bloodline power, one would gain great benefits. However, one could not rely on oneself to transform one's bloodline power. One could only rely on external items. Furthermore, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. The natural treasures needed would also be of higher quality. Sure. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. Then, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xianxia. This is a peak-grade blood transformation pill that the third palace master specially made using 10 natural treasures that can transform one's bloodline. Only the third palace master knows the alchemic recipe. The other divine dragon palaces will use a large amount of resources to exchange for it every year. Thank you, Senior Zhu Yang. Xianxia joyfully received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. Qin Yan immediately said, Second Palace Master, I would like a peak-grade blood transformation pill as well. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly and said, You are too late. Make another request, then. Such a reply drove Qin Yan crazy. However, Xianxia secretly rejoiced in his heart. The others no longer hesitated. They all made their requests, and Palace Master Zhu Yang easily satisfied them. It seemed like the requests that they racked their brains for were trivial in Palace Master Zhu Yang's eyes. Elder Tianyun watched from the side, silently making demands. These people's horizons are still too low. only Xiaoqin remained. Palace Master Zhu Yang handed him a jade bottle and said, "This is your reward for becoming a formal disciple. It is a special peak-grade blood transformation pill. You can also make another request." Who knew? Xiaoqin did not accept it. He looked at Palace Master Zhu Yang and said, "I can forego the medicinal pill. However, second Palace Master, I would like to meet someone." What? Qin Yan, Zhang Yi, and the others were stunned. What the hell is this request? This is too willful. Chapter 1922. Who do you want to see? Second Palace Master Zhu Yang asked as he looked interestedly at Xiaoqin. Naturally, the person Xiaoqin wanted to see the most was Lu Ruyue. However, this was not the request that Xiaoqin wanted to make. Lu Ruyue was in Ancestor Dragon City and already knew the exact news. Furthermore, Xiaoqin was getting closer to that step. It was only a matter of time before they met. There was no need to waste this opportunity. Xiaoqin looked around. Then, Palace Master Zhu Yang said something to Elder Tianyun, and Elder Tianyun led Zhang Yi and the others away. Now, only Xiaoqin and Palace Master Zhu Yang were left. After Xiaoqin verified that there was no one else, he said, "I want to meet the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the senior who fought with the Dragon Emperor 25 years ago." Who told you all this? Palace Master Zhu Yang's face suddenly sank, and his gaze instantly turned incredibly sharp. It was like many sharp invisible arrows piercing towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin immediately felt immense pressure. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he found it extremely difficult to stand. It seemed like he had asked a taboo existence. However, Xiaoqin did not panic. He asked calmly, "Does it have anything to do with my request?" Palace Master Zhu Yang looked at Xiaoqin for a long time. His expression remained sharp as he continued to put pressure on Xiaoqin. When Palace Master Zhu Yang saw that Xiaoqin did not react strangely under the heavy pressure, he slowly withdrew his aura. Then, he sighed softly, "It does not matter. However, he is already dead. I cannot fulfill your request." Dead? Xiaoqin felt that it was impossible. He was a bona fide heaven dragon. He only challenged the Dragon Emperor and could not be executed. After becoming a heaven dragon, he held a special position and enjoyed an extremely high reputation. Executing him would be too great a threat. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled and said, "I know that you want to become a heaven dragon. Furthermore, you have cultivated the Supreme Dragon Fist. Your request is not excessive and very reasonable. However, I cannot do it. I cannot let you meet a dead person. Take the medicinal pill. Make another request. If you can't think of anything for now, you can keep it for now." Xiaoqin received the peak-grade blood transformation pill and muttered, "Then I'll keep it first. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "Alright, you may leave. Your soul blood seal has already been inserted into the core formation of the Heaven Dragon Peak. From now on, you can freely cultivate here." Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. When he saw Xiaoqin turn around, he raised his head and muttered to himself, "There should be a full moon tonight. The summit of the Heaven Dragon is probably the best place to admire the moon." The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night breeze was cool. Inside the cultivation room, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. In the middle of the night, Xiaoqin consumed 5,000 primeval heavenly pills. Then, he stabilized his cultivation. Without thinking too much about it, Xiaoqin walked out of the room and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. In the night, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. This time, Xiaoqin did not encounter any obstruction. He successfully broke through and landed firmly. Then, he arrived at the platform where the spiritual energy waterfall was. This place was known as the Profound Dragon Platform. The Heaven-class core disciples loved to cultivate here. Firstly, it was rich in spiritual energy. Secondly, it was the place where the Heaven Dragon hung its head. When cultivating here, One could sense the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, which could help a cultivator resolve many difficult problems of the martial Tao. More importantly, the summit of the Heaven Dragon was above. Many Heaven-class core disciples dreamed of standing there one day. Xiaochen wanted to see if the scenery of the Heaven Dragon Palace was different at the summit. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a lightning dragon. Receiving the baptism of the spiritual energy waterfall, he soared upwards. After a while, he firmly landed on the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Xiaochen saw a person happily admiring the moon above. Who knew how long he had been there? It was the second palace master, Zhu Yang. Seeing Xiaochen arrive, the second palace master Zhu Yang immediately flew over without saying a word. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen quickly followed. Gradually, he felt the pressure increase. He could not help feeling startled. The second palace master is flying to the starry heavens. Indeed, Zhu Yang was in front. Without saying a word, he tore through the sky and arrived in the boundless starry heavens. The vast starry heavens looked boundless. The second palace master Zhu Yang arrived at an asteroid belt. Hundreds of thousands of Yuan meteors formed an extraordinarily vast formation, looking like a vast sea. This greatly startled Xiaochen. He found it hard to imagine that there was such a horrifying formation in the world. The stars were the rocks, and the starry heavens were the ground. Even from a distance, one could feel the vastness and grandeur of this asteroid belt. Xiaochen looked into the distance and was somewhat horrified to discover dense resentment and boundless killing intent gathering at the center of the asteroid belt, which was the center of the formation. Countless negative emotions gathered together to form a horrifying human face that kept twisting. Xiaochen could not help shivering as a chill assaulted him. He did not dare to look. Drip! 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 Xiaochen seemed to hear the sound of water dripping. Every time a drop landed, his heart trembled. Even his soul felt shaken. What is that sound? Xiaochen thought, feeling confused. At the same time, he felt an unbearable pain, like his soul was about to scatter. The second palace master Zhu Yang shielded Xiaochen in time. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously. The might of the world that moved with it could easily kill a sovereign personage. Follow me closely, Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Xiaochen recovered his wits and quickly followed, not daring to act rashly. As Palace Master Zhu Yang ventured deeper, Xiaochen got closer to the core. The distorted human face formed by boundless resentment, killing intent, and rage in the center of the formation became increasingly clearer. Let's stop here, then. Palace Master Zhu Yang stopped. The asteroid under him slowly rose as he peered through the hazy fog. Xiaochen suddenly discovered a black dragon city under that horrifying, distorted human face. That is Dragon Prison City. The Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals are locked up there. The person you want to see is there. Xiaochen looked in the direction Palace Master Zhu Yang pointed and discovered an altar in the city. There was a scarlet dragon pillar on the altar. A cold sword was stabbed into the top of the dragon pillar. Chains flickering with cold light bound a petrified cultivator at the very bottom. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still looked spirited, filled with spirituality. This made it clear that he was not a statue. It was a person who was temporarily petrified. This is the person you want to see. He offended the Emperor's might and was personally suppressed by the Dragon Emperor. He is locked up in this dragon prison and will only be released after 3,000 years. Xiaochen did not reply, completely attracted by that petrified cultivator. That cultivator had a special air about him. Even from a great distance, Xiaochen could feel a great aura that encompassed the entire dragon city. However, this dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. This person was clearly suffering, but he could not see any rage or helplessness from being punished. That's not right. Xiaochen suddenly discovered that the scarlet dragon pillar was not scarlet in the first place. Instead, a terrifying divine flame burned on the altar, burning that dragon race cultivator red. Although this person was sealed, he was still suffering inhumane torture and punishment. He was constantly being burned by the raging flames. However, Xiaochen overturned his own thoughts after a while. The reason for that was because he saw that there was a sword wound on the chest of the sealed stone statue. Someone purposely left it there. Blood dripped onto the altar from the wound. The dripping sound that Xiaochen heard at first was this person's heart blood dripping. The scarlet dragon race cultivator was dyed red by his own heart blood. Xiaochen immediately felt shocked. He did not know how tall that dragon pillar was. To think that the heart blood dyed it red. What kind of punishment was this? Boom! Just at this moment, the distorted face in the sky let out countless miserable shrieks. The distorted face turned into countless strands of black energy that scattered in the starry heavens. However, it could not escape the top of the dragon prison. The distorted face scattered, and light and shadow turned blurry. Then, it formed the face of a normal person. This person looked exactly the same as the face of the person being punished on the dragon pillar. Even his aura was exactly the same. "Zhu Yang, are you here to see me again?" A somewhat hoarse but incredibly mellow voice spread throughout the starry heavens, echoing endlessly. Every meteor in the entire meteor formation shot out a resplendent pillar of light as if trying to seal off this starry heavens. This startled Xiaochen. Such a scene was truly unexpected. Even after being sealed and suppressed, this person could still cause such a commotion. Chapter 1923. That face in the boundless starry heavens gave off a hazy light. His deep voice reverberated in the huge meteorite formation. A pillar of light soared into the clouds, isolating this space. Even that voice became intermittent. However, that did not stop Xiaochen from understanding what it meant. The face above the dragon prison glanced at Zhu Yang before looking at Xiaochen, who was behind him. Xiaochen's expression froze, and he stopped speaking. Zhu Yang said softly, "It is not me who wants to see you. It is him. You know the rules of the Heaven Dragon Palace. As long as it is within my means, I will do my best to satisfy the newly advanced Heaven Class Core Disciple's request. His request is to see you, to see the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist." The face floating in the air laughed and said, "I'm just a sinner. What's there to see? However, you said that he is a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. That is interesting. Ha 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 ha." That person suddenly started laughing maniacally, stunning Zhu Yang, not understanding what was going on. However, Xiaochen found it strange. Could it be that this person already figured out my true bloodline? That's right. I immediately recognized your bloodline, the Blue Dragon bloodline. To think that the Blue Dragon bloodline did not go extinct and even infiltrated the Heaven Dragon Palace. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline? That person's voice suddenly rang out in Xiaochen's mind, startling him. How did you know what I was thinking? Your expression betrayed you. Don't worry. I will not tell anyone. If I did not specially study the Blue Dragon bloodline, I would not have recognized your bloodline so quickly. If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was the same as mine, they would find it difficult to make out your bloodline. After all, it is a bloodline that people have forgotten long ago. Who would go to the Blue Dragon's old lands to investigate it like I did? The Blue Dragon's old lands. Where is it? After a short exchange, that person did not speak to Xiaochen or give Xiaochen an answer. Instead, he started chatting with Palace Master Zhu Yang. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. After hearing Palace Master Zhu Yang's introduction, the gaze with which that person looked at Xiaochen became somewhat playful. I thought that it had already been destroyed. Unexpectedly, he still helped me keep it. However, this fist technique's flaw is extraordinarily large. While the two of them were talking, Xiaochen suddenly noticed a sword wound on the chest of the petrified body tied to the dragon pillar. It was no longer a drop of blood dripping down. Blood gushed out like a fountain and splashed out. The divine flame in the altar burned brighter and brighter as the blood poured into it. The dragon pillar became bright red and glistening. The treasured sword at the very top trembled slightly, as if it was guiding the sword wound on the man's chest. The petrified skin cracked bit by bit, looking exceptionally terrifying. Xiaoqian felt intense pain just by looking at it. Who could endure such inhumane torture? However, the face above the draconic penitentiary did not seem to be affected at all. Instead, it calmly chatted with Palace Master Zhu Yang. Xiaoqian could not bear it anymore. He said, "Second Hall Master, let's go." Palace Master Zhu Yang nodded and said, "Let's go, then." The meteor under their feet carried the two away, moving far into the distance. Xiaoqian turned his head and glanced at that person. He saw that the face in the air gradually turned blurry, but that person still smiled at him. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair. Who is honored? Luck is not on your side, and your life is as fragile as paper. The instant Xiaoqian turned around, a mighty, ferocious roar suddenly rang out. That person roared with a voice that came from his soul. That person's voice echoed in the surroundings, chanting the incantations for the Supreme Dragon Fist. The veritable essence energy in Xiaoqian's body started circulating for some reason. It was not under Xiaoqian's control, moving according to that voice. As that person's veritable essence energy surged and that person chanted, his Heaven Dragon's mysteries slowly merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Heaven Dragon Fist absorbed water and nourishment, growing stronger bit by bit, complementing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Wait, Xiaoqian suddenly discovered that the incantations that person chanted contained many things that were not in the Supreme Dragon Fist. Was it because the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiaoqian obtained was flawed in the first place, or did this person gain new comprehension of the Supreme Dragon Fist in the past 20-odd years? Xiaoqian did not know, but he could clearly sense that this was only beneficial and not harmful to this person. Not only did the Heaven Dragon's mysteries grow, but the Supreme Dragon Fist also became complete. What is Supreme? Until the end of time, the Supreme is not old. Time passes slowly, the Supreme is immortal. This heart does not die, these words do not regret, this body does not die. At the end of the incantation, Xiaoqian was certain that the Supreme Dragon Fist was not missing something. Instead, it was the new comprehension and completion of the Supreme Dragon Fist that this person had gained in the past 20-odd years. Many of the things that this person said surpassed Xiaoqian's understanding. What is Supreme? The original Supreme Dragon Fist only had these simple words, "In the entire world, only I am honored." However, now that this person said so many words, he must have gained some new comprehension. Xiaoqian was extraordinarily intelligent. For now, he could only feel that he was honored in the entire world. This was very simple and tyrannical. 25 years ago, that person felt that he could be called supreme if he was unrivaled in the world. Now, he gained many new understandings. Until the end of time, time passes slowly. This involved the time Tao. This heart does not die, these words do not regret, this body does not die. However, it also transcended space and time. Xiaoqian could not figure out what it represented at the moment. Ha ha ha. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, you cannot lock me up. My heart is with the great desolate Aeon. My will be passed on forever. My physical body will be immortal. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I will return sooner or later. That person's voice grew softer and softer as he laughed maniacally. Whoosh! Second Palace Master Zhu Yang led Xiaoqian out of this suppressive place. When the two looked back, they remained silent. Do you regret it? Second Palace Master Zhu Yang suddenly asked. This stunned Xiaoqian for a moment. He could not understand what the Second Palace Master meant by regret. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang was referring to him wasting a request. Or was it regret and disappointment in his heart? All he saw was a sorry state, suffering all sorts of torture, far from being as unrivaled as he imagined. However, it did not matter whether he understood or not. Regardless of which it was, Xiaoqin did not regret it. He directly shook his head. Second Palace Master, I don't understand. Does he not feel pain? Xiaoqin thought about the flame in the altar and the sword wound that Xiaoqin purposely left on his chest. Xiaoqian's heart bled at every moment. Such pain could not be described with words. Palace Master Zhu Yang explained softly, his pain is a soul-deep torture. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the most horrifying aspect of the purple gold dragon emperor. He makes you feel so much pain that you want to die, but you cannot vent it. After 1,000 years, once the seal is broken, all this pain will pile up and be vented. Even if you regain your freedom, your physical body and soul will crumble. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt horrified. The image of the purple gold dragon emperor appeared in his mind, making him tremble in fear. No one can challenge the dragon emperor's might. Even the heaven dragon is no exception. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, hence, I feel that bringing you to meet him is not a bad thing. At the very least, you will not have thoughts that you should not have while cultivating the supreme dragon fist. When Xiaoqin heard that, he could not help asking, what thoughts does Second Palace Master think I will have? Zhu Yang looked at Xiaoqin and said, even without me saying it, you should know the negative effects of the supreme dragon fist. The rage and resentment it contains can attack a cultivator's soul at any time. There is no perfect cultivation technique in the world. There are always losses when there are gains. You are a rare genius of my Heaven Dragon Palace. First brother and second brother have high hopes for you, hoping that you can revitalize the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not wish for you to destroy yourself. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said softly, many thanks for the three palace masters' concern. Xiaoqin will definitely engrave the Heaven Dragon Palace's kindness to this junior in his heart. The second palace master nodded and said, after you return, cultivate properly. Do not slack off. The competition between the 7 outer palaces will begin in half a year. Do not think that you can rest easy with just the Supreme Dragon Fist. Even in the current Heaven Dragon Palace, you are not unrivaled among the Heaven-class core disciples. This junior understands. Xiaoqin was very clear on the drawbacks of the Supreme Dragon Fist. If he could avoid using it, he would do his best. Aside from the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiaoqin was not much weaker than Xian, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun. As for the Heaven-class core disciples of the other outer palaces, Xiaoqin only needed to think about them. Murong Yan, Wei Hongfei, Situ Changfeng, and the others were just core disciples, but they were already incredibly strong. Xiaoqin could guess how strong those Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were. The resources they could use were much more than the Heaven Dragon Palace. Even if Xiaoqin used the Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not dare to claim that he was unrivaled. Xiaoqin still had a long way to go. Go back, then. Palace Master Zhu Yang led Xiaoqin back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. The moon was still there, but the moonlight was much thinner. Cultivate properly. If you have any questions, you can ask us. After saying that, the second palace master Zhu Yang vanished from Xiaoqian's sight as if he had never appeared. Chapter 1924. After the second palace master left, only Xiaoqin remained at the top of the Heaven Dragon. The hazy moon reflected Xiaoqian's current mood. The earlier scene had simply shocked him too much. The strength of the Heaven Dragon went without saying. However, even such a strong Heaven Dragon lost to the current Dragon Emperor, enduring inhumane torture. However, what Xiaoqin knew was that the 7 outer palaces were qualified to fight for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The Dragon Emperor of any generation could only sit on the throne for 500 years. This was similar to the dynasty's emperor. One could not sit on the throne forever. Otherwise, with the Dragon Emperor's cultivation, there would be no need for a replacement for 10,000 years. This was clearly not a good thing for the empire. If they suppressed the other bloodlines for a long time, not giving them any hope, it would be hard to avoid conflicts over time. Furthermore, this was not good for the Golden Dragon bloodline. Without competition, no matter how many resources one occupied, the Golden Dragon bloodline would decline sooner or later. However, while the 7 outer palaces were qualified, in reality, the position of Dragon Emperor had never been given to a dragon race cultivator born in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The mixed blood dragons and true dragons of the Heaven Dragon Palace could not compete with the divine dragon cultivators with better resources and stronger bloodlines. Although there were many of them, they were still at the bottom. Xiaochen closed his eyes and stopped thinking about this for now. It was still too far away. When he saw the sealed Heaven Dragon still exuding a soul-stirring aura, Xiaochen realized that he was not strong enough. As for the fight for the position of Dragon Emperor, Xiaochen felt that he had to return to the Kunlun realm to ask the Dragon Horse seniors if he had the opportunity. At this moment, Xiaochen only focused on the Supreme Dragon Fist that the Heaven Dragon chanted at the end. The completed Supreme Dragon Fist was a completely new fist technique compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiaochen obtained before. The mental state of that person 25 years ago had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to 25 years later. The meaning of the word supreme was completely different. Compared to the former, the latter's horizons and structure were much higher. The former only cared about being invincible, while the latter wanted to be immortalized for generations to come. It involved the Tao of spacetime, and in the end, it even surpassed spacetime. It was clearly unreliable to try to comprehend everything. Moreover, although he was strong as the Heaven Dragon, that was only his own understanding, not Xiaochen's. Right now, Xiaochen only wanted to absorb as much as he could before modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiaochen made the Supreme Dragon Fist suitable for him and reduced its drawbacks. Xiaochen could feel the soaring resentment when he held the secret manual. The second palace master had considered this when he agreed to let Xiaochen meet the Heaven Dragon. He was indeed concerned about Xiaochen and did not want to lose himself in the Supreme Dragon Fist. The morning glow dyed the horizon red. The sun leaped out of the clouds and the sunlight shone on the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiaochen, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Heaven Dragon, was the first to be baptized by the morning light. However, at this moment, he was immersed in yesterday's harvest and did not open his eyes. The spiritual energy waterfall below, where the Heaven Dragon statue lowered its head, gave off a multicolored glow under the morning light. At this moment, the air felt incredibly clear. Whoosh! 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 The sun had just risen when the 3 core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace, Xian, Zhu Yun, and Li Luo, arrived at the Profound Dragon platform. After the 3 exchanged simple greetings, they sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. Then, in this misty place with abundant spiritual energy and the Heaven Dragon statue, they meditated and cultivated bitterly. The morning was the most important part of the day. Everyone's mind, qi, and spirit were at their peak at this moment. It was clear that the 3 were very disciplined people, not wasting any good time in the morning. They had been living like this ever since they became Heaven-class core disciples. They were very disciplined. Not long after, a few silhouettes walked over. These were the ones who obtained the qualifications to become Heaven-class core disciples: Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, and Feng Tianyi. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, the Profound Dragon platform could be considered a holy land in the hearts of all the disciples. More or less, they all dreamed of cultivating here one day. Although it was not convenient for the reserved disciples to enter the main peak, they could still cultivate here. The 5 of them were quite curious and looked around respectfully. What pure air! The spiritual energy is unimaginably abundant. Yi Qianyun took a deep breath. As he stood on the mountain and looked at the morning sun in the east, he felt this from the bottom of his heart. The others stood before the spiritual energy waterfall and used their hands to receive it. Under the illumination of the morning sun, the spiritual energy waterfall gave off a multicolored glow, looking very beautiful. When they felt the coolness in their hands, the 5 revealed smiles. Yi Qianyun discovered that the spiritual fog directly turned into a handful of clear spiritual water. Yi Qianyun used his hands to cup the water and drank it. He immediately felt a cool sensation wash over his internal organs. He exclaimed excitedly, "What refreshing spiritual water! To think that the spiritual energy can turn into a waterfall. This is incredible." When Yi Qianyun looked down, the spiritual energy waterfall turned into a meandering stream, looking like a long dragon coiling around the main peak. The five found it hard to hide their joy. Even Jianghu, who had kept a tense expression, melted under such a beautiful scene, revealing a warm smile. Just at this moment, the five felt a gaze on them and turned their heads to look. Li Luo and the other two, who were cultivating, opened their eyes at the same time and looked at them calmly. The five felt startled and quickly apologized respectfully. "Senior brother Xian, senior brother Zhu Yun, senior sister Li Luo, sorry for interrupting your cultivation." Interrupting someone's cultivation was extremely rude. In serious cases, it might even result in a huge battle. However, Li Luo and the other two only smiled faintly, not showing any intention of blaming them. The only female heaven-class core disciple, Li Luo, smiled and said, "It's fine. It's our first time at the Profound Dragon platform. It's hard to avoid some emotional fluctuations. We all had similar experiences back then." Xiao Jinyu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. When they thought about their earlier actions, they felt embarrassed. They were holy venerates, after all, and some of them came from large clans. Yet, they behaved like children. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Jinyu asked, "Senior sister, are the three of you the only heaven-class core disciples in our Heaven Dragon Palace?" Li Luo replied, "Naturally not. Even if we only choose one heaven-class core disciple each time, the Heaven Dragon Palace has more than 3 heaven-class core disciples. However, some have already gone to Ancestor Dragon City, and some have obtained permission to go out on experiential training. Senior brother, senior sister, why are you not going out on experiential training?" Yi Qianyun asked out of curiosity. It was rather strange for heaven-class core disciples to always cultivate on the main peak. Li Luo did not say anything. Zhu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "We want to as well. However, the sect has rules. If we do not meet the requirements, we are not allowed to leave the sect. It is the same for you now. Even if you have matters to attend to, you are not allowed to go out unless you obtain the approval of the 3 palace masters." The moment Zhu Yun said that, the expressions of Zhang Yi and the other two changed slightly. Wasn't that equivalent to being trapped in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Compared to being a core disciple, they had even less freedom. "What requirements do we have to meet?" Zhang Yi asked, recovering his indifferent expression. Li Luo pointed to the Heaven Dragon head on 10,000 feet cliff and said, "It's very simple. Fly up and stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. After that, you can leave." What a strange requirement. The group revealed doubtful expressions as they looked up. They could not understand why there was such a strange requirement. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyu's expression changed. He exclaimed, "There is someone up there." Li Luo took a look and said, "It's Xiao Chen. He came very early and probably sat there the entire night." Whoosh! The expressions of Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, and the others changed slightly. They felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Even the joy of becoming a reserve heaven-class core disciple and entering the Profound Dragon platform to cultivate faded significantly. It turned out that Xiao Chen had already ascended the Profound Dragon platform. Furthermore, he had climbed to the top of the Heaven Dragon, which even the 3 heaven-class core disciples could not reach. "It is just 10,000 feet. I am a middle-stage holy venerate. Could it be that I cannot go up?" Yi Qianyun snorted coldly, feeling unconvinced in his heart. Suddenly, his aura soared to the limit, turning into a strong wind that soared into the clouds. "Be careful." Before Li Luo and the others could stop Yi Qianyun, they saw Yi Qianyun charge up, rising to a third of the way up. Ha! It turns out that he is only a so-so. Although Yi Qianyun felt some pressure, he discovered that it was still bearable. It was not impossible for him to go up. The instant Yi Qianyun looked up, he discovered that the clouds had scattered at some point in time, revealing the true appearance of the heaven dragon head. Xiaochen also saw the blurry figure in the clouds clearly. However, before Yi Qianyun could think of anything, the heaven dragon statue seemed to come to life. The statue roared, and the might of the heaven dragon descended from the sky. Pu Ci. Yi Qianyun vomited a mouthful of blood, unable to resist at all. Then, he got knocked into the air, falling towards the deep chasm. The expressions of Li Luo and the others changed slightly. It would be difficult to climb back up after falling off the cliff. Furthermore, Yi Qianyun was injured. If no elders made a move, he would be in danger. Chapter 1925. Bang! A loud sound rang out, accompanied by a miserable shriek. Xiaochen opened his eyes at the top of the heaven dragon. It sounded like someone had fallen off the cliff. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Yi Qianyun's. Xiaochen's night of cultivation was interrupted. As he looked at the rising sun, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He stood on the top of the heaven dragon and looked around. His heart moved, encompassing everything. Boom! 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 With a thought, Xiaochen started practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist, testing out his comprehensions from the night before. Below, Li Luo and the others gathered together. When they looked down the cliff, they could no longer see Yi Qianyun's figure. Will he die? Qin Yan asked with some fear as he looked at the bottomless cliff. Li Luo shook her head and said, no. He is a holy venerate, after all. Although this deep abyss is somewhat strange, it will not kill a heaven-class core disciple. However, he is severely injured. It is hard to avoid being bedridden for a month or two. The moment Li Luo said that, Zhang Yi and the others could not help feeling happy. After all, they were still heaven-class core disciples. Sooner or later, they would have to fight over them. The competition was still there. Yi Qianyun's rash actions were equivalent to ruining his qualifications to become a heaven-class core disciple. Thinking about it, it was extremely laughable. This also inspired fear in the others, not daring to give it a try. Li Luo withdrew her gaze and said gravely, this heaven dragon's might grows stronger the stronger it is. Even if you want to give it a try, you cannot be so rash. However, I can't be so reckless. I have to leave myself some room to maneuver. Just at this moment, wind howled at the top of the heaven dragon. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the clouds moved. The group stopped talking and looked up. When they saw Xiaochen practicing his fist technique on the top of the heaven dragon, they revealed complicated expressions. How can he do it? Xiao Jinyu showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Looking up at Xiaochen made him feel sullen and depressed. Envy flashed in Zhu Yun's eyes as he said, he comprehended a trace of the heaven dragon's mysteries. He can already infuse his aura into the heaven dragon's might. This is the best way to climb to the top of the heaven dragon. If the three of us force our way, we have at least a 50% chance of reaching it. However, we want to comprehend the heaven dragon's mysteries and soar, not endure the dragon's might. Xiaochen's talent simply astonished the three of them. Back then, when he barged into the Heavenly Dragon Palace's main peak, the three of them were shocked. The first time Xiaochen came to this profound dragon platform, he managed to comprehend the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries just by observing for a while. On the other hand, they had been cultivating on the profound dragon platform for more than a year. Although their cultivation had improved rapidly, they were not as strong as before. However, the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries still felt unfathomable. Under the Xiao Chen, the dragon. Chen, Yang, Chen, Yu, out, and, his, the. His looked, and Yu, and, dragon, his, Chen, his, appeared. And looked. Yun. Heaven. I still can't do it. Xiaochen shook his head. He felt that after the dragon. His practice of the Supreme Dragon Fist seemed to have gone awry. If he continued, he might end up entering Berserking Chi deviation. Indeed, the Supreme Dragon Fist cannot be easily modified. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen soared into the air and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. In an instant, he landed in Cold Moon Cave and started cultivating in a meditation room. Since Xiaochen wanted to comprehend the Supreme Dragon Fist, his cultivation could not fall behind. Time passed peacefully. During the day, Xiaochen cultivated in his residence, stabilizing and raising his cultivation. At night, he meditated at the top of the Heaven Dragon. When the morning sun rose, he would practice what he comprehended at night. Clouds gathered and scattered. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. I did it. On the top of the Heaven Dragon, Xiaochen revealed a smile. After 30 days, he finally succeeded in refining the Supreme Dragon Fist. He had replaced the resentment in the fist with killing chi. Although it was also a negative emotion, as long as he vented his killing chi and controlled it well, there would not be any negative effects. As for resentment, it would accumulate over time. Sooner or later, it would distort one's mind. Replacing it with killing chi was more suitable for Xiaochen than the Heaven Dragon. Actually, Xiaochen did not have that much resentment. Forcibly using resentment to bring out the might of the fist technique would be putting the cart before the horse. After 1 month of consuming a large number of primeval heavenly pills, Xiaochen's cultivation steadily increased, reaching peak late-stage primeval heavenly pills. However, Xiaochen was still some distance from the bottleneck. He would not be able to break through to Holy Venerate within a short time. However, Xiaochen did not want to break through to Holy Venerate for now. Holy Venerate was a whole new realm. Xiaochen, who had suffered at the hands of Holy Venerate wills many times, was exceptionally cautious about this realm. Xiaochen, junior brother. Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, Xiaochen heard someone calling him from below. With a thought, he descended. It was Li Luo, looking at him with a smile. Congratulations, junior brother Xiaochen, on successfully modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. The people below had been observing for the past month. Naturally, they knew what Xiaochen had been doing. Many thanks. Li Luo hesitated for a while before asking, Junior brother, can you tell us about your comprehensions of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries? Sure. Xiaochen's simple and straightforward answer startled Li Luo and the others. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen agreed to it so readily. They had been conflicted for a long time over whether to ask Xiaochen or what to do if he rejected them. It was not that there were no elders who could tell them about the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. However, the elders' cultivations were much higher than theirs. There were many things that were hard to understand and hard to understand. If it were someone of the same generation explaining it to them, it would be easier for them to understand. Many thanks, junior brother Xiaochen. The others quickly expressed their thanks and invited Xiaochen to a stone pillar on the profound dragon platform. Then, the others spread out and formed a circle. Xiaochen did not overthink. He answered honestly, I can only speak of my own understanding. Everyone's situation is different. I cannot guarantee that it will be of any help to everyone. Junior brother Xiaochen, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Your accomplishments speak for themselves. If you are willing to share it, we will definitely gain something. It is just a matter of how much. The Heaven Class Core Disciple, Zhu Yun, smiled and gestured for Xiaochen to begin. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen said, in my understanding, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries are not about merging with the heavens, regarding the heavens as venerate, and regarding the heavens as master. It is still regarding the dragon as master and venerate. Simply put, it is regarding ourselves as venerate. One must have a boldness greater than the heavens. No matter how vast the heavens are, one's heart must be even larger. The vastness of one's heart is greater than the heavens and greater than the earth. To comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, one first has to have great boldness. Then, one has to comprehend the state within the Heaven Dragon. Li Luo asked, what is the state within the Heaven Dragon? Xiao Chen explained, in my understanding, the state within the heaven dragon is an ethereal quality. It might be different from the tyranny, kingship, or heavenly might that everyone imagines. This, Li Luo and the others frowned slightly, confusion appearing on their faces. When they looked up at the heaven dragon head hidden in the clouds, the first feeling they got was a heavenly might that shook their souls. Next was an unparalleled tyranny and an arrogance that reigned supreme. Why did Xiao Chen only see the word ethereal? He simply could not understand. Xiao Chen, you aren't lying to us, right? Xiao Jinyu frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen with some suspicion. I've asked many elders, but no one has ever said that the heaven dragon's mysteries contain an ethereal state. Could it be that you have a deeper understanding than those elders? Perhaps. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not denying it. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the heaven dragon was boundlessly ethereal, proud but unruly. No matter how tyrannical it appeared, it always had an unrestrained carefreeness within. Even the sky could not restrain the heaven dragon's wings, and the earth could not restrain the heaven dragon's footsteps. The vastness of one's heart was unfettered by the world. How arrogant! When Xiao Jinyu saw Xiao Chen being so immodest, he turned his head and left, showing no intention of continuing to listen. Xiao Chen did not mind, ignoring Xiao Jinyu. If you want to leave, it's up to you. I'm not asking you to listen. Xiao Chen continued to explain his views. In the end, the more he spoke, the more contradictions there were. Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others left. Even the 3 heaven-class core disciples frowned heavily. Earlier, the senior brothers and junior brothers who comprehended the heaven dragon's mysteries were completely at odds with Xiao Chen's. Soon, only Li Luo remained in the entire profound dragon platform. The others could no longer bear to listen. They could not be bothered to rebut Xiao Chen, not wanting to get into a conflict with him. They snorted coldly in their hearts and left. Soon, even Li Luo could no longer bear to listen. The more Xiao Chen spoke, the more he deviated. She felt like she would break down soon. If she continued listening, her understanding of the heaven dragon might waver. Sorry, junior brother Xiao Chen. I have to leave as well, Li Luo said somewhat awkwardly as she stood up. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen with some guilt. It's fine. Everyone left. However, no one discovered that Xiao Chen's aura was increasingly compatible with the place where the heaven dragon hung its head, nearly becoming one with it.